Alrighty, let's just move you back over here. Let me just make sure all my tabs are in order before we get started. I think we're all good to go. Hey, what's going on, you guys? My name is The Raptor, and you may have noticed that things look a little bit different for this stream. For one thing, there's no music in the background, and also I got headphones on, and the reason for both of those is because today we're going to go back and watch some of our old death battle versus debate related videos on this channel, which I'm sure is going to be very unpainful for me and for all of you guys watching as well. But yeah, the purpose of this stream is basically just to have fun, you know, to go back and see what previous videos were like, you know, the progress or the process that I did for all those, you know, maybe give some behind the scenes details for some of them, like how I wrote them, how I made them, but also just seeing how things have changed and how my opinions have changed over the course of my time on the internet. So, you know, yeah, basically just taking a walk down memory lane just for fun. This is probably the stream that I've prepared the least for any stream, but this is also probably the stream I imagine not as many people will be interested in, and that's perfectly fine. This is definitely like the most self-referential stream I've ever done, but I want to try to change things up for streaming, right? Because like we're going to be doing a lot of the Ballot Banter streams, and you know, even though I love doing those, the format is the same every time, right? And there might be some other streams where I want to, you know, repeat what we've done before, but I also want to try some things out, you know, experiment a little bit, try out some new formats. So that's kind of what we're trying to do here. We're just trying to see what happens and see how it goes. But yeah, I hope you guys are into this kind of thing. If you are, thank you for sticking around. And you guys can actually help decide what we watch too. Like I do have some videos that I kind of do plan on watching already. But if a lot of you have a specific video in mind that you'd like to watch, we can do that as well if enough people are in support of it. Obviously I want to keep it more, you know, death battle versus debate related, and I also it should also be older, like within like the last few or anything within the last few years I think is pretty well off limits. Like I want it to be like later than that overall, nothing too recent. And as far as other videos, like I think reactions and streams don't really make a lot of sense to watch because, you know, they're just it's just me watching me doing something. Like I don't really know about that. And as well, podcasts I think would just be too long, and also trailers, because some of those use copyrighted music and I don't want to get this whole stream demonetized. But other than that, I think we're pretty well good to watch whatever we want. Thank you so much, Overlord, for the super chat. Let me give that a little heart really quick. Good morning, Raptor. Good morning to you too. Today's the day we're going to get a matchup revealed at Comicpalooza. Thoughts on what it's going to be? I'm personally leaning towards Mr. Fantastic versus Mr. Terrific, or something The Boys related. Any idea what I think it's going to be? I mean, I've said before for the last few episodes, I think it's going to be something comic related, which is exactly what those two suggestions are, or those two ideas are, but I have no freaking idea if we're getting comics at all this year. No, we probably are, but yeah, like I'm still kind of leaning more towards that, but I really have no clue. I think I've said before in a members only stream, like Old Man Logan versus Last Ronin, I kind of had on my mind as something that like maybe as like a surprise comic episode, but I don't know. It might not be comic related at all. I think those are two pretty good ideas considering, you know, a boys commemoration, although they may have wanted to wait to see, you know, what the final season had in store before doing a boys episode. So maybe a boys episode could be a little later. I don't know. Mr. Fantastic versus Mr. Terrific, I think, is a pretty decent guess. I think something Fantastic Four related could come this year to fall in between Fantastic Four versus First Steps and Avengers Doomsday. But might be next episode, might be later, might not happen at all. We really have no idea with this stuff. Thank you so much for the super chat. And yeah, that leads into my next point before we actually start doing things. Yeah, I'll be sure to keep an eye on the chat, and you guys can tell me if you can hear everything all right, see everything all right, because we did a members only troubleshoot stream before where I think everything went pretty good, but you know, some unforeseen things may pop up, so if anything does happen like that, just try to let me know, like shout it to me and I'll see what I can do to fix it. And of course, super chats I will always make sure to read, and I will always make sure to give more time towards, because that's only fair. You're not required to super chat, but if you do, that's what you get. You get more time focused on your message, and you guarantee that it gets read, right? So that's kind of always how it's been. But yeah, I think we're pretty well good to go otherwise. So let me change it to, I think it's this tab that we want. Yes, it is. Oh, look at that. That's my profile picture. That's just the beginning of this the beginning of this video, like the first frame of it. So for the first one we're gonna watch is top 10 reasons why Death Battle sucks, which is a parody video, okay? I feel like I need to say that at the beginning because even people who watched this video back when it came out seem to not understand that it was a parody video, even though I feel like for a lot of my joke videos, I really lay on the sarcasm, like I lay it on thick, but apparently a lot of people in this community just don't know what a joke is. They don't get sarcasm because apparently that's not enough, and that's part of the reason why I don't really like doing bad battles anymore, because it kind of just turned into people taking things too seriously again, and the point was to make fun of those people. So that's kind of the reason why I don't do that kind of stuff as much anymore. But yeah, this is basically just a joke video. It has like an, I don't know if it's an AI, but it's like text-to-speech voice over it, which again is trying to lean into the joke. But yeah, so we're gonna take a look at this and see if it's actually funny or if I just don't really like it anymore, and maybe see where some people may have picked up the wrong idea from it. So again, I'll make sure to keep an eye on the frame rate, making sure it all works well. But yeah, I'd say let's get started.
Hey, what's going on, you guys? My name is the Riptor, and welcome back to my channel. I hope you're all having a great day, and if you're not, oh well, better luck next time, I guess.
Damn, okay. Wow, starting off like that. Sorry to pause so quickly, but this actually reminds me of a funny story that happened when I was trying to find the text-to-speech voice for this. Because I went through a bunch of them and trying to see which one do I want to use for this video, and one of them, even though I put in Raptor in my script, it said it as Riptor just on its own, and I'm like, okay, that's kind of funny. But I decided to go with a different text-to-speech program, but then I'm like, let's just type in RIPPTER, because it amused me so much that it pronounced it that way that I spelled it wrong on purpose. For the actual one that I used. So yeah, that's kind of it there. I thought that was kind of funny, just a little behind the scenes thing for that. Let's just start over, and I don't want to try to pause too much on this, but there are some things where I feel like I may need to explain some things or whatnot. I assume everything sounds fine. People are commenting on Riptor, so I assume that it all looks decent. Where did you take the photo? This was actually on a double date. Technically, I am 17 in this photo. Almost 18. I'm technically a kid. So this is a very old photo. I kind of want to replace it, but at the same time, I feel like it's so synonymous with my channel that it would just kind of confuse some people. I don't know. Maybe I'll replace it at some point. But this was like downtown Toronto. I was on a double date. So yeah, that's kind of the backstory for that. But anyway, yeah, let's actually get into this.
Hey, what's going on, you guys? My name is the Riptor, and welcome back to my channel. I hope you're all having a great day, and if you're not, oh well, better luck next time, I guess.
Damn.
Anyway, today I'm going to talk about one of my least favorite things that exist on the internet, Death Battle.
Oh, hate it.
Some of you may be a bit confused by this video. After all, I've never ever spoken about Death Battle on my channel before. But I've
See, that's trying to lay into the sarcasm.
For many years now, and there is so
like
much
tell
about
people
it that
exactly
I cannot
what's going
stand,
on.
and I need to express my opinions about it on the internet so I can hopefully achieve validation. But yeah,
right, we've all been there.
Here are the top 10 reasons why Death Battle absolutely sucks. Enjoy.
Okay, I'm ready.
Number
what do we
one,
got?
Ben Singer's dumb face. This is one that I'm
oh
sure
God,
all
I have
you
to
are
explain
expecting,
this.
and it drives me freaking mad. Ben Singer, the creator of Death Battle, has the most idiotic face I've ever seen on the internet, and believe me, there are a lot of them. There's actually a really good PowerPoint
that's kinda
presentation
true.
made by Takehuto101 that outlines this issue better than my stupid ass can. Link in the description, or not.
So, okay, so there were some people in the comments I remember that were saying, like, why are you cyberbullying Ben? Like, even if it's a joke, why are you, like, making fun of Ben Singer's face for no reason? The reason why this was in the video is because Ben Singer's dumb face was, like, a meme amongst the crew members themselves for like, a while. But it was, like, a long time ago, even when this video was made, which I think was between Link versus Cloud and Batman versus Iron Man. That was still kind of an old joke. So I guess maybe some people didn't remember that stuff. So I feel, and that's part of the reason also why I put in this clip of this video, which was, you know, Takehuto 101 with his PowerPoint presentation about his dumb face. Again, this is me trying my very best to tell you guys that it is sarcasm without directly saying that it's sarcasm. Same with earlier, like, I've never ever spoken about Death Battle on my channel. That was a similar thing, right? To, like, tell you guys, yes, this is a joke. Like, lay it on as thick as possible, right? because again, that's just kind of necessary at this point. Also, it says at the end that I like link in the description or not. I actually couldn't find the original video. I got these clips from somewhere else, like from another video that used clips from the original video. So there's actually no link in the description to the original, because the original, I think, was privated or unlisted or something. I couldn't find it. But of course, you know, with this whole video just being stupid and all that, I think it's fine to be like, link in the description or not. I would have put the link in the description there, but it turns out I couldn't find it. So, and that was after I wrote the or not. So that was just like a crazy coincidence that it worked out that way. But yeah, in hindsight, there might have been some people who didn't understand this point, but I don't know. I found it funny at the time.
I'm very sorry to the few people who have not noticed this about Ben, but now that I've pointed it out, you can't unsee it, can you?
A double
it's
Ben
so
there.
distracting. And the fact that he chooses to
yeah,
do
National
to fix
like
this
Ben
just
Face
makes it
Day.
so much
that was
worse.
by them, I think.
Anyway,
yeah.
Number 2, the hosts. The hosts of Death Battle are so goddamn unbearable. Every time I listen to them talk, I can't help but cringe. They just have so many problems.
Oh yeah?
Wiz is a pretty smart guy, but he's probably become absolutely mad by this point, and is so obsessed with showing off his inventions that he would willingly hurt Boomstick again and again.
I mean, that's just true.
Boomstick is an alcoholic who has daddy issues and still hasn't gotten over the death of his mama Boomstick, so he's clearly not emotionally stable.
Okay, this also I think needs some explaining. I remember some time ago where I saw a clip from an episode, and I don't remember which one it was, but I remembered seeing something that implied that Boomstick's mom was dead. And obviously that wasn't true, because she showed up in like in Macho Man vs. Kool-Aid Man, which at the time would have been like 3 episodes after this came out. Again, though, with this video being complete nonsense, I think it was fine even if it was, you know, completely wrong. Even if I knew, excuse me, even if I knew it ahead of time, I think it would have been fine to put in. But yeah, no, I thought that she was like literally dead in the lore, but that's just not true at all. And yeah, a lot of people do complain about the hosts just for like, you know, they complain about them being annoying or whatever. Whereas for me, like, I'm just critiquing the actual like in-character flaws that they have. So that's supposed to be kind of like a reversal on that. Thank you so much, Candy Sensei. Thank you for becoming a Velociraptor. I appreciate that so much. Yes, we do have channel memberships as well, you guys. I'm sure you guys know that at this point. If you saw the standby screen at the beginning, we have the channel memberships all written, or I think the Velociraptors and the Atrociraptors all written in the standby screen, and in basically every video we do. And thank you, Overlord, again for the $5. Let me give that a heart. To be fair, those Boomstick dad jokes were unbearable. The Todoroki versus Zuko flashbacks begin. Yeah, and they really started to ramp it up in Season 8 because they were building up towards Macho Man versus Kool-Aid Man, which again, I think was the wrong direction kind of to take that episode in the first place. So it didn't really have the payoff either that I think we would have wanted. But yeah, yeah, some of those jokes were unbearable. There's a little bit of truth to every joke, right? So that you can kind of see it that way.
And Dummy just does not care, like literally does not care at all. Clearly these guys are not fit to run a show that requires so much research and analysis. I mean, if I could even call it that. Which leads nicely
oh yeah, okay,
to
now we get to
number
this.
3.
The really
outcomes.
low-hanging fruit.
Death Battle is notorious for getting so many of their episodes wrong that it's honestly become such a joke by now. Like, I don't know a single person who thinks Quicksilver would lose to the Flesh, and yet they made him lose anyway.
Flesh.
Same with Shadow versus Ryuko. Like, you can't convince me of something that I just know is incorrect. And don't get me started on Ben 10 versus Green Lantern. Yes, Green Lantern is a strong boy, but hey, Alien X, I mean, considering that they only give themselves 2 weeks to make the episodes, it's no wonder that their research is lacking.
Oh, damn. Okay, if you guys know where But Hey Alien X comes from, you know, if you know, you know. I actually can't believe I made a reference to that. I won't go too much into that. But yeah, like, I don't remember, did I put Flesh in on purpose? And they said Ryuko, right? It said Ryuko. I don't know if I put that in on purpose or if the program really did mess it up. Ryuko, I imagine they would have gotten it wrong either way. Flesh, I think probably I would have done on myself, because I don't know how it could mispronounced Flash so badly. And the whole thing with the, like, you just can't convince me of something I just know is incorrect. Like, that whole thing is like, I put that in because that is something people will legitimately say. It's like, even if, you know, their arguments are proven wrong, or there's actual legitimate arguments to be made, it's like, well, no, I just don't feel this way. I just don't feel this way. So I don't agree. You know, and like you're entitled to your own opinion, of course, but like for people just to live in their own echo chamber, like people will legitimately use that as like a reason to be like, well, no, I don't want to listen to your logic, you know. So I knew I had to put that in there. And the whole 2 weeks, every 2 weeks for an episode, that was another thing where it's like, it's so ridiculous of a notion that I have to put it in there. Because it's like, well, obviously they're not doing that. They're not just starting their episode right after they finish the previous one. But there are some people who will say, oh, they only give themselves 2 weeks. Like, it's absolutely ridiculous. Thank you, Applesauce, for the, I don't know what currency that is, but thank you so much for the super chat. There doesn't look to be a message there. If there is, I'm sorry, just let me know in the chat. But if there's no message, if it's just the donation, thank you so much. Let me give that a heart really quick. I want to heart as many of these as I can, because I really appreciate it from you guys.
Oh well, at least they got Hulk versus Brawly right. Number 4,
yeah.
the variety of competence. Death Battle is known for not using the most diverse selection of characters, which is understandably annoying. For example, the first time they used a character
look, it's
from an animated
Megamind.
movie was Iron Fist vs. Poe, which came out earlier this year. It was episode
so season 8.
145, meaning they've used animated movie characters about once every 145 episodes, give or take.
1 out of 145 equals 1 out of 145.
This is way too much oversaturation for the series. No one wants to see this, guys.
More like reversal, low-hanging
Death Battle
fruit.
really needs more comic book characters in their lineups. So thank God for Lex Luthor versus Doctor Doom. We need more episodes like you.
Yeah, this was more of the Lex Luthor versus Doctor Doom. Like, no one liked that episode was coming out at the time. I was very much not happy with it. So I kind of injected some of that there. And it's more of like the low-hanging fruit. Like, this is the thing people like to complain about. Let's just do a reversal on it. I don't really think it's like a laugh out loud sort of joke. It's more like, this is how stupid you sound, you know, when it's something, when it's kind of flipped. You know, they just kind of boil down to very, you know, very surface level arguments, even though I do think the variety of combatants at the time could have been better. And nowadays I think it is significantly better. Well, within the last few episodes, maybe not so much, but you know, generally speaking, they do a better job with that. And yeah, very, very happy to see Iron Fist versus Poe. And what's funny is that one also has a comic book character in it. Thank you so much, Alex Chen, for the $5. As controversial as the outcome for Ben 10 versus Green Lantern was, I personally believe the outcome is correct. Green Lantern sweeps. I agree with it too. I do not think it was explained very well, but I do agree with it. Yeah, I think there were once you know how ridiculous some of these DC characters can get, just their cosmology kind of has to make them be like a certain level of strength, which is kind of sad, but it does work that way a lot of the time. And yeah, Ben 10, as powerful as Alien X is, I do not believe he gets up to that ridiculous level of power. But at the same time, I do kind of understand why there were some people who either were not happy with the way they explained it, or they explained it in a way that made it seem like, oh, well, you're just wrong. You know, like they disagree because the explanation just didn't really hold up for them. There was definitely better stuff that they could put, and they did put a lot of better stuff in the corresponding Death Battle cast episode, but they should have put it in the video if it was that important, which it did very much seem to be that important.
Number 5, Death Battle.
Thank you for the
fan
super
videos.
chat.
This is something
Death Battle
that has
fan
more
videos.
recently come to my attention, but apparently a lot of people on YouTube like to make videos that are specifically related to Death Battle, and I cannot understand it. Prediction videos? Why? It's a 50-50 guess stretched out to 20 minutes. Fan-made trailers? Please, they take like 2 minutes to make and are the same 3 matchups. And yes,
oh my god, that's another
reaction
reference.
videos are still the cancer of YouTube, so keep them the hell
That's
away
so blurry. Holy shit, that is blurry. And the mob is the screen recording thing I use, like, oh, because this was when I was doing screenshots just for the thumbnail. I was doing screenshots off of my phone, so the mob is in. Oh, that is so amateurish. That God, I don't like that at all. I like to think I've gotten better as far as making the thumbnails. Not perfect. I'm sure there are still ways I could do better, but holy shit, that is rough. That I'm so happy I'm not stuck like that anymore. Overlord, thank you for the $5. Now Death Battle is switched out of comics for shonen anime over representation. I wouldn't mind as long as they didn't spam the same small group of shonens. Yes, there is part of that. Like My Hero Academia and Chainsaw Man are the ones that are kind of getting all the spotlight right now. I do agree with that, but I also do think that even more, because like even if it wasn't just the same small group of shonen, if it was literally just all shonen anime, I wouldn't be happy with that either. When there are so many other kinds of characters you could be using instead of using shonen anime after shonen anime. Same with comics, right? Like when people were upset that comics were being used all the time, and I know that Marvel and DC were like basically all the comics that they were using, but at the same time they could also scale to very different things. It wasn't gonna feel the same over and over. But for sometimes like a lot of the shonen anime, they do scale to a lot of the same things, and I just wouldn't want it to be shonen after shonen after shonen. I want it to be different things anyway. But yes, I do think it is worse when they're particularly doubling up on series. When like, do they really have to? Maybe it's because, you know, they're independent now and they have to save like time on researching or whatever, but you know, it's still not great. Thank you so much for the super chat, and thank you Santiago Rowe for your super chat. Not sure what the currency is, but thank you so much. Yo, hello again. May I ask, for you and everyone here, who is the most boring episode or fight of the show? I assume you mean what's the most boring episode or fight of the show. Well, I mean, it's gonna be one of the earlier ones, right? It's gonna be like, if you want something more recent, I guess Kratos versus Asura a lot of the time just kind of feels like it's going through the motions. I'd say like as far as boring, that's the one I would say, but even then I'm not 100% sure about that. But like of all time, it's going to be something from season 1. Like something where there's just not a lot going on, right? Like I think like Felicia versus Taokaka, like well the butterfly part is fun, but like I kind of think that's a little boring. Yoshi versus Ritor is really quick, you know, so that's not great for it. And even just like, yeah, Boba Fett versus Samus, you know, it's going to be something from season 1, right? Thank you so much for the super chat. But yeah, let's, I think that's everything I wanted to cover. Well, no, there's also more. With the whole like trailers, they take like 2 minutes to make, and are the same 3 matchups. That's another reference to someone. I don't remember who, but I remember it was something that someone said on the internet earlier. It's just, again, just absolutely ridiculous. There are tons of trailers online that have such unpopular matchups. You can find tons of matchups that are not popular being made into trailers. And then there's also they take 2 minutes to make. They definitely don't take 2 minutes to make for me. I can tell you that. I agonize over making my trailers as good as possible. I'm not saying I'm the best at it, but as good as I possibly can make, right? And the predictions, yeah, it's like, I like to think, you know, it's more than just a 50-50 guess. I don't take 20 minutes on them anymore. Did I ever take 20 minutes on them? Maybe for the Batman versus Iron Man one. Maybe that's why I put that in there. I think I remember that one being a longer prediction.
From me. Even then, there are videos that exist to literally just talk about Death Battle and it's it, and that drives
This was
me
another
so
recent
fucking
video.
mad. Get some original content for once. Number 6. They haven't done Riddler versus Super Y yet, and that personally offends me. Number 7.
Oh, damn. So this was back during the Riddler versus Super Y craze in my Discord server. If you're wondering why there's a Riddler versus Super Y commission track for Brandon Yates, that's why. It's because someone from my Discord commissioned it. So yeah, this was back when I was inserting Riddler versus Super Y into a number of things. To just have that be like, just that personally offends me. So that's an entire reason why they suck. And I even remember for the point before, like, get some original content for once. Someone, I think in the comments, put like Raptor roasting himself for like a minute straight or something like that. I thought that was pretty funny. Because yeah, it is basically just being like, yeah, why are people making videos about Death Battle? Come on now. Couldn't be me. Thank you, Overlord, for the $5. I still hold the theory that we're getting a bunch of stomp fights and repeating franchises for the benefit of Geats versus Nero's research. Maybe to some extent. I think for some of the episodes like Ichigo versus Yusuke and Cell versus Metal Sonic, they would have had to decide those way earlier than when Geats versus Nero was confirmed to happen, like before it won. So maybe for some of the later episodes in the season, you could say like, okay, that's why they're doing this. That's why they're doing a lot of one-sided matchups. But for some of them, I don't know if you can make that argument, because I think they would have had to be decided even earlier. They've just done one-sided matchups before. Sometimes it can be a string of them, right? And especially now with like Gru versus Megamind and Yuji versus Denji, those are not like nearly as one-sided. I wouldn't even call them one-sided at all, you know? So they are still doing a few of them. Thank you for the super chat. And also Jolt Scene, thank you for the super chat. Here's a $5 donation so you can pay your taxes. Yes, that's going to cover all of them. Thank you so much, Jolt. I appreciate it. We got to do more Smash Bros soon. That's fun. But yes, thank you so much for the super chat.
Death Battle has been on such
so this
a
is going
decline
downhill.
regarding their production value. The first couple episodes had the most incredible animation, and they even took the time to put in health bars, but now we're getting episodes like Yoda vs. King Mickey and Link vs. Cloud 2, which look like dog shit.
Some people will say that.
They don't have the money to use great iconic music, so they have to make their own. They can't even make their live-action fights without the help of Ice Mahal.
Oh!
Like, really? I make live-action videos all the time all by myself.
Oh, you know what? This might actually be my favorite point in the video. This was the kind of humor that I wanted it to be. Like, again, just saying the most ridiculous stuff ever. Like, they can't afford to license the music that these characters are known for, so they have to do the painstaking work of making their own. And like live action fights, they have to outsource that, or they have to get more people for that. Come on, I make live action videos all the time. This is the stuff that I wanted the whole video to be, and obviously I wouldn't say the whole video got to this level, but this was the humor that I wanted this video to have. This is the stuff I actually still kind of find funny. So yeah, and again, like ridiculous that people are like, oh, Yoda versus Mickey looks like trash, Link versus Cloud looks like trash, especially when they're trying to compare it to like earlier Death Battle animations. Like the most you could argue is that for the time, something older looked better relative to its other stuff than something newer relative to its stuff, like that came out before and after. That's the most you can say. But Death Battle has leveled up their animation substantially. Kratos vs. Asura is not a bottom 5 animation that they've ever done. That's something I've actually heard some people say. Like, no, if you're actually thinking about all the Death Battles, then that's not true at all. It's not even like a bottom 30. Like, come on. We're spoiled at this point is what I'm trying to say.
I think it's safe to say that Season 8 is the worst season. The best one is probably Season 3, but only because of Mutuo vs. Shadow and Tracer vs. Scout.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's
Number
it.
8.
Best episodes.
The way they treat their employees. Some of you may not know this, but Death Battle has a history of being a poor working environment for some people. For instance, Craig Skistimus was the head of Screw Attack for nearly 10 years, where he was literally evil for half the videos he was in,
evil
and just
Craig.
Decided to
I haven't heard great
Doesn't
things
sound
about
very
Craig
great to me.
lately.
There's also Jocelyn the intern, who disappeared after the end of Desk of Death Battle
Right.
in 2018 and then reappeared on DBX
This was when she was
2.5
just coming
years
back.
later. Like, where were they keeping her all that time? And speaking of, what the fuck happened to Muggs Loftman? He appeared at the beginning of some season 4 episodes or some shit and then never showed up again. The people at Death Battle probably just ate him, which I'm pretty sure counts as animal abuse. Number 9.
pretty sure counts as animal. Maybe. Yeah, that's a good one actually too. I'm kind of proud of that one. Yeah, this was back when Mog Slothman was like nowhere to be found. He did not made his return yet. And also Jocelyn had just come back. So there's a part of me that kind of winces at this point because I feel like, again, it's really easy for some people to maybe misinterpret it and be like, oh, you know, you can't be saying things like, you know, oh, they're a bad working environment, that's defamation or whatever. And that was also part of the reason why I was scared to do my April Fool's video. Is like, is someone going to take this the wrong way? Am I going to get into like legal trouble? Obviously none of that happened in either of these cases. But of course, again, still trying to lay on the sarcasm with like talking about Jocelyn and Mog and also Craig a little bit. Yeah. But, yeah, nowadays we see Jocelyn and somewhat Mog. Well, we see Jocelyn a lot more often. Mog we see a little bit. I know he has his own channel and all that, so that's fun. But yeah, the people just ate him. That was the whole thing that they were gonna eat him, and I think that was kind of the consensus of what happened because because they were saying we're gonna eat you, and then he didn't show up for a long time. So that was kind of my assumption. Thank you, Overlord, for the super chat. No, don't remind me. TF2 has only one matchup in the entire show, and it's such a terrible episode. Yeah, that's a little disappointing. Sorry about that. It would be very nice to see TF2 get more episodes. I would really like to see Sarge versus Soldier. That's like the TF2 episode I think I want the most. Also, Spy versus Agent 47, really high up there for me. Either of those I think could be light years beyond Tracer versus Scout. And thank you, Mr. Goodies, for the $10 super chat. Ayo, just would like to say that despite all the criticism and letdown for GrewMind from the community and myself, it's truly wholesome to see you still enjoy the episode quite a bit. Big props, Raptor. I do have some things to say about Grew versus Megamind specifically. Some positive, some negative. But I kind of want to wait until a future video for that. Because there is something I'm making that would overlap with that, so I'll kind of wait for that. Right now, I will still say, though, that I think I did enjoy it more than the average person. However, it was the first episode that was, like, in my, top 10 or top however much that happened where I was able to tell, like, oh, that shoulda, woulda, coulda been better than it was kind of thing, right? Like, it was the one where it did disappoint me more than I wanted it to. Because all the other episodes that have been in, like, my top 10, 15, 20 or whatever, I have enjoyed, like, all of them very, very much. And I felt very, very lucky for that. Grew versus Megamind, I definitely cannot put in the same category as those. But again, I won't say too much on that just yet. Thank you so much for the $10. And this one, inside jokes.
Inside jokes. There are so many stupid inside jokes that I've heard over and over and over again, and I'm starting to lose my mind. Forget the fact that Boomstick cannot stop talking about his dad.
Oh, there we go. More
Seriously cannot go
Boomstick
to a
dad
Death
stuff.
Battle comment section without seeing stuff about Dr. Doom's foot dive or 3 different sayonara jokes. Like, really, why do people latch onto these things so much? If being toxic 24/7 wasn't bad enough, this community just can't help but make the worst goddamn memes. And I swear to God, if I hear time
More comic book
for the
stuff.
tip one more time, I'm gonna step in all you losers. And finally, reason number 10 why
Okay.
Death Battle sucks. It's just bad and I don't like it. All right, guys, that's
It's
the
just
end of
bad.
the video. Thank you all so much for watching. Of course, if you like Death
Lot of
Battle
suggested
for whatever
videos.
reason, then that's okay. I'm not here to tell you what you're allowed to like.
Yep.
That being said, though, you're still wrong, because there are correct opinions. And I have all of them.
Oh, Home Raptor.
Thanks to Blue Chew for sponsoring this.
Thanks to Blue Chew. Yes, okay, I remember that's how it ended, yeah. Remember that phase? Holy shit. Thank you so much, Kinjorix, for sending the 5 gifted memberships. That is amazing. Thank you so much. Yeah, those should be the Velociraptor tier memberships. So you can read up about your new perks to anyone who was gifted that. That includes live ballot banters every other stream that we do, every other monthly stream. We do live ballot banters for stuff that you submit in the Discord, so be sure to read up on that. Thank you so much, it's Kinjorix, right? Yeah, Kinjorix 101. Thank you so much for all of that. That is amazing of you. And Santiago, thank you as well so much for the super chat. Let me heart that. I wish I could heart the gifted memberships. I don't think I can. No, I can't. That sucks. Okay, whatever. But no, seriously, Kinjo, like, anyone who gifts memberships, you are the best. Thank you so much for that. Santiago says, dudes, I'll ask everyone here, since every single character in fiction has a matchup with a masked rider, which masked rider fights SpongeBob and which fights Homer Simpson? I have not heard matchups for, I assume you mean Kamen Rider, right? Like, I have not heard matchups for anyone from those series against a Kamen Rider character. That's something you guys can talk about for sure. I really have no idea who would fight SpongeBob. There's got to be, like, some more aquatic-themed ones, right? But at that point, it might feel more like you're forcing it. Like, oh, I really want one to fight SpongeBob. Here's the one that technically works the best against SpongeBob, but it still is not great, right? Like, I feel like you're kind of, you might end up in that situation if that's, like, your starting point. But that's an interesting thought. Thank you so much for the super chat. I might have to think about that a little bit more. But yeah, that's, that was that video. There were some funny parts of it. There were some parts I didn't remember that I did think were kind of funny. And I just recall, like, the 3 different sayonara jokes because Shadow was in 3 battles and sayonara was set in all of them. I just got that now. I was thinking about that. But yeah, the Dr. Doom's foot dive, that was there too. Yeah, the inside jokes, I think that kind of just speaks for itself. That doesn't need much explaining. And just to end it with, like, it's just bad and I don't like it. Again, that's another thing that some people will use where it's like, you know, I just don't like it because my character didn't win and therefore I hate everything that they do. You don't have to like Death Battle, but that also means you probably shouldn't watch it. That's kind of my stance on that, right? That if you don't like Death Battle, don't hate watch it. Don't complain to other people unless you think it's actually getting like a really like good and helpful conversation going, but don't just bitch about it to other people, right? That's kind of how I see it. Also, I should probably get this giant blue chew off of my screen. So as I was saying, for the members, so these are all the members that are on my standby screen. Everyone that is in green is a Velociraptor, which was just gifted, and everyone in purple is an Atrociraptor. We do technically have a 4th tier now, which is a Megaraptor, but that's just for anyone who wants to donate a little extra. Just to help me out. That's not for, that doesn't give any extra perks. So please don't do it unless you really feel generous and all that. If you want to stick with whatever tier you have, please do that. But it is there for anyone who just wants to do that. So that's kind of the point of that. But yes, the gifted memberships, we will stick with Velociraptors, which is tier 2. I think that is, I think that's pretty appropriate for that. So thank you again, Kinjorix, for the gifted memberships. And yeah, you'll see your name for anyone who was gifted. You'll see your name on this screen in future videos and streams. Because even if it's just a monthly thing, yeah, there will be other videos coming out within the next month, hopefully. So you'll see your name in there as well. So that was that. Now I wanna move on to a different one. Another one I really want to watch is the Gru versus Megamind. I almost said YouTube poop. The Gru versus Megamind, who'd win and why? That's what I want to watch now, because I want to see how that compares to the Death Battle episode. Because if you guys didn't know, many years ago when I made this Who and Why episode, I said that I thought that Megamind would win. However, I know that there were different circumstances surrounding like the rules that I made for this. But I also know there were some things that I probably have to address and some things that I probably have to correct now that I know a little better. So let me just get this set up really quickly. Also, we're only going to watch the conclusion. We're not going to watch the whole thing because that would take way too long. Also, let's maybe increase the quality of that. I don't know why it starts us off in 360p when you can go up to 1080p. Not all these videos are in 1080p though. But yeah, let's just go to the wherever the conclusion starts. I think it's like around here. Hang on. Okay, I think this is about where it is. If we go back here, yeah, so we got Megamind here. So yeah, Who and Why is something I haven't really revisited in a while just because I haven't found a lot of time for it. But this was my own personal versus series back when I was a lad. Yes, some episodes I think were pretty decent, but some are either outdated. Oh yeah, also it's going to be outdated, right? Because Megamind Rules and the Doom Syndicate had not come out yet. So that's something to keep in mind as well. And I also apologize for the audio quality because I'm pretty sure this was before I got my microphone, so this audio quality and probably also just my voice quality in general is not going to be as good as you're used to, so I do apologize for that. I remember to get my water. But yeah, otherwise I think we're gonna try this.
Alright, so now that I've gone over both of these characters, it's finally time for me to
I am
say
not
who
used to the way my voice sounds like
this.
this.
What's great about these characters is that while they may not have been the most successful villains, they've shown repeatedly that giving up is the last thing they're going to do when fighting for the right reasons. And that, combined with their amazing minds and arsenals, makes them very resourceful and unpredictable.
I mean, yeah, that's pretty true. Sorry, just one moment. Super chat, thank you, Santiago, again. I say Masked Rider for two reasons. One, I'm not Geese Howard. I'm not a weeb. Second, pray our Lord and Savior, Saban and Heroes in Spandex. Alrighty then. Yeah, no, I say Common Rider just because that's what most people say. And I'm sure that's how Death Battle is gonna use the phrasing as well. But you can say Masked Rider if you want. There's no problem with that. Thank you so much for the super chat.
However, after looking at everything,
So let's see what we say here.
I do personally believe that Megamind would be the winner of this fight. And if you think that Gru would win, that's great.
That's totally fine. Let me know why down in the comments below. But first, here's my reasoning for why I think Megamind would win more often than not. Yeah, I remember how I used to say it.
There is a difference in their respective levels of intelligence that would make a significant impact in battle. Most of their physical capabilities definitely don't line up quite as nicely. And while they do obviously prefer to use their weaponry, we're going to push all that to the side for a bit to see what they're working with on their own. When it comes to their
Wait, sorry, say that again?
Definitely don't line up quite as nicely. And while they do obviously prefer to use their weaponry, we're going to push all that to the side for a bit to see what they're working with on their
just for a bit. Okay, for a second I was like, why are we not including their weaponry? But you just mean like, I just mean, we're just going to talk about, we're just going to talk about their physical capabilities to start. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Overlord, thank you so much. Can we do the Cypher video next? I want to see how your predictions compare to the actual season. Also, the Cypher was the best way to tease episodes. That's definitely one I want to do. We'll either do that next or maybe like 2 videos from now. We can do that next though. That probably shouldn't be an issue. But that's definitely one I want to get to as well, just to see like, yeah, how that all lined up. I did enjoy the Cypher wheel. I do think some of it was a little annoying when it was like, even after the episode was revealed, it wasn't obvious, you know, which symbol it was supposed to be, because I didn't want it to be so obvious that like they reveal the symbols and it means like, oh, we know what the episodes are going to be. But I also didn't want it to be like, oh, well, after the episode's revealed, we still don't know which one it's supposed to be. That was a little frustrating to me, but I don't really know if there was a way they could have circumvented that anyway. So it was definitely a fun way to do the teases, and it worked so well with the Bill Cypher stuff. Thank you so much for the super chat. We will definitely get to that video at some point in the stream, maybe next, very soon. We'll get to it soon.
When it comes to their own natural strength, Gru was able to knock Vector's Shark out cold with a single punch, while Megamind doesn't have any impressive displays of strength without the use of his technology. Speed, on the other hand, is a little more complicated.
So, okay, I'm just noticing, like, I didn't reference that scene. I think what happened is I probably referenced it, like, with the images I'm using, which also, this would look so much better if I was doing that these days. I'm sure I would put way more effort into making it actually look good. I think I probably referenced the shark thing, like actually like showed an image of it, like when I was going over his strength in the analysis. That's probably what I did. It's a little weird though, because I know some people would be skipping the analyses and just going straight to the conclusion. So, because that's kind of what I'm doing right now, right? Because I just don't want to watch the whole thing. I just want to look at how I compared them, right? In comparison to how Death Battle did it. You know, again, this was like 5 years ago or something, probably closer to 6. But yeah, that's probably why I didn't show it here. So I just got to keep that in mind, that maybe not everything is going to get like an actual image, but you know, it is still based on the research I did.
Gru was able to easily dodge multiple missiles traveling at roughly 530 miles per hour, whereas Megamind was able to evade Titan's heat vision for a short time.
Okay.
Now, it is stated a couple of times in the Megamind continuity that these heat beams are a result of laser vision, implying that they do travel at light speed. But even then, Gru can more or less keep up with Balthazar Brat in combat, who can easily dodge point-blank lasers by dancing around them.
Okay, I think the only thing about this I still agree with is the lasers, like the Balthazar Brat being able to dodge lasers, you know, very easily, and Gru being able to keep up with that. That I think is like the only thing I agree with here. The Titan heat vision being lasers, clearly that's not something that Death Battle bought into. And you know, I can understand it. The properties that it exhibits, you know, they don't line up exactly with lasers, I don't think. How fast they actually are going, I have no clue. But I think, you know, just assuming that they're light speed lasers is that was a bit of an oversight on my part. I probably could have looked a little bit deeper into that. And the whole, like, the missiles being, like, what, 500 something miles per hour? I think the reason why I said that was because I assumed that they were subsonic missiles because they didn't make a sonic boom. And, like, that's, you know, not everything follows physics like that, right? Like, I didn't really try to look at, like, the make of the missile or, like, you know, how fast it would realistically have to be. Because when Death Battle calculated it, they said, like, Gru himself would have to be moving at, like, Mach 10 to do it. So I assumed they found the make of the missiles or something comparable. And they would have had to be, like, supersonic missiles in order to get a number like that, I'm sure. So, yeah, so that the only thing I think I agree with the speed is Gru being able to dodge lasers like that, just based off of Balthazar Brat. Thank you, Candy Sensei, for the super chat. Can you do an Among Us event on the Discord server? Ooh, that could be interesting. Maybe. If enough people, whether it's like the mods or if it's gonna be like more of a members only thing, if enough people were able to like be there for it and help, run it, I guess, then yeah, that could be fun. Thank you for the suggestion. That could be a lot of fun. But yeah, maybe we'll see about that.
So it seems that they can keep up with each other in terms of speed, but even so, the durability difference between the two is easily the biggest physical gap, in favor of Megamind. Don't get me wrong, Gru is insanely tough, shown most prominently when he was bombarded by a ton of Vector's weapons at once, creating a relatively small explosion. But Megamind has been through a lot more in terms of quality and quantity, including getting crushed by his Megamind mech, surviving the shockwave of a huge gasoline explosion, and taking attacks from an enraged Titan, who's strong enough to easily break apart skyscrapers and throw them hundreds of meters away.
So, okay. Yeah. So I do agree that in terms of quantity, you could argue that Megamind has taken like more overt hits, like really strong hits that you can, like, again, the Megamind mech, the explosions, hits from Titan. Like, you could definitely argue that, I think. The reason why I said that Gru surviving all those missiles was not as durable was because I looked more at the crater than I did the actual mushroom cloud, or again the make of the missiles that were being used there, which is kind of a stupid thing to do in hindsight, because there's a lot of instances where like you can tell how powerful something should be in media, and it might not make like as big of a boom as it should, but usually that doesn't mean that we say, oh, it was actually weaker than it's like quote unquote confirmed to be, Usually we don't do that. So if I was doing this again, yeah, I would definitely look more at like the size of the mushroom cloud or the make of the missiles, rather than like the crater that it made, because the crater, you don't get that crater from 4 kilotons. That was my thinking. Like, not that I knew the 4 kiloton number or anything, but my thinking was, if it only makes that small of a crater, then it can't be that powerful. And what Megamind has survived is better. And I think that if you were to measure the size of the crater, you would probably get a value like less than what Megamind has survived. So that was my thinking, but no, like that's completely wrong. I think that is the wrong way to go about it. So the durability edge, you could still argue, is the biggest physical gap, although I guess maybe speed more so, but the durability edge would be pretty big, but more so in favor of Gru, just based on that one feat. So yeah, that was definitely a misstep on my part.
At minimum, all of this means that Megamind can survive 100 tons of force, while the explosion Gru survived
100 tons. I think that means 100 tons of TNT.
Gru may be quite strong by regular human standards, but he's got no physical advantage over Megamind that could close that wide of a durability gap. Now that that's all out of
if
the
he
way,
had better
take a
durability,
closer look at how their standard weaponry compares to each other's. Because of how tough these guys are, not too many weapons are going to do too much lasting damage to either character. But surprisingly enough, they each have a weapon capable of essentially bypassing physical durability.
Yep.
Gru's freeze ray and Megamind's
This is the same as before.
The problem for Gru, though, is that whomever gets trapped in his ice are able to easily break free simply by falling over, making the trap extremely fragile to blunt force, whereas Megamind's dehydration has no such weakness.
So this is also kind of wrong. Like, yes, you can fall over and break free of Megamind's of Gru's freeze ray. You can break free if you fall over, but if you're just frozen solid, you're frozen solid. You're not going to fall over if he encompasses all of you, which he can easily do, as shown in like the coffee shop scene. He can freeze all of you like immediately, right? So I think what I was more so trying to do is be like, they're already like the same as far as they have the insta win stuff, but Megamind's is technically better, and just being on top of all the other stuff, in favor of Megamind, it just kind of works more in his favor. I think that's more so what I was trying to say, but it really makes it seem like, oh, the freeze ray is just worthless, which is not correct at all. He could definitely freeze all of Megamind in that way. And I do think that, again, like with Gru's, durability being lowballed in this case, I do kind of agree with the notion that they wouldn't have a lot of stuff that could actually do damage to each other. But again, with the idea that Gru is actually way more durable than that, then no, like it would prove that his weapons are indeed a lot stronger and would be able to do a lot of big damage to Megamind. Thank you so much, Santiago, for the super chat. There's an old Ultraman show where he fights giant monsters using other giant monsters that have him captured in capsules. That sound familiar. Do that, Ultraman could fight a Pokemon Master. I'm not sure about all that. Maybe. As far as Ultraman matchups, the one that I really want to see is Gohan versus Ultraman Zero. There aren't a ton of other Ultraman matchups I'm like really thinking about right now, but that would be interesting. Ultraman and Pokemon would be a very interesting combination. Thank you so much for the super chat.
Also, the D-Gun has a lot of different options that could give Megamind a massive leg up, or, like the dehydration setting, could just end the fight immediately, like the Demoralize, Debilitate, Destroy, and Death.
Yes, they all still come from the same weapon, but yes.
Capabilities and their standard equipment, it would seem that Megamind has a leg up over Gru, as his greater durability and more versatile and reliable offensive options would overshadow Gru's superior strength.
I mean, I do agree with that, based on this
analyzing. To communicate with and summon his numerous brain bots. Not only does this completely outclass Gru's backup of 2 or 3 minions that are usually with him at any given time.
So, this makes it seem like I'm very biased towards Megamind here, which I wasn't. I wasn't very biased towards Megamind. Like that's not the way I did this, like just having my favorite character win. The reason why I was like, oh, he has all these brain bots whereas Gru only has like 2 or 3 minions. This was back at a time where I took the one-on-one random encounter with no prep time, I think, a little too seriously. Because my thought process was, oh, Gru's not going to have all of his minions in a one-on-one random encounter. That just doesn't happen. But Megamind, he can remotely summon all of his brain bots. So Megamind's going to have all of his brain bots that he can just summon at any given time, and Gru is only going to be limited to like a few minions. Which I think the way Death Battle did it, where they basically just equalized everything, is a lot more representative of who these characters are. But for me, yeah, I was really on this whole thing where it's like, what they can do on the seat of their pants is really all that should be given to them. And in most cases, I think that still kind of holds up, like, as far as my opinions on that. I think I am still generally more strict about, like, what's non-standard, what's standard, or, like, what should be included in a one-on-one random encounter than, like, the average person, maybe even more so than Death Battle. But this is definitely an instance where where it very much just feels like I'm limiting things just to limit them, right? This is not the way I would do it these days. But this, yeah, if Gru only had like a few minions, then yeah, things would change very much, I think. Especially after the Megamind's new content.
And not only can the Brainbots severely interfere with Gru directly or momentarily get Megamind out of trouble, his Brainbots can deliver weapons and technology to him from his lair that he doesn't normally carry with him, like how they deployed the Copper Dome to trap Titan. Gru has no way to do the same for his tech, leaving him stuck with his standard weaponry unless he had prep time. And even if he did
What's
have
his
some
standard
way to
weaponry,
acquire the
though?
rest of his arsenal, or if these combatants were just given all of the weapons they ever wielded right off the bat, it wouldn't really make a difference. 1, because of Megamind's durability, and 2, because Megamind's other equipment is just too much. While his Brainbots might not be able to deliver certain tech he's created, like his various mechs, they're absolutely capable of delivering his Metro Man mimicking super suit if he calls for it. And that alone is honestly enough to secure him his victory. While Gru is undeniably
with the lowball durability,
naturally, the suit's gauntlets give Megamind the strength to launch Megamind up to the sky with ease, who's about as tall as a large building, likely weighing a couple 100,000 tons. There's no concrete proof that he can perfectly match Metro Man and Titan's strength with the gauntlets.
I do agree with that.
They do their job in enhancing his strength to a level that at very least approaches that kind of power, clearly giving Megamind the upper hand over Gru.
I mean, don't get me wrong, like, so again, this was kind of like, you know, Megamind just has more ways to, like, remotely get a lot of the stuff that he uses. I'm a little confused, though, about the whole, like, what does Gru have that's not exactly standard? Like, what would he be using that doesn't count, you know, as something that we would just give him right off the bat? I'm trying to think, like, am I trying to, like, would that be, like, the Shrink Ray? That doesn't seem right. I don't know. I don't really know what point was trying to be made here. Like, what stuff does Gru have that would not be standard for him, other than, like, you know, all of his minions or whatever? I'm a little confused about that. So that's not great. But yeah, the Metro Man suit is really strong, and again, with that durability that I gave Gru, which is much less than it should be, then yeah, that should be able to take him out, like, very easily. Yeah. So it is kind of like just there are a few things that like I kind of just rolled with and like I thought was correct at the time. And I think under a lot of that reasoning, then this does make sense. But I think a lot of the reasoning or I think the facts are just wrong, and it kind of skews the reasoning in a way that it shouldn't really be going, you know?
Additionally, Megamind's old jetpack that he used to pose as Metro Man was able to fly faster than Titan, flying at top speed to avoid him. And while it's extremely unlikely that Titan was matching Metro Man's insane super speed capabilities based on his lack of experience and just what's shown on screen,
yeah, I mean, I agree with that too.
Titan can fly fast enough to create a sonic boom, and Megamind's new rocket boots from his suit are heavily implied to be even faster than his jetpack. This means Megamind is capable of reacting and flying at speeds far past the speed of sound, which at this point is enough to give him the overall speed and maneuverability advantage.
How? You just said that Gru could match someone reacting to light, to lasers. Why are we saying that this is faster than Gru? That's weird. It's almost like I wrote this part of the script before writing the rest of it, and then I kept it in. Like, that's very odd. Thank you so much, Santiago, for the super chat. For everyone here, what do you think could happen first? Superman versus Sentry, Superman versus Thor, Superman versus Optimus Prime, or Superman versus Ultraman? I think out of all of these, Superman versus Optimus Prime is the one that, like, most people in the community would want to see. Other than that, I don't know. Like, Superman versus Sentry is one that's kind of been going around for a while. Superman versus Thor as well. I would say not Superman versus Ultraman. I think they'd put Ultraman against someone else. That's the one I would, like, rule out. But maybe at least, like, some version of Superman versus some version of Optimus Prime, maybe. Superman versus Thor, I don't know. Maybe that one. I'll say Superman versus Optimus Prime for now in some fashion, but, like, theoretically they could go with whatever they want.
And even then, Gru wouldn't be able to avoid his lightspeed heat vision for very long. Because of all of this, Megamind doesn't just have the edge in durability and versatility, but all of a sudden also in strength, speed, maneuverability, and overall power output by a sizable margin. And Gru would just become too overwhelmed as the fight went on. At this point, the only thing Gru has to rely on is his fighting ability, since he appears to be a more competent hand-to-hand fighter and definitely has more experience regarding
that's obvious.
But that alone is not enough to overcompensate for what Megamind's technology is able to provide him, and Gru has no good counters that would be able to remove anything that Megamind has from the equation. Overall, both of these characters are admirably tenacious and have a lot of tricks up their sleeves, but Megamind simply has more going for him in terms of technology, both in effectiveness and accessibility. His weapons and gadgets more than make up for any major disadvantages he may have had otherwise, and they put him on a level that Gru...
Unfortunately, I can't really say I'm the most pleased with this.
Gru certainly has its strengths, but I feel that Megamind's superior tech and resources, leading to superior strength, speed, durability, power, and versatility, would give him exactly what he needs to come out on top. So, in my opinion, the winner is Megamind.
Yeah, okay, there was some part where I was kind of thinking, like, okay, based on the reasoning that I have, or based on the facts that I have, my reasoning, I think, holds up pretty well. With Gru having that lower durability, and also then with his weapons kind of scaling around his level or whatever, like, yeah, like, I think a lot of that did hold up where, you know, and also if they could match each other in terms of speed, then yes, I think under those facts, the reasoning did make a lot of sense. But then there was also, like, you know, there was some part that just didn't make sense, even just contained to this own video. Like, the whole speed thing, I have no idea what was going on with that. Like, I think I even said reaction speed, right? I didn't even say, like, you know, just movement speed versus reaction speed. I didn't even really make a distinction there, if there would even be one in this case. That's a little disappointing. I'm a little disappointed this is, like, one of my most popular videos from this series, because there is so much here that even not including Doom Syndicate stuff or Megamind rules or like whatever else, Despicable Me 4, I don't think that had come out by this point. Yeah, I can't say I'm the happiest with this, honestly, because there's just some stuff that I definitely could have done better, even just contained to its own thing. I don't really blame myself for analyzing the crater of the GRU explosion rather than the missiles themselves, because, you know, I think that's, you know, that's a very knee-jerk reaction way of, like, looking at a feat like that. Nowadays I would do it differently, but I don't really blame myself for doing that. Same with the whole, like, Titan Lightspeed laser. I don't blame myself that much for making that assumption. But otherwise, yeah, like, the Metro, I think this thing really started to fall apart with the whole Metro Man suit. So okay, that's that one. We can move back here. You know, I think that's probably the only Who and Why episode I want to watch, just because GRU versus Megamind just came out. I wanted to see how it compared otherwise. But now I think we can move on to the Cypher Wheel video, which means I have to find it. This one should have better mic quality than what GRU versus Megamind had. I'm really sorry to put you guys through that. Not to say my audio quality is amazing or anything, but you know. Alrighty, we are... Sorry, I would have multiple tabs for this, so I could have them all, like, ready to go. But I realized that having all those tabs, it kind of just slowed down my computer. I hope we haven't had too much buffering as far as watching the videos. Yeah, let me just take a drink of water, and then we will get this one started and see how accurate, or more appropriately, how inaccurate I was. I think there might be some stuff in here that holds up, but there wouldn't be a lot of it. So let's try it out.
Hey, what's going on, you guys? My name is the Raptor, and today I'm going to be making kind of like a Death Battle discussion / theorizing video. If you guys didn't know, Death Battle actually posted a new teaser for Season 10, promoting Ant-Man vs. Atom, showing some clips from it and all that.
I do not like listening to my own voice, but I've had to build up a tolerance for editing, you know?
They showed a brief flash of the Death Battle logo surrounded by 16 distinct images and some encoded text.
I should also say, before we get too deep into this, I wrote this barely had a script, because I did not anticipate I was going to be making this video until I saw a lot of people being like, oh, so you're going to make a video on this, right? And I'm like, I realized like a lot of people were kind of expecting me to do it. So I kind of just came up with a somewhat of a script very, very quickly. So like I had something to say about all the symbols, and I think I remember recording this like either really late at night or really early in the morning so I could get it out for like the next day or something. I remember like kind of being on a fast track with this one, like seeing how like how quickly I could get this done, because I didn't leave myself a lot of time for it for the time I wanted to get it out for. And this is another one of like among my most popular videos, so ultimately it was a good thing I made this video for view purposes. But yeah, I just remember going so quickly with this one, and just kind of scrambling to figure out what I was going to say for it.
And a lot of us are thinking that these 16 images might actually each represent a battle that's going to be happening in Death Battle Season 10.
I mean, that did end up being true.
16 of them, and there are some images that we can pretty easily match up to some of the confirmed matchups.
I mean, really, what else would it have been?
So, you know, I'm just going to be talking about some of what I think this could mean, you know, some of the ideas that I have for what these symbols could represent. I'm not going to have a lot to say about each one, because there are some where I really have no idea what they could mean, but I want to hear what you guys have to say about.
I think I said something for like all of them, but not everything was so confident.
I could get every single one of these wrong, and that's perfectly fine, but I just wanted to make this video because, you know, it's just an interesting thing to do. I do like theorizing about things.
Yeah, that's another thing, that a lot of people like to go back and laugh at you when you get something wrong, even if realistically they would have also gotten it wrong if they tried to make a prediction, and even if it's like the most unpredictable thing in the world, because if you predict the most unpredictable thing in the world, then people are going to laugh at you at the beginning, even if it ends up being right later, right? So there's a lot of time where it feels like there's no way to win. I have to keep emphasizing that these predictions are just for fun, because Death Battle is so unpredictable that if I was like actually trying, like if I cared so much about getting stuff right, I wouldn't even try, because I would just know that it's so unlikely that I would actually get stuff right.
I think this is a really creative thing that Death Battle has going for us. So, you know, I figured why not? Now, I do think I know what this encoded text actually means, and I'm going to put it in the description of this video for those of you who want to know, but I'm not going to be talking about it in this video.
Yeah, this text I don't really think mattered that much.
Carried away with that. I feel like a lot of that is going to start revealing itself as the season.
I mean, I'm sure it relates in some ways, but I don't really think it was as much of a direct tease, you know?
So the first one that
I think that's basically everything I was saying there.
Is this atom symbol, which is obviously obviously referring to Ant-Man versus Atom. I think we can all agree that this is probably what that
I mean, they made that one obvious because we already knew it was coming.
Symbol, which I'm assuming is probably Bill Cypher versus Discord.
That one ended up being right, yeah.
Mark representing chaos and all that.
But we knew Bill versus Discord was coming.
Say for now, unless it's Riddler versus Super Y, in which case.
Oh my god! More Riddler versus. I didn't even wait. When was this? This was for season 10. Was this must have been after the Riddler versus Super Y craze. I just decided to put it in again just for no reason because I don't think I had brought up Riddler versus Super Y, or unless did the bad battle for Riddler versus Super Y. No, actually I don't know when that came out. That was probably even earlier than this still. That's crazy. I completely forgot I put that in here too.
Also, this yin and yang symbol that a lot of people seem to think is referring to Alex Mercer versus Cole McGrath, which
so that was not correct.
See that being the case, and Alex versus Cole has to fit with one of them, so I'm fine.
I'm pretty sure that one was Phoenix versus Raven.
Also, these two swords, which I think is referring to the MagFest revealed fight. I feel like it's been revealed long enough.
That this was also wrong.
Now, if you really don't want to know what that fight is, then just
this is
your phone or your laptop.
Dragonborn versus Chosen Undead.
3, 2, 1. Dragonborn versus Chosen.
This was not correct. So that was the
other
I think that was the Lotus. Weirdly enough, I think that one ended up being the Lotus, and the swords were I think that was Guts versus Dimitri, even though Dimitri uses a spear. I think that one was because I think I remember like I made note of all of these when it was revealed what they were. I'm pretty sure that the flower, the Lotus thing, that was Dragonborn versus Chosen Undead, and the clashing swords was Guts versus Dimitri. I'm pretty sure that was what was confirmed. So I got that completely wrong, even though again we knew what some of those were already.
And I'm going to go with what I'm most confident in to what I'm least confident in. In terms of this symbol, which looks to be like a beaker inside of a spiky ball, I'm pretty confident that this is going to be Bowser versus Eggman.
I was so confident in this.
From both of these characters, and we just got the Mario Brothers movie, so I really don't have any other ideas for this one. I just think it's going to be Bowser versus.
I was really hopeful it would be this, and I was so confident too.
Of course, represents water.
That one was Rick versus the Doctor, I think. And this wave was Stitch versus Rocket, which I think I actually bring up later in the video as like a one-off, being just more so to be like, hey, I still want this one, just so you guys know. It wasn't like a legitimate prediction. It was more just like I brought it up very quickly. Kind of like the Riddler versus Super Y thing, if I recall correctly, but we'll get to that at some point. So this ended up being Stitch versus Rocket, but I definitely didn't say that.
Personally thinking this could mean Chaos versus Kyogre. I don't think it'd be too much of a stretch to say that Death Battle could use both Eggman and Chaos in the same season. They have doubled up on franchises before.
They're arguably doing it even more now.
Has said that they would like to do this fight at some point. So yeah, there are other water matchups I could list. I would be here all day if I did that. But I'm thinking that right now this.
Yeah, you can just tell this is like pseudo unscripted. I can tell at least.
White, half black circle. My first instinct was actually Darth Vader versus.
This one was fully correct. This was what this symbol was. I think this is the only one I got fully correct in this video, aside from what we already knew, like Bill versus Discord.
A very likely candidate for this symbol, and as a fight, this just seems to make the most sense to me. I could be wrong, but this is honestly what I'm thinking it could be. But then
that was totally right.
Switchy symbol, and it makes me think, oh crap, could this be Darth Vader versus Obito or Alex versus Cole, referencing to how they.
That was still wrong as well. Alex versus Cole was the scales. That wasn't even either of those two that I was thinking of. I knew Alex versus Cole had to go somewhere, and yet I still wasn't able to figure it out. So some people I think in the comments were saying that's what it could mean, but at the time I was making the video, it did not occur to me that's what it could be.
In a way, and if that's the case, what does the yin and yang symbol mean? Could that be Splinter versus Shifu, referencing inner peace?
That would have been cool.
What does the black and white circle mean? I have no idea. Honestly, though, if we are looking at this switchy symbol as something completely
so this was Frieza versus Megatron.
Really have no idea. Like again, it could
like
really
the shuffle transforming
it could
thing.
Represent changing sides. It could represent how their abilities work. It could just be flying, for all I know. Like I really have no idea what these arrows mean.
I don't think flying makes sense for that.
Gru versus Megamind, if we're sticking to the whole switching.
Oh, hi, Gru versus Megamind.
This little pentagram.
See, I didn't have much to say about that
one.
one.
To me, because it could really just represent any characters that have any kind of demonic.
This one was Galactus versus Unicron,
part of this whole thing.
Which still, I think you could have done something better for that one.
The Halloween fight, and it won't get any more specific than that. I have no idea. In terms of the stuff,
yeah, I was stuck on like scary demonic stuff for this one, but I think that's fair.
Hellboy versus Nero, maybe that could fit this design. There's also Ghost Rider versus Spawn, another one I'd really like to see. If they're trying to go for more of a Marvel versus DC route, though, since, we have to keep in mind that they do like doing Marvel versus DC, at least 2 every season nowadays, then it could be Dormammu versus Trigon, maybe, and I wouldn't mind seeing that either. But again, this pentagram design could really mean anything.
Yeah, I was stuck on, like, Halloween demonic stuff.
Again, I'd be here all day if I was just going through all of them, so I'll just leave it at that. There's also
those are probably the stuff I was most
Crossbones,
confident
which
in.
I guess could also be Ghost Rider versus Spawn, but I think it's probably going to be more of a pirate-themed fight. There is Spinal versus Cervantes.
That was a Scooby versus Courage.
Correctly, but I know that's a big pirate fight that people want to see. However, I'm personally hoping for more of a One Piece fight, and of course there are a lot of possible One Piece fights out there, but if this is supposed to be a pirate versus pirate fight, maybe Blackbeard versus King K. Rool? That's just a wild guess right now. I have no idea, but I think that'd be a lot of fun.
I think I remember in my update video, because I made like an update once Cypher versus Discord came out, and it became clear like which symbols had already been ticked off and which ones hadn't been yet. I remember I made an update video and the skull still hadn't been used yet, and I actually thought I had cracked it. I thought that instead of it being a pirate episode, it was actually trying to represent the like the toxic symbol, like the skull and the bones underneath, like to show that something is like, toxic, as opposed to being like a pirate ship flag thing or whatever. I thought I cracked it. I thought it was Mysterio versus Scarecrow from that. I thought I had figured it out, but clearly that was not the case. It was not meant to resemble that either. It was more so just to be bones, cause dogs and Halloween stuff. So that's what it ended up being.
We have this fashionable little guy in a suit, and a lot of people are already jumping to Spy versus Agent 47 for this, but we have to remember that fight lost the champion poll, so unless Death Battle was already planning on doing that, then it would not be in Season 10.
They planned, they've done stuff like that before, but not usually. Like Kratos versus Asura for like Tournament of Champions, but they don't tend to do that.
John Wick. They could do it.
Like put something in a tournament and then do it, like anyway,
So with that in mind, and if they want to go a different route from that, I'm thinking maybe Kira versus Adachi. Kira from JoJo's and Adachi from the Persona franchise.
you know these guys.
A little likely. I'm not that.
This was before Joker versus Giorno, so
I know that it does fit.
I thought this could still be the first JoJo versus Persona matchup we got, but that didn't happen.
I know there are other ones it could be, but I'm thinking maybe it's this. Next up,
I was pretty confident in that one too. I think
obviously Starfire versus Firestar. No, but really, I'm kind of stumped for what this one could be.
Starfire versus Firestar. Yeah, I mean, there's no fire element to it. That would have been really on the nose if it was. But yeah, that was just a joke I threw in there. Thank you so much, Alex Chen, for the $2. Thank you. I hope Dormammu versus Trigon happens one day. Yeah, it would be great to see that one. That one's kind of been, it's been a persistent Marvel versus DC fight that we've gotten, like just being talked about. I think there are some now that are more popular than it, like Mr. Fantastic versus Mr. Terrific, Mysterio versus Scarecrow. There are some that have certainly exceeded it as far as popularity goes, but yeah, that's one I would very much like to see as well. As far as like a big bad Marvel versus DC fight, like, similar to Thanos versus Darkseid, that's the one where it feels like, yes, that's the one we should get at some point. Thank you so much for the super chat.
Maybe it could be some kind of space fight. Stitch versus Rocket Raccoon is what I'd like
there
to see.
It is.
Probably not.
I literally just brought it up there, but it ended up being right for something.
Which could work if it fit well enough with the opponent. I do.
Oh yeah,
Joestar.
Yeah.
Kind of out of the box. One of them is the fact that it has 5 points, like a star is like.
And this was Martian Manhunter versus Silver Surfer.
Like a battle royale with 5 characters. Maybe if they want to do the serial mascot battle royale, it could imply that there's 5 of them.
See, that's the thing that sounds like it's a stretch until it gets confirmed to be correct. Because sometimes Death Battle teases are like that, where, it does, like, it turns out it actually was a stretch, right? Where it wasn't, like, the most obvious thing that it could have been. Obviously, this one didn't end up being correct, so it does very much feel like a stretch. But it was something that came into my mind. I'm like, I feel like I have to bring this up. I feel like I have to, because if I have this idea in my mind and I don't bring it up and then it is right, then I'm going to be like, oh man, I missed my chance to say it. But obviously it was completely wrong.
I don't know. And the other one is that maybe it could be a Christmas star? Grinch versus Jack Skellington, anyone? I don't know. That
would have been very
Really
nice.
have no idea
that would have been cool.
Symbol. I'm just throwing out some random ideas. We also have this $sign, and my first instinct was Scrooge McDuck versus Mr. Krabs.
I think that was everyone's first instinct.
Do a SpongeBob matchup right after doing SpongeBob versus Aquaman. Again, they can do whatever they want. There's nothing stopping them.
I could have seen it maybe if it was later in the season.
And the problem is that just because it's a $sign doesn't mean that it has to be the two.
And this was
richest
Killua
characters
versus
ever.
Misaka,
It
which
just means
no
the characters
one...
have to be rich.
Again,
which means that it could be
this was the instance of, like, even after it was Killua versus Misaka, people were not able to tell which one, like, which symbol was Killua versus Misaka. And that was kind of like my one problem with the Cypher wheel, that, like, I feel like while the symbols shouldn't have been so obvious that, like, we know exactly what all the matchups are going to be right off the bat, they should have been appropriate to the matchup enough that after the matchup gets revealed, you're able to tell, oh yeah, this is what that symbol meant. That's what I feel like the Cypher wheel should have been. But there were still so many people in like, you know, Discord and Reddit and YouTube comments being like, well, no, it should be this one. No, it should be this one. And I feel like that shouldn't have been the point of the Cypher wheel. You know, it should have just been like trying to guess the stuff that hasn't come out yet. But the Cypher wheel was still fun though. Like, don't get me wrong, it was still a lot of fun. I just kind of wish it didn't go that overboard as far as the mystery. Because you think like a Cypher wheel is still something you should be able to figure out if you're smart enough, right? And this had very much felt like, well, even if you're smart enough, it doesn't matter because it's gonna be super vague anyway.
Be so many different kinds of characters, so many different kinds of matchups. Unless they're going for a more meta direction and they're saying, oh, you know, it's because it's the richest companies. Bugs Bunny versus Mickey Mouse. You know, maybe, but that seems kind of like a stretch. I don't really
Honestly, I could have seen it.
Again,
it is a stretch, but I could have seen them doing that.
Could be as long as they're just rich. So moving on. Next up, we have this thing, which I think is a flower.
So again, this
really
one was,
sure
I'm pretty sure they confirmed this to be Dragonborn versus
flower,
Chosen
though,
Undead,
it's
which
probably gonna be
another
something
thing
that's
no
something to
one
do
put
with
together until
life
the end.
Or, you know, just plants in general. Going back to the whole Marvel versus DC idea, maybe this means Man-Thing versus Swamp-Thing? I really don't know. Honestly, I'm kind of drawing a blank with this one.
I think a lot of people were saying
There are a
Luz
lot
versus
of,
Anne for
like,
this, which
nature
didn't even
type
come to
characters
mind.
out there. But I don't know. This is honestly the first thing that came to mind. I could see them doing it. They've done kind of more one-off Marvel versus DC fights before.
Yeah, it's something
So
they could eventually do at some
again,
point.
I really just have no idea. You guys let me know what you think this is in the comments.
I think Man-Thing
I'm
versus
sure
Swamp Thing
there
is
are
always
other
on the table.
nature
People
type
probably wouldn't be
characters
happy with it
definitely
unless you're a
represent.
big
I'm
Marvel
just really
DC
drawing a
fan,
blank
but
here. We have
I think
this
it could
set of
happen.
Scales, which represents the law, of course. I don't know. Maybe
It represents the law.
Matchup, maybe some kind of Saul Goodman matchup. That might be kind of funny. There's also Sans versus the Judge, if the scales fit both of the characters well enough.
See, it also kind of became clear that these symbols did not need to fit both of the characters. And if I knew that ahead of time, I would have been very confident that this was the scales. Again, having not put together that it was Cole versus Alex. So that's what I would have said. But, and also, like, the same thing with the water. Like, the wave, I never would have thought that would mean Stitch versus Rocket. Because it's like, well, the water has to apply to both characters. So that definitely, like, skewed my thinking for what the symbols could mean. Because the fact it could only apply to one character is something that I certainly didn't know, and I didn't really think that would be the case. But it became clear early on that no, it could apply to really only one character. Thank you, LittleZbot, for the $5. I think this was a good first attempt at a Cypher wheel. We likely would have gotten better attempts with various ciphers if seasons continued. Oh yeah, no, I'm sure they would have learned from that. But I also think they wanted to do the Cypher wheel just once for like the whole Bill Cypher tie-in. And if they're gonna do more creative teases, that would be fun. I just don't think they would do it in a Bill Cypher like way. You know what I mean? Like they would do it in a different way, maybe functionally very similar, but not like stylized like that, right? Thank you, Santiago, for the super chat. There's a matchup I like, but seems no one thought about it before. Danny Rojas, I hope I'm saying that right, versus Nick Ramos, Far Cry versus Dead Rising. They fight with handmade and modified weapons and vehicles, fought dictatorial governments, and their games were not well received. That's funny when that's a connection. Yeah, I've never thought of that one before. I don't really know Far Cry that well, I will say. I know a little bit more about Dead Rising. That is an interesting idea though, like kind of like MacGyvering it and having that be like a connection. That's pretty cool. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it so much. You guys are super chatting so much. It's amazing.
Again, this is one I really have no idea, so you guys let me know in the comments. I'm not sure. And last but not least, we have this recycling symbol.
Oh wow, we're at the end already. Okay.
Yeah, maybe like Captain Planet. That was the first thing that came to my mind, and I know Death Battle has talked about Captain Planet versus like Aang the Avatar. I don't know if that really fits both of the characters that well, but maybe if it fits another character that Captain Planet could fight better.
That reminds me, actually, that there was someone who, in the comments after I made this video, said, like, well, it fits Captain Planet because it's, you know, recycling, and it fits Aang because it's the cycle of the Avatar. And after seeing that comment, that immediately made me way more confident that we were getting this one. But that ended up being completely wrong anyway, even though it didn't need to fit both combatants, and even though someone found a way that it does fit both combatants, none of that mattered.
Maybe that could work. It could also be some kind of like PSA thing, like saving the environment, kind of like Smokey the Bear versus McGruff the Crime Dog. I don't know, maybe.
Yeah,
there were also
similar
two
idea
other
there,
things
yeah.
that came to my head when this happened, when I saw this symbol. The first one was Paper Mario, which is very stupid. And
that is stupid.
That came to my head was possibly a rematch, you know, like recycled material.
That's what it ended up being.
I don't know. It seems a little early for them to want to do a rematch. They just did one 2 seasons ago. Usually they wait like 3 or something.
See, this was back at the time where rematches were like very uncommon. Like you got, you know, you have the remastered, obviously, but then you had Goku versus Superman 2, and then 3 seasons after that, you had Mario versus Sonic. 3 seasons after that, you had Link versus Cloud. I don't think I was out of line for being like, oh yeah, like it might be a little weird to do a rematch this early, because, you know, at the time, like thinking about it, you know, Link versus Cloud was only a season and a half ago, right? So it felt very fresh in my mind. But of course, it was a rematch, and they put it closer to the end of the season. So that's how it ended up being. It was cool that I kind of called that, but I wasn't as confident in it. I think I more so just brought it up because, again, it's the kind of thing where it got in my mind, and if it turned out to be right and I didn't say it, then I would have been kicking myself.
But, you know, maybe they could do it. Maybe it could be like Master Cheat versus Doomslayer.
Yeah, not yet.
I really have no idea. Again,
get there eventually. Not by their choice, but you do get there eventually.
Not that many. You guys let me know in the comments what you think. So, guys, those are my very brief takes on what...
So, yeah, I think that's basically all for that. We don't really need to listen to the outro. No one listens to those anyway. Yeah, okay. So overall, I brought up some stuff that overlapped with what happened. I got some stuff correct, but not a lot of it. Whenever there were teased combatants, I remember I did much better as far as actually predicting those. Again, the only one I think I got like right on the money, aside from Ant-Man versus Atom and Bill Cypher versus Discord, the only one I got like with the correct symbol, I'm pretty sure this was right, was Darth Vader versus Obito, as it was like the half moon. I'm pretty sure that was correct. And if so, that's the only one I got completely right out of what we didn't already know was coming. As far as anything else that I mentioned that happened to be right on any level, I think, again, bringing up Stitch versus Rocket, that actually did make it in there. The rematch, that turned out to be correct. And I'm just looking over the symbols right now. I think that was about it. Again, we knew Dragonborn. I keep wanting to say Dragon Zord. Dragonborn versus Chosen Undead. We knew that one was coming. We knew Cole versus Alex was coming, but I didn't get those right in any sense. Yeah, that was basically it. And I think I did do it again. I did do an update video where I did make some adjustments to what I had thought, but I don't think most of that... Well, to be fair, I don't even think I made that many adjustments, and I don't even think those adjustments ended up being correct at all anyway. Which one was Gojo versus... Oh yeah, Gojo versus Makima was the suit. Is that the only one I didn't say? I think so. I think all the other ones I basically said what they were. It was Rick versus the Doctor was the beaker and the spiky ball. We got Galactus versus Unicron. Yeah. So it was Gojo versus Makima was the suit. I think that's the only one I neglected to say. Oh, and the swords. Yeah, the swords were Guts versus Dimitri, I'm pretty sure. Okay, so that was that one. As far as anything else we can watch, we have one more that was on the thumbnail that I want to get to. Again, if you guys want to suggest things for other ones, we can definitely do that as well. But I want to watch my Season 9 ranking video, because it is the most recent ranking video that I kind of like haven't revisited at all. And it's also the one where I think I say some absolutely wild shit. So that's kind of the one where I do want to like laugh at myself, maybe give some updates for it. You know, that kind of thing. I'm searching by most popular. I don't even think it's one of my most popular videos, but this is the easiest way to find it. Like I said, I would have multiple tabs just ready to go, but that having multiple tabs opening does slow down my computer actually. So it's just better for all of us if I do this. There we go. This one I really hope my computer can actually handle, because there's a lot more visual stuff going on here. Okay, I will move us back here. Once again, you get to see my face. Again, so long ago this was. Again, I use this in so many videos. Again, part of me wants to change this profile picture, but I feel like a lot of people would just get confused by that. I feel like though at some point I'm gonna have to, right? Because eventually I get so old that like it just doesn't look like me anymore. I'm probably already there, to be honest. And even my name, if I knew this was the kind of thing I'd be doing, like I don't think I would use this as my YouTube name, The Raptor, mostly because it doesn't really show up in search results. Yeah, that one, I feel like, because it autocorrects to like, you know, Raptor spelled the other way, or just rapper. So I feel like I would do like a more YouTube search friendly name if I knew that. But yeah, that just doesn't, I feel like it's just going to confuse too many people if I do that. People will be like, why'd you just change your name? We've known you as this for years, you know? So I feel like I can't really do that. But anyway, yes, now let's watch this season 9 ranking. And you guys, if you haven't seen this in a while, you are going to be flabbergasted at some of this stuff. I know that I'm certainly going to be.
Yeah, this video took a while to edit. Sorry about that. I feel like
no, work for us, work faster.
Really impossible task. Has season 9 of Death Battle been flawless all the way through? Definitely not. Has it been great nonetheless? Absolutely. Pretty much all of the episodes.
It is among my favorite seasons.
To pretty freaking amazing. It's probably my favorite season now, and after season 8, that's the last thing I don't think I'd say that anymore.
I'd probably put season 8 above season 9.
Going to vary dramatically. Even though I enjoyed every episode, I still gotta stack them all on top of each other, I guess. It's important to remember.
Yeah, this was me kind of being like, I don't really like doing rankings, like really, really, what's the word, solid, concrete rankings, but people expect it from me, so I gotta do it. And I do still do some rankings, like I might do it on a live stream, for instance, like the 2024-2025 Death Battle episodes. I did it on a live stream because it's more casual that way, right? And that's also part of the reason why for a while I was doing podcast episodes just reviewing Death Battles instead of doing like hardcore reviews, because I just like it when it's done more casually, you know? That's also why for season 10 I initially didn't do a ranking for it.
You're not obligated to change how you feel because of my opinions, but also
that's
remember
true.
that no one is obligated to change their opinions because of you either. So yeah,
that's also very true. I agree with that 100%.
Before, so in this video I'll be a little more brief with them, but still
stick to your opinions, but don't expect that you're going to change people's minds. Everyone's entitled to what they think.
Stuff like this. All right, let's go.
All right, what do we do?
I certainly liked Boba Fett vs. Predator when it first came out, but looking back and comparing it to everything else, it's easily the most forgettable for me. It's not bad by any means, and Death Battle does a good job of portraying the theme and the fight dynamic, but the rest kind of feels whatever to me, not necessarily the most exciting. I think it's partially because this matchup didn't really have a lot to work with in terms of grand spectacle, and I'm not saying every episode needs to be bombastic in nature, but I genuinely do find the rest of Season 9 more entertaining, and I think that matters.
Okay, I kind of half agree with that last point there. I don't really think I should be faulting it for, like, you know, not having the grandest spectacle, because, you know, some matchups just don't have that. Some matchups just do better in different ways, and I don't want Death Battle to not do, like, any more, like, more street tier level ideas or whatever. I know that doesn't really apply here as far as the labeling, but you know what I mean, like non-cosmic, like super powerful characters. They should be able to do matchups that overall have a little less spectacle in the animation, and they can still be well done in that way. I think what I was trying to say is, you know, it didn't do the best in terms of what it had. Like, it could have still done better, you know, for the things that it could do well. I think, and I think I still largely agree with that. I think this is definitely still among my least favorite episodes of Season 9. Would I put it at the bottom? Maybe. I don't know. It would definitely be close to the bottom, if not at the bottom. But yeah, no, I still enjoyed it. Like, the thing is, like, a lot of these Death Battle episodes I still enjoy. Like, Season 9 is still among the better Death Battle seasons. Ever since Season 8, there are only a handful of episodes where I would actually say, like, I actively disliked them, you know? Because Death Battle ultimately is just getting better and better. Thank you guys for the super chats. One moment, please. There's a joke matchup I like more than I should. Philip J. Fry versus the Soul Survivor. Futurama versus Fallout 4. The Frozen and Awake in the future, starting a new life. And met an old descendant, the professor, and the father. That's pretty fun. Yeah, joke matchups, I think... We haven't really had like a very overt joke matchup in a while on Death Battle, so that could be fun. And yeah, Fallout. I've been watching the Fallout TV show. I think I'm on the second season on it. I haven't caught up with the second season. I think I'm like 2 or 3 episodes getting there though. So that's pretty fun. And Futurama, of course, is really fun. Yeah, that's an interesting idea. And also, LittleZbot, I know the Raptor pain. A certain Smash tuber used the name Little Z, blew up, and utterly decimated any search results for my channel. I am a big fan of Little Z and the Underdogs, actually. I know exactly who you're talking about. Yeah, that's definitely something that would do that. I don't think there's anyone who's used my name that, you know, has become like more popular than me or anything. I don't know if anyone else uses this exact combination of letters. But it's the fact that, yeah, the YouTube search results, like, they just don't like the name. It never autofills RAPPTER, you know? So I feel like that has kind of hurt the channel in a way. Thank you guys so much for the super chats. But yes, LittleZbot, I do feel your pain, yeah.
The analyses are fine, I guess, but none of the writing or humor really stuck with me, and I can definitely say that this didn't feel like a mid-season worthy event. But still, it has
I agree with that, and I don't think they were
like
trying to make it that, but I think they should have,
favorite
you know? I think mid-seasons are still important.
Scarlet Witch versus Zatanna has some really cool moments and goes into a lot of comic lore, but I feel like it could have gone further in a lot of places. I did appreciate the humor the fight was going for, but if they focused just a bit more on the intensity and spectacle, I think it could have lived up to its potential.
I mean, I think they try to do both, you know.
Also,
they kind of escalate that.
Some of the facts in order to make it more stomachable for newly acquainted viewers. But honestly, for something like this where the characters can affect like anything and everything, I do think the specifics should be prioritized and described more thoroughly.
So this was back when I started kind of having the realization where I'm like, I think Death Battle should prioritize accuracy over everything else. Like, the main things they need to prioritize are making it easy to understand, but also portraying the characters in the right way, right? This was kind of when I started having that realization of like, yes, you know, it's a good thing that they're trying to make it easy for people to understand, but there's probably a way that they can make it easy to understand for new viewers while also being more accurate to the characters and making the distinctions between them more clear, you know? And for the record, I'm not committing to like making a complete new ranking for season 9. That's not the point of this. But I might say, you know, if I would maybe put something a little higher or lower. This one again is probably like I keep around the same. Maybe if anything, put it a little higher. I do think that I liked the humor that was involved there. I like that it had both humor and spectacle. I think maybe what I prefer though is just the spectacle was done a little better. Maybe that's more what I want, as opposed to using less humor and more spectacle. I think just better spectacle is probably what I wanted.
So while I enjoyed it, there were a few things that I wish it did a bit differently, and it didn't have enough to distract me from that. I don't think this is a bad episode at all. It's completely serviceable on all accounts.
Yeah.
But considering
it's always a matter of comparison, right?
Extra mile, this one just doesn't.
And when something is placed so low, you have to say like negative things about it to justify that.
Managed to be one of the most divisive episodes in terms of fan perception. I don't think this episode.
That's usually what divisive means, but yeah.
All agree it should have been more than what it was. Most of the points I can.
I agree with that.
Uniqueness and creepier style, because a lot of the horror elements are very effective, and the combat that's there is proper slasher combat through and through. Unfortunately, however, there just should have been more of it. I understand why they wanted to focus on human victims in the animation, but if they were going to devote so much time to it, I think they should have taken an Omni-Man versus Homelander approach and put it at the beginning, leading into an uninterrupted.
I 100% agree with this.
This long, right in the middle, just bodies the pacing, even if it fits with the character.
This is something I 100% still agree with. I think that if you're going to split up the fight, split up the actual fighting, putting it in the middle is a lot more risky. I think Master Chief versus Doomslayer actually does it pretty well, where it's like they take a break to fight other other like, you know, monsters, because it doesn't last very long and they're still like both on screen for a lot of it. It doesn't like body the pacing as it was said here. It doesn't really do that. But I think the battle that actually does this the best is Blade versus Buffy, where they have like an extended thing of both like Blade and Buffy murdering the shit out of a bunch of vampires, and then the final vampire death leads into the actual battle. That's the inciting incident for the battle. That is one of my favorite things about Blade versus Buffy. I think they figured it out at this point, because doing something like this, it just doesn't work. You know what I mean? Like, and yeah, there should have been more combat. They should have put this at the beginning, and they should have made it quicker, leading to an uninterrupted battle with more combat in it, you know? Alex Chen, thank you so much for the $50. Holy shit. Thank you. Let me give that a heart really quick. I've seen people debate Yogiri from My Instant Death ability versus Anos, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, from Misfit of Demon King Academy. They are both characters who are functionally unbeatable in their own setting. In my opinion, Yogiri wins. His power transcends his own verse. Yeah, I remember you talking to me about Yogiri before, bringing up, like, who could actually fight him. I've never heard of this other character, so that explains why I wasn't able to think of that character. That's interesting that they both, you know, just... It's an insta-win thing. That very much feels like they were written to be put into conversations like this. It's like when someone makes an OC where it's like, oh yeah, my OC's ability is that they transcend their own character's verse and your verse and my verse and everything, and it's like, you're kind of missing the point of it being an OC, right? If you're making an OC to be put into versus debating, I think you're already doing it for the wrong reason. If you make an OC and then after the fact you decide to put it into then you decide to put it into a versus debate, that's fine, because that's how all the characters work, right? They don't have versus debating or mostly even power scaling in mind. Like, it's okay for the writer to do inconsistent stuff because it's for the service of a good story, right? Even if it does annoy some people when they're looking at it from a power scaling perspective. But yeah, that's a battle where it seems like, holy shit, what would even happen there? It would probably be over immediately, but in favor of which character, you know? So I'm happy you found an opponent for Yogiri. That's cool. Thank you so much. And also, Santiago, thank you again for the super chat. We could say now that DreamWorks is more hers, or is more hard with the copyright, or more hard with the copyright, like how we see in Gru versus Megamind. Now it would be harder to see Shrek on the show, right? We've seen him punching an alcoholic squirrel. I see what you did there. Yes and no, because clearly Death Battle was able to figure it out. I don't know if maybe they just got lucky with Gru versus Megamind, but that episode I'm pretty sure has not been copyright claimed, right? I don't think so. The preview absolutely was. So maybe they just got lucky, and if they got lucky, then yes, maybe they wouldn't want to bring like Shrek or Puss in Boots on the show or anything, which would be really sad. But if they actually found a way to like make it work, and that's why Gru versus Megamind is still up, then ideally they would be able to do that for the other ones as well, right? For the other characters. I really hope we get more DreamWorks, because I really want to see Hiccup and Toothless versus Hero and Baymax, you know? I really want to see that, and hopefully they can do that one. But yes, thank you guys so much for the super chat. Alex Chen, once again, thank you so much for the $50. That is crazy. That is amazing of you. All right, let's get back to it.
The animation is also not perfectly smooth, if we're being fair, and while I'm not upset the fight...
I mean, it does make it a little more unsettling.
I'm not sure if it went crazy enough to justify doing it in 3D as opposed to live action. The campfire segment...
This was before I knew what the situation with live action, you know?
The analyses were fine, but nothing special. I think it ultimately comes down to the fact that now the Halloween is over, I don't have a strong desire to go back to this one. There's no huge selling point that makes me want to watch it again and again. Maybe that's just me having gone in with high expectations, but I'm not the only one who really wanted this fight to be amazing, and I personally wouldn't say that it was.
Damn, okay, that sounds kind of harsh, but I think it's true. I think at the time I was very much like, yeah, this is like the Halloween death battle. This should be the one that, you know, represents Halloween the most. And yeah, once the Halloween season was kind of up, I didn't really want to go back to it. Like I was watching it a few times for Halloween, you know, but then afterwards yeah, I wasn't really into it anymore. And again, with the whole live action thing, like, yes, it would have been better if it was live action. It does suck that it wasn't live action. I do think, though, even still, like, the animation could have been better if they had to do an animation for it, which eventually, clearly, they did have to. But yeah, no, I had no idea that they tried to do it in live action, or they wanted to do it in live action before, and it just didn't work. I had no idea about that. So, yeah, that was a little disappointing to hear, but it did make things make a little more sense because everyone wanted to see this done in live action. But yeah, I think this pretty well, this would be about the same, I think, as far as placements. A lot of the things I say about it, I think I still hold up. I think the non-fluidity of the animation in a way does kind of benefit the way these characters move, but maybe not all the way. Yeah, this is one where, and I think the analyses, I will say that, like, I think I should have given the analyses a little more credit. I think I probably could have done that. But as far as the animation, yeah, like, I think it's pretty well the same.
All things considered, I actually have a bit of a soft
Oh,
spot
Harley
for
versus Jinx.
It's not the best made season premiere by any means.
This one I think I'd put higher.
Personality so well that I have a blast every time I watch it. This extends to the track, which I still really like, and the animation.
Very good
is
track.
mostly well written and animated, but everything else is either pretty standard or not too memorable. I definitely think the analysis humor could have been better for a fight like this, and the analyses were well put together, but could have used a more entertaining script. I guess the things I remember fondly from this episode were when Harley and Jinx were on screen, and otherwise it was just okay for me. But I still enjoy this
I think that's
one.
actually
Rewatch
still
the
pretty
animation
fair.
all the time. It's a fun episode. That's the best thing I can say about it.
So this is one where I think a lot of people do tend to put this one higher because they do prioritize animation over analyses. This was probably the first time where people realized, like, oh, no, I like to judge analyses and animation by equal measure, right? Like, they're the same to me, you know? I don't know if I was too hard on the analyses for this one. Maybe I was. But yeah, I think the animation is fun, and I think the characters are so fun to watch. The animation for me, yeah, I guess I could still say that, like, it is, for me, by far, it is the best thing about the episode. Harley and Jinx, they're so fun to watch. I would probably put it a little higher. Like, if I recall correctly, I think the next one is James Bond versus John Wick. I think I would put it at least above James Bond versus John Wick, yeah. But yeah. I think, yeah, maybe the analyses could have been done a little better. But yeah, this one is still just so fun to watch. I had to emphasize that, like, regardless of where I place it, like, it's still a blast. And I agree with that. I agree that this is still a very fun episode to watch. It's the kind of thing where when you enjoy so many of the episodes, you know, it's just difficult to justify why you're putting something so low, but you kind of have to, right? Because you can't just say positive things about something when it's like number 13 on the list. You have to kind of explain why it's number 13, and that kind of sucks, right? Because I just want to praise the episode sometimes.
James Bond versus John Wick, in my opinion, is where we start looking at episodes that are undeniably good. And I know a lot of people who really
undeniably,
like but
objectively.
There's one thing about it that I can't bring myself to overlook, and I'm sorry, yes, it's the animation. I really don't like criticizing animation because it's so freaking hard to do, and the fight does get better as it goes on. But I watched it after having not seen it for a while, and for me, the jankiness is still really noticeable.
I don't even know if jankiness is the right word for it in this case, but like hang on, let's go back to that just for a second.
Freaking hard to do, and the fight
like, let's pause it on the
as it goes on. But I watched it after having not seen it for a while, and
yeah. So this moment right here, like, that I remember looked kind of weird to me, like, just kind of like shakes in the air and drops. Again, I don't know if jankiness is the right word, but the fact is, when I say, you know, the animation could have been better, you know what I'm talking about. Like, I show you a clip like this, and you know what I mean when I say that could have looked better, right? Whether we call it jank or not, that's all you need to know for that criticism, right? I do not like criticizing animation because I probably still don't even know enough about it to properly criticize it. But I do know when something looks good and when something doesn't look as good. Like, I can say that. So, I do think the animation gets better as it goes on. From what I remember, yes. But the first, like, minute or two of the animation, I do remember being like, compared to the other 3D fights we've gotten lately, it just does not look as good as the other ones, you know? Again, it's all a matter of comparison, which does kind of suck sometimes. Like, if this was my only death battle I had ever watched, maybe I wouldn't really notice. But the fact that we've had a lot of other animations that are so much smoother than this and have, like, dare I say, have more detail, you know, it does make this stand out a lot more.
And for me, the jankiness is still really noticeable.
I'd probably keep this around the same in the, like, numbering wise.
So well animated,
give or take, you know.
Which is great, but it makes this stand out more. But that's the only major knock I have towards this episode. Everything else about it is well done. Death Battle really took advantage of...
It's like the opposite of Harley versus Jinx for me, actually, yeah.
And used them well in the analyses and animation scripting. And they definitely knew how to lean into the most iconic sides of these characters, too. From dropping 007 movie titles everywhere to reiterating just how unstoppable John Wick is. Honestly, the writing was pretty on point for me the whole way through. The editing
good script.
Well.
Good script.
I certainly think they went into enough detail for both of them. So despite me not loving the animation quality completely, this episode did so much else that it's still quite memorable for me. It just felt like Death Battle knew these characters and their franchises so well and loved pitting them together, and that's something I can for sure respect.
Yeah, I agree with basically all of that. I think if the animation looked as good as some of their other really good 3D animations, this would probably be way higher on the list, because I do think the script is really solid. Like, to me, it just proved, like, yeah, they know these characters, they want to show them as much love as they can. All the Bond titles, like, dropping all of that, you know, that was a lot of fun. Yeah, times like these where, like, I really can't understand when people are like, oh, Death Battle doesn't care about what they're doing. They're kind of just like, you know, they're shilling it out, right? Like, they're rushing it, you know? I don't think Death Battle rushes literally anything. They do the best that they can, right? Like, with the scripting and the animation and the editing, the analyses, like, they do try their best. Just some episodes turn out better than others. That's the way it works in, like, everything. Thank you, Overlord, so much for the $10. Damn, I missed the Cypher. I'll pose this question, though. If you could remove one episode from Season 10 and replace it with another, which matchup would you choose and what symbol would it be? Oh, okay. Removing one from Season 10? Maybe one of the Marvel versus DCs, just because we had like 3 of them that year. That's like an easy answer, because but then, like, I don't want to say Killua versus Misaka, because even though that was one of my least favorite episodes of Season 10, I am still happy that they use, like, you know, Hunter x Hunter and a light novel character. So I guess if I really had to pick one, maybe Phoenix versus Raven. And then maybe replace it with Dark Willow versus White Violin, because that's already kind of like a Jean Grey, Dark Phoenix sort of thing. Maybe that's what I would say. And then what symbol would I give for that? I mean, a violin seems a little too easy. Maybe like a musical note, but then, like, does that really fit with Dark Willow enough? Maybe. I don't know. I'm trying to think of something, because it only needs to fit one character, right? So I feel like maybe some kind of musical note, or maybe just what's something that, like, represents, like, destruction, you know? Because it does kind of give me, like, a Beerus versus Galaxia vibe. I'm not sure, but something, probably like some kind of musical note, something like that. Maybe that's what I would say. Thank you so much for the super chat. And yeah, I mean, I guess maybe I could try to think of something from, like, the actual video, like something I suggested from the video. But again, that was based off of other symbols anyway. So yeah, I don't know. And of course, there are other battles I want more than Dark Willow versus White Violin. But just because it's kind of similar to Phoenix versus Raven, that's why I did that one. And Santiago, thank you for the super chat. We could call Boomstick a meme lord. He said Big Chungus and normies. Meme lord, maybe? But yeah, he clearly knows his way around some of that terminology. So yeah, if you want to call him that, I wouldn't blame you for that. Thank you guys so much for the super chats. Now this one, I think the next one we get to is definitely one I would put higher.
Magneto versus Tetsuo is where I really need to make it clear that the review is more important than the ranking number. Despite not being
that is still 100% true. Yeah,
pretty damn thoroughly. The animation is super engaging for more reasons than one. The analyses really know how to show off the characters and go into such amazing detail. And the track is still one of the best of the season. I will defend that till
Ego Death is very good.
As far as the matchup itself goes, though,
one of my favorite non-vocal tracks.
The connections are really solid and make for a really deep fight, but it is still very one-sided and really has no way to surprise you in the conclusion. And while the execution is good, it wasn't so good that it made me think it was a fight we always needed, or made me fully dismiss the one-sided nature of it.
So for me, I think the reason why I put so much focus onto this was because I think to like Omni-Man versus Homelander, which is also in this ranking because it's in season 9. And for me, it's like that was an episode where it was like everything was done so good that I could excuse the one-sided nature of it. This one didn't quite reach that level, so like the one-sided nature sticks in my mind a little more. And I think nowadays I would try to hold things to more of like a similar standard. Not to say I would put this one as high as Omni-Man versus Homelander. I definitely wouldn't, because like I said, I still think some elements, you know, some elements are good, some not amazing. But as far as like the actual matchup itself, like I don't have any problems with it anymore. If anything, I've grown to like it more as time has gone by. I think this episode does do a lot of things really well. So this is one that would definitely be a good few spots higher, I think. I know for some people, like this is among their favorite episode of the season. And I would not say that personally, but I do respect that opinion. I think this is a very unique episode, does a lot of very fun things.
But it is still a very well-made episode, and there's no way I'm gonna deny that. Please don't hate me.
Yeah, I think I knew a lot of people liked it.
Tanjiro versus Jonathan is like tied with Magneto versus Tetsuo in quality. This is
no, I'd put Magneto versus Tetsuo higher.
I do think there's something special about main protagonists.
This one I might put a little higher too, though. This one's pretty fun.
Respective universes, which I think this one does superbly. The conclusion probably could have been presented a little
just
better,
looking at the
and
visuals.
I can understand some people's issues with the exact scaling used, but the analyses otherwise I'd say are well written. But above all,
yeah, they could have gone to better detail with that, for sure.
Advantage of the visual aesthetic, from the attacks to the background to even the camera movements. I'm happy to consider this a more average episode of the season because it still has a lot going for it that all comes together beautifully.
Yeah, an average episode of season 9 is still a pretty damn good episode. I will still hold to that for sure. This one I might put a little higher. Not as high as Magneto versus Tetsuo, but yeah, visually this episode is so fun, and it does serve as a really good introduction for both of the series if you're not familiar with them, I think. So I do very much appreciate the level of writing that they gave for this one. Yeah, they could have explained some things better, I definitely think, but yeah, no, this one was fun. I think I might still consider it a more average episode of season 9, but maybe placed a little higher. Again, it's really difficult when you just like so much stuff, you know? Now, I think this next one is where I really have to apologize.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh no, Sauron versus Lich King at number 9. Boo. Yeah, this, I think for the final episodes of season 9, like Sauron versus Lich King, Deku versus Asta, Gogeta versus Vegito, I had not really recognized my opinions on the episodes yet. Like I didn't really have my opinions fully formed on them. I hadn't rewatched them enough to really get my opinions on it, because again, this is like closer to the end where I'm like writing the whole video. I think maybe I was focusing more on the writing than actually like reviewing and really thinking about the new episodes that had come out. So the placements for this one and the 2 episodes after that I think are really out of whack compared to my own opinions now. This one is astronomically higher. It is not my favorite episode of season 9. I know it's a lot of people's favorite episode of season 9, but this one I can guarantee would be much, much higher on the list. I don't really know what I was thinking when putting this one so low. This is an amazing episode of Death Battle, and that's part of the reason why I wanted to watch this, so I could rectify that here, and we can laugh at me.
Sauron versus Lich King wasn't popular with a good amount of fans. If you really just watch Death Battle for the animation, much prefer sprites over 3D models, and don't care about the franchises, there really isn't much here for you. But as someone,
I mean, that's very specific, but I suppose
from start to finish, I'm glad to say that I got pretty much everything I wanted out of this episode. The best,
like, I'm still positive about it because I still liked it at the time.
To the characters' stories and especially their worlds. Lord of the Rings and World of Warcraft are truly given their time to shine, which is genuinely entertaining. I guess the animation could have been a bit more fluid, but honestly, fluidity is not what this battle needed. The dialogue, tone, and beautiful scenery is what makes this fight so memorable and true to the characters. I think it did some of the best it could in 3D with what it was given. I don't think
I'd go further than
perfect,
that,
though, particularly when it comes to the scaling and numbers, but I understand it can only go into so much detail with 2 somewhat niche series, so it's not the biggest deal to me. Like I said,
niche is probably too strong a word, but I get what he's saying.
And I think it did exactly what it set out to do.
Yeah, I think the reason why I put this one so low in my mind, because like I do agree with a lot of the things I said, you know, I think I just didn't really. I think I could have given it more, like, yes, the battle might not be the most fluid, but like that's not even really something I think about when I watch it these days. I do think they could have given like better numbers for these characters, because they really did not go into like the higher levels of what these guys were capable of. Maybe they felt they couldn't do that because these were 2 new series on the show and they didn't want to confuse people. I can understand that, but like after doing the research I had done for this battle and then seeing like how they were going about saying how strong they were, I'm like, there's a lot more you could say. Like, it does not just cap at these like islands being lifted up, right? So that's part of the reason why it's not my favorite episode, because I do feel like if you're trying to analyze the characters really accurately, I don't think they did that the best maybe that they could have. But that's just me. But yeah, no, the animation, I think, I did not give the animation enough credit. I think that's really where this review went wrong. I feel like I should have given this a lot more credit than I did. And yeah, again, like I think I just hadn't rewatched it enough times to really get what I wanted, or to get how I feel about it these days. Thank you so much, Santiago. For everyone here, what's your favorite joke of the show? Mine is, in Ant-Man vs. Adam, it's Boomstick being more scientific than Wiz, and he says this is the meanest thing you ever did. That's a good one. For me, I mean, the easy answer is that man, you know, who's on first, what's on second thing from Ragna versus Soul. That's a really obvious one. I think a lot of the conclusion for SpongeBob versus Aquaman is also really funny, and we're gonna get to SpongeBob versus Aquaman later as well here. Yeah, something like that, I think. Thank you so much for the super chat. But yeah, no, to be clear, I love Sauron versus Lich King, okay? Still not my favorite of Season 9. I think it's a lot of people's favorite of Season 9. I still would not say that, but it would be ranked so much higher than this. And I think it's even worse because the next one, I'm pretty sure, is Deku versus Asta. Yeah. That's crazy.
I enjoyed it. I never hated the matchup idea, and I was excited to see how it would
Yeah,
go,
I think the matchup idea is fine.
Out as it was. The analyses were so entertaining, and I loved how they leaned so hard into the characters starting from nothing and becoming one of the greatest in their world.
Yeah.
Because the thematic nature of this matchup is really what makes it work, and I'm glad Death Battle recognized that. I didn't have a huge issue with how they analyzed Asta, especially since they emphasized how early in the series they were getting their numbers from. And generally
that
speaking,
depends.
I think they covered everything they needed to and did justice to the franchises.
That I do not agree with anymore.
Together with fun banter and cool action sequences, not to mention I am quite literally addicted to the track.
The track is still amazing.
The thing that holds this one back from being even higher on the list is the fight dynamic to an extent. When you go over such cool anti-magic abilities for Asta in the analyses, and then you just can't see a lot of them during the animation, it is a little disappointing and makes you think he could have worked better with another combatant, at least animation-wise.
Yeah, I agree with that very much. I think that as cool as the idea was in concept of like starting from nothing, but then, you know, becoming the strongest alive, you know, after doing that, I think they focused on that really well in the analyses, which I said in the video. Yes, I think it was a good thing. That's the angle that they were going with for that writing. I was not very familiar with Black Clover at the time though, so I now more so understand why there were people that were not happy with how Asta was done. I think Deku was done pretty well. I think he's done better in Miles versus Deku, but I think he was done fine here. I understand though why there were some annoyed Black Clover fans. And yeah, in the animation, as cool as the concept was, it would have been cooler if Asta could actually, like, if we could see him using a lot of his anti-magic, right? Which is why if he does ever come back, I think we need a character that can play off of that a little more. It did make the debate a little more interesting, though. Like, how much does Asta have to rely on the anti-magic to beat his opponents, right? So that's an interesting question to be answered. Yeah, the whole, like, it does justice to the franchise. Again, somewhat My Hero Academia. I definitely wouldn't say that for Black Clover at this point. Yeah, I don't know. This one is definitely falling out of favor for me a little bit. Again, though, like with like as I've said a lot of times at this point, I don't hate it as much as a lot of other people do hate it. But I understand why there are people that hate it, and this one would definitely be a few spots down on my list at this point. LittleZbot, thank you so much for the $5. Champion cast of Gandalf versus Obi-Wan explains why they didn't do high Sauron scaling. It ends up being very questionable. No idea about the low World of Warcraft scaling. Well, a lot of the time it seems like Death Battle likes to include feats that are comparable to each other. Like if they decide they want to use a certain kind of feat for one character, then they'll cherry pick another feat for the other character that fits really well. Like that's easy to talk about at the same time. I imagine that's why they did that. And yes, some higher Lord of the Rings scaling might be questionable, but like there must be some other scaling that you could attribute to Sauron that's not as questionable. Like if that's the highest thing he has, that's not questionable. If that's what they're trying to say, I don't really agree with that. But I imagine that's why they specifically focused on the islands then, because they decided that's what they wanted to do for Sauron, and then they found a similar one that they could attribute to the Lich King, and then they just kind of left it at that, right? That's kind of what I imagine, which again, I don't love because I would just prefer them to be accurate, even if it means they have to put a little more effort into writing the script. Just talk about the best stuff that they can do, you know, that talk about the best stuff that you're sure that they can do. And same thing here with with Deku versus Asta. It's like, on the one hand, I don't really have an issue with how they analyzed Asta because they did emphasize that the numbers they gave for him were really early in the story. But if you know the numbers that he gets later, why wouldn't you say that? Because what if people are clicking on the video to learn about Asta, right? And to learn how strong he is. Isn't a point of Death Battle that you could walk away from the episode knowing how strong and fast they are and not just having answered the question who would win in a fight? Maybe I'm completely off the mark when I say that, but to me that's always been another goal of Death Battle, like to be accurate for the characters and to actually say how strong and fast they are, not just answering who would win in a fight and cherry picking whatever numbers you want to use for it, right? So if they didn't think they could quantify the stuff that Asta gets later, like if it's literally just like, oh, Asta is confirmed to get stronger based on these power-ups, and if Asta's confirmed to get stronger based on these power-ups and we don't know by how much, then that's fine, right? Because then you don't have numbers for that. But if they do have numbers for that, then why wouldn't they just also include those, you know? With Deku versus Asta, it seemed like they were trying to get feats that, again, were kind of similar to each other in terms of numbers, but that Asta's were still stronger, so they could justify why Asta won and then say, well, he got a lot stronger later. But like, I watched Death Battle to actually be told how strong the characters are. You know, that's what I want. The Untitled username, thank you so much for the $5. Can I borrow $5? It looks like I'm the one borrowing $5 from you. Thank you so much for the super chat. That is amazing of you. And thank you again, Santiago, so much. Is it just me or is the fight of Boba Fett versus Predator, the quality of the video lows a lot in the middle of the fight, like below 480p, and it's not YouTube but the video? That's not really something I've noticed. I do think some of the detail maybe could have been better across, like the details of like the models and just the overall environment could have been a little better across the whole video. I haven't really noticed about like the middle or whatnot, but maybe. I'm not sure. I'll have to look at that again. But yeah, no, Deku versus Asta would 100% go lower for me.
But as far as everything else goes, I found this episode incredibly satisfying. It's one I'm going to remember for
willful ignorance or blissful ignorance.
I was a little worried that Black Adam vs. Apocalypse wasn't going to live up to my expectations, but I'm happy to say I think it did just that. This is one of those.
This is a fun one.
Tone is so important, and if you fumble it too hard, the whole thing could suffer. But thankfully, this one knows very well what it needs to be, and the characterization during the fight is so effective in making us feel that this is a war between two conquerors who know how badass they are.
I don't think they would use that word, but yeah.
Out so many stops for each character all the way through, and the track is just so fucking good.
It is.
No surprise given how much I love watching.
Oh yeah, those guys are so good.
Showed off just how well they understood Black Adam, Apocalypse, and their roles within their stories. The origins and feats are so fun to listen to, and they covered pretty much everything as far as those are concerned. They laid out all the information in a way that pays full respect to the
I'm agreeing with a lot of this
in regards to the debate. So
but it's not as memorable to me now.
The conclusion works, and luckily the matchup works too. It really has all the ingredients to make something great, and it did not disappoint.
Yeah, I mean, I think it does do a lot of things well. But I think I would probably put it a little lower, not too much lower, but a little lower. It just doesn't stick in my mind as much as it did by the end of season 9. You know, nowadays, like, you know, it's a fun Marvel versus DC fight. Maybe if I rewatched it again, I would be like reminded of why I enjoyed it so much. But I think this is more of like a mid-tier season 9 episode, which again is still a good thing because season 9 has a lot of good episodes. But this is one I think I would definitely rank a little lower. Not because I have any major criticisms for it. I just think there are others that I would prefer to watch instead of it these days, you know? I think that's basically it. Again, just like the stuff that was lower on the list in this video, there's not a lot of bad stuff I can say about them. I just have to be like, oh, you know, yeah, I like this thing. Maybe I didn't like this thing. And you just have to fill in the blanks that, like, there are some episodes I just ended up liking more. I feel like this is kind of like that. Like, it would be a little lower on the list, but I still enjoyed it. So, yeah, it's a good episode. I love the track, but I would be a little lower on the list, I think.
Hercules versus Sun Wukong is another episode that seemed to have some people.
This one I think would stay about the same.
I actually enjoyed it a lot. I still think this is one of the best ways they could have introduced mythology onto the show, using two of the greatest heroes with so much history behind them and making such a show out of it. All of the special elements they put into the animation.
I mean, it is one of the most unique episodes we've gotten. You cannot deny that.
As an ancient legend was so perfect that I can't imagine it being done any other way now. The analyses fully embrace both the amazing and wacky sides of their stories, the track fits,
the footage they use so funny.
No element that slacks whatsoever. It would have sucked so bad had this incredibly unique episode fallen flat, but thankfully that was not the case. Really hope we see more stuff like this very soon.
Yeah, I wouldn't say we've seen a lot of stuff quite on this level. Like, we see a lot of stuff that goes above and beyond as far as, just notice you're looking at basically a completely white screen. We've seen a lot of stuff as far as, just taking things up a notch in terms of the animation, but nothing like as out of the box as this, I would say. We haven't seen a lot of stuff like that. There are definitely some episodes, though, they could get to that would be a lot more out of the box. I just don't really think we've gotten there yet. We haven't really gotten any episodes like that since then. So this is still one of the most unique episodes we've seen as far as its presentation. I know a lot of people either really liked this one or they really didn't. I really liked it. I think in my mid-season season 9 ranking, I put this as like number 2. I would probably leave it around this spot, though. I think this spot's probably pretty accurate. It's definitely decently up there. I still very much enjoy Hercules versus Sun Wukong. I would like to see more mythology later, particularly Zeus versus Odin, but you know, this one I was really happy they did this one, and they basically gave me what I wanted. So, you know, and I think the analyses were pretty fair. You know, maybe some more stuff they could have talked about, but I think as far as, because mythology especially can be really hard to explain to people. This is one where, like, I kind of understand why, you know, they need to prioritize making it understandable in the first place, right? Because there's just so much crazy material otherwise. And they still went over a lot of impressive stuff, especially for Wukong. So, you know, I can't hate it too much. I still like this one.
I think Trunks vs. Silver might be my most rewatched Season 9 Death Battle.
And if anything, this one would be even higher.
I was not looking forward to it after
if anything. Definitely not lower.
I was so happy to hear that it was the Xeno and Archie versions, because this version of the fight had the potential to not be painful.
Yeah, I'm usually against, like, specific versions just to use specific versions, but this was needed.
The animation goes to insane proportions that honestly blew me out of the water. This is one of the most intense fights.
Blew me out of the water? I think you mean blew you away. blew me out of the water implies I made an animation that was so much worse than this. That's not true. It blew me away, I think is what I meant to say.
Ball and Sonic that we've ever had, and it works so well for these two. The track and sound design on this one are also just next level.
Oh yeah, still some of the best sound design we've had in an episode.
It's absolutely breathtaking. The humor definitely takes a back seat in the script, but I think that was necessary here considering all the information they needed to go over.
Something I didn't really mind.
Which they did very effectively.
And they do have some humor too. Some pretty decent humor.
About the facts and the scaling were inevitable. As someone who wasn't familiar with these versions of the characters at all, I really don't mind it, and the reasoning makes sense as a general.
That might be more of that blissful ignorance, like with Deku versus Asta, but
yeah. I loved the matchup, I loved the animation, I loved the script, I loved all the production elements that went into this thing. It's just so well captured and so well executed.
Yeah, for sure. This was the one I didn't make a prediction for in Season 9 because I didn't really know how the Xenoverse stuff worked, and I didn't really want to pretend that I knew or try my best when really I might not have been able to understand it at all. And the Archie stuff, like I knew of Archie Sonic, but I also wasn't the biggest into Archie Sonic lore at the time. So this was just kind of one where I just took a back seat. I didn't really try it, you know. I just wanted to sit back and enjoy it, and I think that did actually help my enjoyment for it. And if anything, I think my appreciation for this one has only grown. This one I think, like, because this would be like my lowest rated Dragon Ball fight, right? Based on this, because I think there's two more. They would both be, they neither of them have showed up yet. Yeah, no. This is definitely not my least favorite Dragon Ball fight of season 9. It's probably my second favorite. This episode just kicks ass. Like, it is visually and like from a visual and audio perspective, it is just flawless. And the animation is also so good at covering like everything it really needs to cover. So I love all of that. Yeah. If anything, it would be a little higher. This is an amazing episode. Thank you so much, Santiago. I personally think that Darth Vader was a better opponent for Lich King Arthas, and it was kind of disappointing that in that Hercules versus Sun Wukong there wasn't even a picture of Age of Mythology. I mean, okay, yeah, for some like cosmetic stuff like that, some people may want to see some stuff get brought up or talked about or shown. It doesn't always happen. I've seen a lot of people throw around Darth Vader versus Lich King. I mean, I wasn't upset at Sauron versus Lich King because I thought it was one of the better opponents for Sauron, and also I really wanted Darth Vader versus Obito at the time, so I wasn't upset that it wasn't Darth Vader versus Lich King. But I can understand some people still wanting that one. I don't know if they would ever do it now, but who knows? Maybe. Thank you so much again for the super chat. You are incredible.
Once upon a time, I probably would have hated Omni-Man versus Homelander for the sole purpose of it being a painfully obvious landslide. And yes,
yeah, I was more spiteful about stuff like that for sure.
Honestly, the only thing not great about it. Everything else this episode does is marvelous.
Yeah.
The animation quality, build-up, and voice acting are some of the best I've ever seen in Death Battle. The analyses outline their worlds perfectly and pay respect to both the shows and the comics. All of the other elements, like the track,
more so the shows, but yeah,
all works together to benefit the batshit crazy personality that makes this episode work. Matchups like Dio versus Alucard and Iron Fist versus Poe are so successful because
looks kind of blurry there,
made, but also because the signature tone took them that extra mile, and this to me is no different. From a debate perspective, yes, Omni-Man and Homelander had better opponents, but there is no way any of those other matchups could have been this entertaining. This episode did everything else so perfectly that I am convinced it's the one we always needed. I just love it, and I'm not afraid to say it.
I'm not afraid to say it, as if that's like the craziest opinion in the world. Basically agree with everything said here. I think, yeah, the analyses and the animation carry that tone the whole way through. Maybe slightly longer animation would have been nice, but really the only problem with this matchup is that, you know, it's so one-sided to the point where you have to wonder, like, is it even worth producing? You know, would it not be better to just make something else with these characters? But there was no way they weren't going to do this episode, because like these were like the two big evil Superman characters, like, you know, hot and new characters. So it totally makes sense that this is the one they feel like they have to do it anyway. And it was very much a passion project for them, because yeah, everything about the tone, the way they present everything, it's all still beautiful. What did you guys think about Invincible Season 4 and The Boys Season 5? Please no spoilers, at least not for The Boys Season 5 for anyone who in case hasn't seen it yet. But I have finished everything. I've caught up with all that stuff now. I'm curious what you guys think about that. I definitely very much enjoyed this episode. And the whole idea, like, there's no other matchup that could be as entertaining. I mean, that might be true. Omni-Man versus Bardock, I definitely think was not as entertaining, and I do think part of that was because of the tone. Even if I would argue the characters match up a lot better as far as who they are, the tone is just not the same as Omni-Man versus Homelander. For Homelander, I feel like maybe if they did like Homelander versus Red Keeper, they could achieve a tone very similar to this one, and that hones even more in on Homelander's issues, right? So we'll see if that ever happens. But yeah, I very much enjoyed this one. Another one I would probably keep around the same placements. I don't see any problem with like number 4, give or take one spot, you know?
At the time of me recording this,
this one goes lower.
So I could easily see my spot for this in particular shifting around a little bit. But whether that
Yeah.
happens or not, I know I will always be able to recognize how fantastic it is. It really
I
has
would
become
not.
a meme at this
That's a
point,
bit
how much I
too
love
strong
Death
of a
Battle's
word.
Dragon Ball episodes, but I can't help it if they're always nailing them. It's very easy to describe the animation as pure insanity, but I don't really think there's another way you could have done it. For characters this absurd in power, you really need to be able to feel the craziness. And from
Well, I think it's more like you
reality
need to.
multiple times to seeing so many of their
You need to
signature
emphasize
techniques,
just
we
the
definitely
Dragon
got
Ball
that.
styles
The
of
characters are
fighting,
also well
right?
portrayed, and the 3D models are so
Because this is
clean,
literally
well
just a
designed,
Dragon
and
Ball
movement.
fight.
It's definitely my favorite 3D fight of the year. Wiz and Boomstick
No.
didn't get too much screen time for this one, and honestly, I think that's a good thing. Otherwise, the faster pacing could have been absolutely ruined. But the humor that is there still works in my opinion, as does the general scripting, analyses, and conclusion as a whole. It's
Yeah,
so
I'm
easy
fine
to
with the
tell that
conclusion.
Death Battle team really does love Dragon Ball, and that passion can be seen in every element of the production.
I
which
do
is
agree
so
with that.
great. I didn't expect to like the track as much as I did. The whole
It's a really
setup
good
they put
track.
together was really fun too. And even though a lot of people didn't like the matchup's announcement, this is still a worthy season finale, and I hope everyone can appreciate that. I don't think there's anything I'd change about it. It's such a wonderful presentation from start to finish.
So this is definitely one where I was a little because I had basically just seen this episode, and I think I probably should have rewatched it a few times, or maybe given myself a little more time to think about it. Because to me, this is too much praise for the episode. I think it gets too much hate, but this is too much praise for it. I think. Is it like, you know, a season finale worthy event? Maybe, but they did it as a season finale more so because it was different rather than it's like the coolest fight in the world, right? Same with like Saitama versus Popeye. Like this was the time where they were choosing their finales more so based on what's the most unique from all the other episodes that we've done, rather than what's, you know, the coolest thing that we could do, you know? So, you know, that's kind of me there. Like I was not, you know, the most over the moon with this announcement either, but like to me this was like, as a same series fight, I've seen way worse. I've seen way less worthwhile ones than this one, so I think that was fine. But yeah, like it's just it does feel, I don't even know what the right word is, but like it just kind of feels like if this was replaced with like a different matchup with the same level of quality, maybe I would have liked it more, which sounds stupid, but like, I don't know. It's hard for me to put it into words. I just know that like, after thinking about this one a little longer, no, we've had way better episodes just in this season, you know. This one, it might be decent to like switch Sauron versus Lich King and Gogeta versus Vegito in this lineup. That might actually be pretty close to fixing it for me. And, you know, again, like, I'm still happy that we got the episode, but it is definitely, like, among the weaker finales that Death Battle's done, like, season finales, at least as far as, like, the more recent seasons. But, yeah, that's basically all I have to say about it. It would definitely go lower.
I do not blame anyone at all if they don't particularly...
I don't know what I would do about this one. I actually don't know.
Loving it as much as I do. Like Omni-Man vs. Homelander, this was clearly a passion project for the Death Battle team where they proved that a tough debate is not necessary to nail the production. Realistically speaking, I don't think there was any wasted animation potential. It had everything I expected.
Well, as far as the
about
humor,
100
yeah.
things I didn't know I wanted. And they all work so well together. Nothing ever feels distracting or unnecessary. They just knew exactly how to deal with SpongeBob and how to get the most out of him, and that deserves major props.
I agree with that.
And that attention to detail doesn't just apply to the fight. Both SpongeBob and Super Friends are explained so thoroughly, especially how the combatants operate within their worlds. And the humor...
I mean, I think we've seen more thorough examples of stuff like that, but...
my ass off the whole time.
I guess that's
think
fair.
What this really comes down to is this episode feels like it fully lived up to the intended vision. It was entertaining, it was well produced and edited, the tone was perfected, no analysis quality was sacrificed whatsoever, and I'm personally of the opinion that an episode being sillier should not take it out of the running for a list like this. I think that's really unfair, actually. If you genuinely didn't like it as much, that's perfectly okay, but episodes should be judged by how good you think they are, regardless of if it was normal or different. And for me, this one did it. Simply and wonderfully amazing.
I do. So that last part, I do agree with it. Like, you can judge an episode based on however you want. But of course, that kind of goes both ways, right? Like, you know, in an episode, if you think an episode is good, yes, you know, that's your opinion. You can't really change your own opinion on how good you genuinely think an episode is, right? And that's why this stuff is all subjective. But it does make it seem like I'm trying to say that, like, oh, yo, if you didn't like this episode, then you're wrong, you know, like, and that's obviously not fair to say. It's difficult for me to judge this one with the rest of them, like amongst the rest of them, because I do think the humor is fantastic in this episode. And I think the way that they decided to present everything, once they realized that it was more of a joke episode, which I still don't like, that they greenlit this episode before they even knew it was going to be done this way. I don't like that, because that if that's the way you do things, then it could really lead to problems later for other matchups, in my opinion. That's like the one thing I really don't like about how this episode came to be. But I think, yeah, as far as the humor goes, if that's how I'm mainly judging it, then I think this is fair. I think like around number 2 or 3, like, I think, well, it says number 1 on the screen. I think that's very fair. I do think, though, there are other ways you could analyze this episode, though, in ways that would maybe bring it down a little bit. I do think they got a lot out of SpongeBob. It would have been nice maybe to give him like a more, like, an actual, what's the word? Like a real fight, like not just like an absolutely one-sided slaughter, and like that's how they literally treat it, but like an actual, like, really fun fight to watch, like just from the physical capabilities. Because again, they did do some fighting, but that was more played for the humor, right? So I feel like maybe if they did that, because I feel like you can do the humor and a fun fight at the same time, you know? So, but maybe the humor wouldn't have been as good here. But like if they did like SpongeBob versus Popeye or something, I think it could have still been hilarious, right? And actually given SpongeBob like more of a chance to like flex for like what he can do, and Popeye too, for that matter. Of course, they weren't going to bring Popeye back right after the season 8 finale, but still, just as an example. So I don't really know about this one where I would put it, because it feels so uncomparable to the rest of them, just in what it's trying to do. Like Macho Man versus Kool-Aid Man, I think that's more of an example of like where I think what it tried to do differently did not work. And that's why it would be ranked lower for me. This one is one where it is very different, and maybe it is lacking in some death battle areas that you would expect otherwise, but it works a lot better in what it's trying to do, so it gets a higher score from me, you know? So I don't know. Maybe it would go down a little bit, but like like if I was really trying to do this objectively, for my own opinion. But I don't know. I really don't know what I would do with that. Thank you, Santiago, again for the super chat. I'm personally not really with the result of Trunks versus Silver. For me, they didn't searched enough. The Keyblade cannot hurt the user, and now they put Canon Goku faster than Xeno Trunks, who could chase someone through time without hacks. I mean, it is a little difficult to think, like, you know, how the canon characters compare to like the Xeno counterparts. But they didn't, I don't think they put Canon Goku, or if you mean like what they did like in Goku versus Superman 3, like kind of attributing immeasurable speed to him, as opposed to like Trunks where they were giving like more of a quantifiable number. Yeah, the whole like Trunks' speed like can't be incalculable. They would probably take that back based on what they've looked at for like, although then again for Goku they were also looking at Xeno for him in Goku versus Superman 3, although I think the feat they were using for like immeasurable speed wasn't even something from Xeno. So I don't know. There's definitely stuff that they could have refined. I'm not saying their research was perfect there, but I still think they went over a lot of the good stuff they needed to. I was perfectly fine with it. So yeah, with this one, with SpongeBob versus Aquaman, maybe a little lower, but I really don't know. This is one I don't have a good answer for.
I don't know if this is an unpopular opinion at this point, but I have to be honest. Thor versus
Vegeta might still be my favorite of the season. It might be, but I'm not 100% sure.
After so much time has passed, but no, that did not happen. Everything about this episode feels so complete. The analyses are so thorough, both generally and specifically, and the conclusion is so satisfying, leaving no stone unturned.
It's that kind of detail and effort that elevates death battles from being good to being excellently crafted, and the animation goes so hard in
I feel like it's
every
really
way.
easy
From
to
the
like
epic
just
visual
compliment
shots to the sound
death
design of the
battles, you know?
attacks, from the voice acting and dialogue to the pacing
Just
and
say like,
escalation,
just pick it
this
apart and be
fight
like, I
feels
like
as
this, I
intense
also
and
like
as
this, I like
over the top as
this.
how Thor versus Vegeta should. Not to mention having one of the best kill shots and best fake out moments
I mean,
the show has ever
I
had.
still agree
The
with
track
that.
is amazing, the scripting and the humor work.
I
and
try
the
my best to be
certain
like
ways both of these characters
insightful, but
lot,
sometimes I feel like I don't
perfectly
always
fine
do
with
the best at that.
calculations, but I know that's pretty subjective. This isn't my favorite Dragon Ball fight. There's at least one that I'm not sure is ever going to be topped, but this is still a perfect example of peak death battle to me. Disagree if you will,
Peak
but this
death
one's
battle.
topping my list for sure.
Peak death, back when peak was actually used the way it should be used, when it actually means like something that's the best of the best and not like, oh, it's something I mildly enjoyed or it was better than I thought, therefore everything is peak. You get a peak, you get a peak. It's so fucking annoying to me. Same with mid as well. I really hate the way that these words have changed. Anyway, that's really off topic. Yeah, I mean, again, there's a lot of stuff I can compliment about Thor versus Vegeta. I still love it. I do think they went into a lot of good detail. I think the fight is so fun to watch. The fight is like non-stop action, but also has a lot of cool moments in there. Really utilizes the characters' fighting styles, you know, how they operate. And yeah, the kill shot is so good. The fake out moment I really like. Yeah, and the analyses feel like they really tried their best to like go in as detailed as possible, especially for Thor. I mean, in Trunks versus Silver, they put Trunks only fast as the universe clash, which is clearly faster than light. In Trunks versus Silver, they upscaled from Goku traveling to Hell. They said he could be anywhere from sextillions to septillions of times faster than light, maybe even more. That was their words, not mine. So, They upscaled from that. They did not just cap it at the universe clash, well, I mean, well, how fast? Because that would still have to be faster, right? Because they've recalculated that speed before. I think it like sometimes they said quadrillions, sometimes they said quintillions. But for Trunks versus Silver, even just going off of the Hell trip, they said way faster than that. So they did put him faster. But I can understand still with some of the numbering or some of the labeling, maybe you can always bring up some other stuff for it. But yeah, not really much to say about Thor versus Vegeta. Thank you so much for the super chat, by the way. Not so much for Thor versus Vegeta. I think that's basically everything I want to say about it. It could still be my favorite episode. I do still love it. Maybe, you know, there's an episode or two that might dethrone it if I really thought hard enough about it. But yeah, no, I still love this episode. So we can go back to this screen now. How long have we been going? We've been going for a pretty long time, actually. It's taken us nearly 2.5 hours to get through 4 videos. But the point is more so to like, you know, talk about this stuff, right? So I am curious if there's anything else that you guys want to watch. The one thing that I kind of have in the back of my mind right now is what is it? What's your favorite death battle says about you, or I think it's more what your most wanted death battle says about you, particularly the first one, because it is one of my most popular videos, and again, it would be the earliest one out of that ongoing series. So that's kind of one I might be interested in checking out, and that's probably one I wouldn't pause very much. I'd just like let it go, and we see what I said about that. But I am curious if there's like any other videos that you guys are interested in watching. Again, as long as it's like, you know, versus debate related and not too recent and nothing that might be, you know, too long to watch or, you know, could get copyrighted again for the trailers, the music and all that. This is what all commentary should be, long and fun. I appreciate that. Thank you. I mean, like, again, I try my best to be insightful with this stuff, like to actually give something new to say and not just be like, oh yeah, here's a way you can watch my videos again. I don't think I always do the best at that. I try my best, but at very least, it should be different from the original experience, right? And that's what I try to do with my reactions as well. There are people that are like, oh, you talk over the thing too much. It's like, well, if I don't, then I'm just like, I'm just re-uploading Death Battle's video, right? And I can't be doing that. It has to still be my reaction first and foremost. Sorry that you clicked on it, because that's why you would have clicked on it, right? To get my reaction. So, sorry about that. Top 5 least wanted matchups video. Oh yeah, I did do that at some point. I did do that one. Bruce, it's been 5 years. That one would be very quick. We could do that one very quickly. I assume you mean the first one, because I've made a few of those. Maybe in the future you can watch your prediction videos. I guess there are some prediction videos that might be fun to rewatch, although I'm not exactly sure which ones I would want to rewatch, because some of them I'm sure would be more boring than others. What about your first Death Battle fan-made trailer? That one I know for a fact has copyrighted music. So I don't want to watch that one because I don't want to get this whole stream demonetized. That's a good idea. I would watch it probably if I could, but I don't want to get the stream demonetized. Could do your only bad vibes video, the Goku versus Superman 3 prediction, or one of the bad battles. Okay, that's interesting. So we have a lot of different ideas here. Let's start with the Bruce, it's been 5 years. Because that one's going to be quick. I mean, I guess I could go through all of them, although that would take a while to get to. But let me just pull this up really quickly. Alrighty, let's go back here. So this is literally a 10-second video that I put no effort into, and is my most popular video of all time. It is ridiculous. Here it is.
Bruce, it's been 5 years. You still owe me $16. Fuck off.
That's it. That's my most popular. Oh, wow. Okay, we have those are two of my videos. I don't even know what the heck that is. I didn't pause it in time enough. So that was it. If you guys want to watch it again, we can. Let me just click that. Okay.
Bruce, it's been 5 years. You still owe me $16.
Do you guys find this funny?
Fuck off.
Do you? I don't know. Again, it has a lot of likes. It has, like, if I'm looking at it right now, it has 8,600 likes. Which is, and how many views? Let me check how many views it has. 169,000 views. That is my most viewed video ever. Yes, even including the shorts. That is fucking ridiculous to me. It's always the stuff you never expect that blows up, right? What's my second most popular, I think, is the best and worst performing series in Death Battle history video that I made like last year as a YouTube short. I think that's my second most popular video. That's the only other one I think that has over 100,000 views. Thank you so much, Santiago. Weird because Iron Man was who has the Batmobile. Oh, from what was it? Iron Man versus Lex Luthor. Yeah, I get that reference. Thank you for that. Yeah, that's funny. I forgot about that, but that is definitely something that happened. Yeah. He's like, what are you talking about? It's just a car. What kind of car was that? Yeah, that's fun. Wait, Harry versus Superman bad battle, the best video you've ever made. Is that really the best? Because if it was a bad battle video, I would almost say let's go to Riddler versus Super Y. I know that's the most viewed one. That might honestly be my favorite one that I've made. But I guess we could do, if we are doing a bad battle, we could do Harry versus Superman. Although I think that's also another one where I didn't really have my microphone at the time. So it might not be that fun to watch. Yeah, 169,000 views. Yeah, that is insane. You know what? Let's actually, just because I've said it and I don't want to not do it now, let's do the first what your most wanted death battle says about you, and then we'll start maybe going through some of the other ones you guys have said. So I won't pause for this one. We'll just have this one play through and we'll see how it goes. I don't think there's no copyrighted music in this one because it's just death battle music, I'm pretty sure. Let's go. Okay. I haven't watched this one in a long time, I'm pretty sure. Are you okay? You're not really loading right now. Okay, there we go. Just want to make sure it was all good before we get started. Okay, let's go.
Here's what your most wanted death battle says about you. You might have an awesome mustache, but you definitely don't have
I got the
awesome.
beard now.
You want another Balrog versus TJ combo, and I don't blame you one bit. You love fun video games, you love villain armies, and you hate that this fight's chances for Season 10 are not looking quite as good as they
Season
used to.
10, wow.
You don't mind a little chaos in the comments.
Oh, wow, yeah, a lot of these
You
would
may
have probably
even love
happened
it.
by
You're
now.
Constantly praying this is what we get instead each and every season. You like these guys' sense of style, maybe minus the faces. You listen to Will of the Drill whenever you're doing something even remotely challenging or
That one has to be
You have a
true.
great relationship with your best friend, who you often want to kill. You were into a little bit of everything growing up. Anime, video games, card games. Go touch some grass, dude, like for real. You like the basic elements of both groundedness and
Go touch some
silliness,
grass.
Or you just want TF2 to get a good episode. You might
TF2
even like
deserves a
Discord
good
server.
episode.
If not, you'd probably like it there. I am so sorry for you, man. You're a
that
little too
ongoing
into
joke.
Megamind or Minion memes, and you just want more movie fights ASAP. You want Ruby to end already just so this can happen. You either love
I like to think I've
these
gotten
characters
more
to death
creative
no
with
matter
these
what,
in the
or
more
you're
recent
unable to
ones.
accept Goku losing to another hero who's stronger than him. You have an
Damn.
evil twin. He's somewhere out there. You ain't afraid of no ghosts, just afraid they'll do Luigi versus Tails 2 instead. I don't think you have much to worry about. You should
I don't think they're
smile
gonna do
less.
Luigi versus
It
Tails
looks
2, but they might do
You're either a
Luigi
gun
or
expert
Pac-Man
an
versus
aspiring
someone else.
Satanist. Either way, mind giving me some tips? The appeal for you might be more Asura than it is Kratos versus Asura. You better not spoil Attack on Titan for me. You go back to Scrooge versus
That doesn't
Shovel
even
Knight
say
all the
anything
time,
about
not because
the
it's good,
person.
but because it's somehow the closest thing we have to this. You have something to hide, but the truth will catch up to you eventually. Jason versus Michael wasn't supernatural enough for you. Before Stitch versus Rocket came out,
Oh, wow.
we couldn't have been friends. Now it's okay. We're cool. You live in a virtual
Surfing
world
the
yourself.
alligator.
Oh wait, that's everyone here. You get very nostalgic for cartoons and the absolute hell that the villains put the heroes through. You may not have been the smart kid growing up, but you still wished you had all the fun toys these guys made. You are either the most patient or the most stubborn person I have ever met. You might be a bit of a style
I
over
was probably
substance
both.
kind of guy, but then you're probably also easy to impress, which I can appreciate. You secretly want a wizard to turn you into a frog. I mean, you do you, buddy. You have a growing
This is a forced way to
distaste for
combine them
combo.
together.
You like one of these shows way more than the other. That's just the way it goes. You perfectly see the silly side of Death Battle and believe that one weird episode does not ruin the whole season. I
think that was a dig at people who didn't like SpongeBob versus Aquaman, actually.
That either amuses you or offends you. There is no
Oh yeah,
answer.
Travis Scott.
Congratulations, you edgy bastard. Congratulations, you weird bastard. Congratulations, you long time Death Battle fan. Bastard.
Bastard. And let me know your most wanted fight. Yeah, I've done a few of these. I think I started doing the it was what your favorite death battle says about you, but then this one did a lot better after I did this, and I've kind of just I have done a few of these. I don't know if I'm gonna do any more, but yeah, this I think there's like 3 of them, 3 of specifically what your most wanted death battle says about you. They are fun videos. A couple of them have done pretty damn well as far as views, so that's pretty nice. And it's like, damn, you accidentally predicted Goku vs. Superman 3. Yeah, there were a lot of episodes in there that have already happened. It's like a lot of stuff, it's like, yeah, it's not even just matchups that a lot of people want. It's like, yeah, they did eventually get to them. There was a lot of them there. Because like it was Bowser versus Eggman, then Joker versus Giorno. There was also Gojo versus Makima, Goku versus Superman 3, Ruby versus Maka, Among Us versus Fall Guys. There was like a really big amount of there that have already happened. There's probably even more that I'm missing. What about your first death battle prediction? Oh, geez, I don't know if I could handle that one. That's probably not something I could... that would actually be too much for me. I don't even know... Like, I haven't seen it in forever, but I imagine it is so bad. My first one, I think, was Iron Man versus Lex Luthor. I think that was the first prediction I ever made. That one would probably be too much. 30% of these are now real episodes. Yeah, exactly. The deadpan, you better not spoil Attack on Titan for me, is easily my favorite part of the video. Again, it's like, it doesn't even say anything about the person. It's just, you better not do this if you like this matchup. I'm now finished Attack on Titan. I've been finished Attack on Titan for a long time. I caught up to the point where I could see the finale as soon as it came out. So I've been finished it, but at the time, yeah, I was watching it with my dad. That was fun. Robin, you don't pay the $5? Batman, this is not about money, it's about sending a message. Don't be like Batman who doesn't pay his debts. Be like Joker who pays his taxes, right? Because he doesn't avoid the IRS. He's not that crazy. Thank you, LittleZbot, for the $20. What if I bribed you? Is this for the first Death Battle prediction? Is that what you're saying? For Iron Man versus Lex Luthor? Because $20 is pretty, you know, that's pretty convincing, I will tell you. Thank you, let me give that a heart really quick. If you bribed me, maybe I would do it. I assume you mean for the first Death Battle prediction. We do have a lot of things that people may want to see. I don't know how long I'm gonna be streaming for, but as long as we're doing this, yeah, we can just keep watching stuff. Wait, so if we don't like this matchup, we can spoil it. What's this matchup? Oh, you mean for Aaron versus Ken? I mean, theoretically, yes, you could say that. But thankfully, I was not spoiled for anything majorly. I went into the series knowing some stuff about it, knowing some plot points. But once I started, I particularly avoided that. You know, you got to pay him $100. No, you don't have to do that. If you want, okay, we can. We might not watch the whole thing. Okay. We might just see how painful it is. But we can take a quick look at it, I suppose. It's not going to be good. If you're expecting it to be like, oh yeah, you know, I've been doing it the way that I've been doing it if I've been doing it the way I've been doing it the whole time, no, that's not true. I gotta sort this by oldest. Let's see. Let's go to the beginning. Okay, so this is also gonna be like if I go here. Oh God! If I go here, this is what it looks like. I did this with my I think it was it my iPad or what was this? Some kind of camera, but I didn't even do it horizontally. I did it vertically because I was like sitting upright. I thought that was the best way to do it. This is what it was. How old was I? This was God. It was Iron Man versus Lex Luthor, so this was 2015. I would have just turned 14 years old. So this is an over 10-year-old video where I didn't know what I was doing. This was my first Death Battle related video. So again, I don't know how much of this I actually want to watch because I feel like, okay, the Gru versus Megamind video, if that one had some inaccuracies in it, which it definitely did, this one is bound to be full of them. This one is bound to be atrocious, okay? So are you guys sure you want to do this? I'll make sure you guys actually want to do this. Because I don't know if I want to. This is one where I would actually be like, I'd be cringing the whole time. You look 12 years of age. Yeah, I think it was 14. I think that's how old I was, because I would have still been in 8th grade, but on my way out of 8th grade. So yeah, I would have been 14. Oh my goodness. Okay, if you guys want us to do it, let's your pain is beautiful. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm even just like, I'm looking at me like next to this guy. So 14. So I'm not double the age because I'm only 25, but I am over 10. Actually, yeah, it's May, so I'm almost exactly 11 years older than this. Yeah. Okay. It looks like you haven't hit puberty yet. I guess maybe I hadn't. I don't know, or it was coming in slow. But yeah, okay, fine. If you guys really want to do this, let's try it.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to my first Death Battle prediction video.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So, this will contain spoilers about previous Death Battles, just saying. So if you've not seen all the other Death Battles and are planning to, please do not watch this video yet. You have been warned.
Thank you.
I am a very big fan of the death battles that Screw Attack makes.
God, my voice is so high. I feel like I'm putting on a voice.
I do agree with the outcomes. Only because they are practically right. They do all the research, and their reasoning is legit.
God, back when I was like, oh yeah, I always agree with what Death Battle says because they're Death Battle, right? Like, there was a time where I did believe that. Of course, now it's ironic because Death Battle has gotten even better in most of their analyzing. But now even today, I would be like, well, no, they don't always get everything 100% right. And it is still just their opinion at the end of the day. It's not like some undebatable fact whenever they come to a conclusion, right? So, I've learned a lot since being a wee lad,
That doesn't mean I like all of the, that doesn't mean I like all of them, though. Like, these are where the spoilers come in. I like Cloud more than I do Link. I like Gaara more than I do Toph. Leonardo certainly isn't my favorite Ninja Turtle, so that's me there.
I'm not, like, enunciating at all.
There are a lot I like. There are just some I don't. Just saying that.
I think I mean the outcomes, not the episodes.
Which is the most recent death battle. Great job, Screw Attack, by the way. We saw the next one, which is Iron Man from Marvel Comics versus Lex Luthor from DC Comics. This is the fifth.
Oh, yeah, I remember that shirt too.
But I'm actually okay with that because
it was a Marvel like MCU shirt. I don't have it anymore. It wouldn't fit, but
because I practically am.
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed that shirt.
Yeah, I'm excited. I know there is an uneven number of times either Marvel or DC has won, and the other one is lost.
Dude,
it's uneven.
Am I doing this all in one take? I'm not making any cuts in this. And you know what? That probably extends to more than just this. Like, even for who, when, and why for a lot of the time when I was just in front of the camera, I feel like I did a lot of it in one take. And for predictions, I don't even want to know how long I was just doing it for just one take because I can't put my thoughts together. Granted, again, like, this is the first time I'd ever done something like this. Not even like, the first Death Battle prediction I made. It's the first time I was ever trying to do anything in this format at all. So, I guess I understand for the first time, you're just doing it just to do it. Like, no one watches your videos anyway, right? Definitely not the way it works now. Thank you so much, Santiago, for the super chat. If they made Jared versus Koichi Kimura, I hope I'm pronouncing that. Power Rangers, I know who Jared Daishi, I know who that is. Jungle Fury versus Digimon Frontier. For me, the track should be Unleash the Spirit from the Beast. It sounds like the morphing phrase and like the Beast Digi Spirit, and they managed to get Free of Evil. That's pretty cool, yeah. Having someone from Jungle Fury on would be really cool, because that was one of the two main Power Ranger series that I watched all the way through when I was a kid. So that would be fun. Jared or Daishi or however you call it, he would be very fun. It hasn't been a minute yet, and he has not even talked about the matchup. Yeah, like look at that. That number actually evened out over time. Yeah, because we were talking about the amount of times Marvel had won versus lost, right? Yeah. No, that number has gotten a lot more even. If not, I think Marvel's ahead by 1, right? Because I think at the beginning of season 10, they were tied. And then, Ant-Man versus Atom, Marvel won. Phoenix versus Raven, DC won. And then Martian Manhunter versus Silver Surfer, Marvel won. So I think Marvel is ahead by 1. And we haven't had Marvel versus DC since. So, But yeah, okay.
But that's not going to affect my decision in this video. So, as for who I hope is going to win this battle, definitely Iron Man. He's the good guy. Lex Luthor's the bad guy, and I just prefer him more.
Wow, I had no idea.
Superman. And that may come as a shock to some of you, but I do. Superman, I feel he's very powerful, but he's not that cool of a hero. He doesn't have.
Boo.
He has a lot of cool powers, but that's pretty much it.
No. This is all wrong. There was a time, again, that Man of Steel era thing. And the thing is, I was also a fan of the comics. It's not even Man of Steel was my only introduction to Superman. I hadn't really realized the novelty, the good thing about having a character that is unfallibly or infallibly good, someone who's the goodest guy to ever exist, that kind of thing. I now understand Superman a lot better than I used to. I do not agree with this man. This man does not know what he's talking about, okay? I need to make that clear. That Superman is a great character. He is, you know, just as much a human as he is an alien. He is an amazing guy, very well written, very great themes as far as, you know, his storytelling. It's way more than just about what he can do. So we do not claim him, okay? I'm just bullying my younger self. But honestly, like, I need to make that clear that, like, I do not feel that way about Superman anymore.
Iron Man, he's pretty much the whole package. He has strength, speed, durability, brains, and technology, which is how I'm going to be judging the fight. But I'm not going to go any bias towards Iron Man just because I want him to win. Lex Luthor has a lot of cool stuff going for him, too.
I mean, that's true.
But, yeah, I prefer Iron Man, so I want him to win. I do.
Okay,
Now,
I believe you.
So, I'm going to start off with speed. Out of those 5 categories, I'm going to start off with speed.
Let's see what this is
Now,
judged
I'm definitely
based
giving this
upon.
point to Iron Man, only because in Lex Luthor's battle suit, we've never... I haven't really seen him go around flying.
He does
Like,
fly.
I know Luthor sometimes flies, but that's really only to get in the battle.
You can
Iron
tell
Man
I did
does
no
fly
research for
with his
this.
Speed. He uses his speed for purposes. Like, I know, like, fighting speed, I think both of them really don't have a lot of that. But for flying...
What do you mean
yeah,
they
he
don't
does.
have a
He
lot
uses
of
it a lot
that?
in battle. So, we've seen... Yeah, we've
So
seen him
it is
fly.
interesting. I'm kind of already making a distinction between, like, fighting speed and, like, I guess travel speed. But I'm doing it based off of, like, oh, wait, they don't look like they're fighting that fast, I suppose. I don't fucking know what I'm saying. I didn't do any research for this, right? Like, I just... It was the kind of thing where I saw other people doing death battle predictions, and it's like, you know what? I want to try that too. But I don't want to do any research. I don't want to fact check anything that I'm saying. I just want to throw my opinion at the wall just so that people can hear it, right? That's literally... How many views does this have, by the way? Was this like... This has 1,200 views. So... Not one of my most popular predictions, especially not by these standards. But at the time, it was like my most popular video, or one of my most popular videos. Yeah, I mean, okay. Sure, buddy.
We have, like, over and over and over and over again. So, yeah, speed definitely goes to Iron Man, in
Sure.
my opinion. Now let's move on to weapons. Now, this is everything that every good robot or armored person needs, which is what both of them have.
I'm just pulling shit out of my
In this
ass.
fight, Lex Luthor's weapons suck.
Suck!
They do. And do you know why?
Because kryptonite, I
Because
assume?
it's made to go up against Superman, not Iron Man. And I know that you can't
So,
really
like, I'm so
say-
disappointed in
I
Lex.
know that they've really never met until now. I know.
Now,
So
granted,
we can't really prepare for that.
this is a big
But
point
it's
Death Battle
purely-
made in their
it's not
video,
even
too.
For Batman. It's not for Wonder Woman. It's not for anyone else in the DC universe. It's just for Superman. Because it's kryptonite based.
Yeah, but he's also...
Superman's only 2 weaknesses are kryptonite and magic. And
Lex
the
Luthor has also
weapons-
fought
all the weapons-
people who are not
almost all the
Kryptonians,
weapons
though, and done
that
pretty
he
well.
with the suit, are based on Superman. They're based on his weakness to kryptonite.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that Iron Man's weapons are just more powerful in this fight. Like armored person versus armored person. Iron Man is just a lot more versatile and he's able to do more stuff.
Well, that's...
Like
yeah.
he has,
At the time, at
like
least.
the repulsor and the chest stuff, and I believe
The
he has,
chest
like,
stuff.
missiles or something on, like over here and here and here and here.
Yeah, I know what you're trying to
something
say,
like
but
that.
you're not saying it very
So,
well.
Yeah, I believe he has a lot more options. Probably more. I believe he has a lot more.
Probably more. God, it's so annoying because, like, I feel like I barely prepared for this stream, and I know that I don't talk the best all the time. Sometimes I stumble over my words, but I'm so much better at it now than I was back then. Why didn't this 14-year-old kid know how to do all this stuff back then? Thank you so much, LittleZbot, for the $10. There's a comic where Superman meets an assassin and tells him about how he accidentally let someone die. The two talk to give comfort to each other. It was a really surprising and touching one. Yes, Superman has so many great moments where it's just about reconnecting with your humanity and pushing through even when things, don't go your way, even when things, go off course. You still push through, you still try your best. And second chance, there's always second chances, right? There's always a way to do better. And of course, everyone knows All-Star Superman, amazing story. I think a lot of people know that comic where Superman is just like, he's zoomed, like the Earth is zoomed out and he's looking down at the Earth and just being like, I love you. one of the best comic panels ever made, in my opinion. Yeah, Superman has a lot of great stuff there. So no, we do not claim that opinion that Superman sucks, that he's a boring character. That's not true. He is a very different character from a lot of like other like these action figures, you know, that we see in these comic books, but that doesn't mean he's bad. He's just done differently, and his writing is a lot more nuanced, you know, because you kind of have to when you have a character who's all good all the time and all that, right? And arguably all powerful, quote unquote.
And Lex Luthor's just out of luck. So yeah, definitely.
So I mean, he is more versatile, and I get what he's trying to say about like the weapon, like against each other, Iron Man's would be more effective from that perspective.
Now, I'm just gonna say I'm gonna go on with strength right now because I just said Lex Luthor's gonna shine, but actually he does not win strength. I believe it is actually a tie. Because
why?
With Iron Man and Lex Luthor, like with armored people, they usually rely on their weapons. I believe they do. Like,
okay.
Iron Man, you see, like he has a lot.
I really armored people. Why do you keep saying that?
But like he uses them all. But really, like I know we've seen him fight. We know he's strong with striking power and lifting power. But Lex Luthor pretty much has all that too. He's a lot bulkier, so he probably is able to lift at least as much as Superman. No, I mean Iron Man.
Okay.
But,
I actually didn't even catch that until he corrected himself.
And like with striking power, I believe that like with both of them, there probably is a winner. I'm just not thinking it. In fact, you guys.
You mean you don't know it? That's. I think that's what you're looking for.
Actually a tie.
You can admit when you don't know something.
Durability. I know I said that Lex Luthor's weapons suck because it's just going up against Superman.
Guys, can I stop? This man is going in circles, and like there's barely anything of value actually being said here. This is worse than I thought. I can tell you this is actually worse than I thought. I thought this was gonna be I thought this was gonna be bad. This is really bad. And like again, I feel like I'm absent-mindedly holding myself up to like standards that maybe I would have had for myself in like 2020, 2019 or something. Again, this was 2015, but this is still just an unwatchable video. Like, how did anyone watch this like back in 2015? Because even if it was my first time doing it, people still watch the video and they cringed the hardest at this. Thank you so much, Overlord, for the $5. This is oddly relevant at the moment, but which series had the worst finale, Chainsaw Man or The Boys? I don't want to spoil anything about The Boys, because it is, and like, I guess I probably shouldn't spoil anything about Chainsaw Man 2 just to be safe. For me, I think Chainsaw Man had the worst finale, for sure. But I won't really elaborate because I don't want to go into specific details. But for me, it's Chainsaw Man. I think that had the worst finale. Thank you so much for the $5. Let me give that a little heart really quick. Thank you, Overlord. Glad to see you back in the chat again. We're currently watching the worst thing on Earth. God. I can't believe we convinced Raptor to do this. Okay, so it clearly is bad. You guys are clearly seeing it too. This is your best stream yet. It's just getting good, Dad. I just got here. This is like time inception. This is the funniest stream. Oh my god. It's really just me criticizing myself the whole time. How much more do we have of this? We're only halfway done. How are we only halfway done? You've said like what, 5 categories? And well, okay, I guess maybe, but you spent so much time bullshitting about nothing at the beginning. Like, how much more is there to say? Because you're not saying anything. I'm cracking up at this video. Okay, we'll keep going a little. I mean, I kind of want to skip ahead maybe a little bit, but then that might be confusing, even more confusing than this video already is. We'll just keep going for now. But I'm not having a good time.
When it comes to strength and durability. His strength and durability need to match Superman, or at least they have to come close in order to take him on in like a real battle. Like, you don't want to go up against Superman in a real
So
battle.
why does that not apply to speed, buddy?
He's so much more powerful than a lot of people think. Not just
even in spite of the kryptonite, you're saying that he is strong and durable enough to contend with Superman enough.
He's so much more powerful. Like, he is a beast. And in order to take him on in like a real brawl.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah! God! Oh, that's my favorite part.
Durability, and like with Iron Man, I'm pretty sure it's not iron that his suit is made of. It's made of copper. I'm not sure if copper is more stronger than iron or iron with copper.
What the fuck?
I know that
What?
copper is supposed to be impenetrable when it goes to
It's gold titanium.
I'm pretty sure
Even in the movies,
something-
it's a
metal
gold
that we already
titanium
know that
alloy.
exists in our universe is probably weaker.
So again,
than
clearly
something
no
that's
research
impenetrable.
because
pretty
I'm sure I got that from
copper
somewhere, but it
is
must,
better.
like, it would have been
If I'm
completely wrong.
Say that in the comments. So yes, I believe he definitely wins durability, and with strength.
So Lex wins
I'm pretty
durability,
sure
okay.
Anything that like with Iron Man's strength, I'm pretty sure Lex Luthor can match it.
Okay.
At least. So I'm not that good with.
So
strength,
you're
but
pretty
again,
sure about a lot of things,
like
even though you're really sure about nothing.
durability. Now with brain power, this is going to be the last.
But this is also something that, like, I feel like even if someone doesn't know a lot about versus debating, like this guy right here, I needed to go through all of this in order to eventually get to where I am now, right? I'm not saying I'm the greatest versus debater in the world or the greatest death battle predictor in the world. I'm absolutely not. But I'm much better than I was back then, and I needed to take this time to improve on that, right? I needed, in a sense, this video is a canon event in order to get to where I am now, you know? So it's complete rubbish. But in a sense, it kind of needed to happen. So, and I feel like there are a lot of other people who, they maybe want to get better at this kind of stuff. They want to get involved in versus debating and learn how it works. But we shouldn't be discouraging people who, you know, maybe think like this, where it's just like you can just say whatever you want to say and therefore it's good enough. Like, we shouldn't be discouraging people from that, but it's more like we should just trying to help them get better. You know, because even this guy right here, what I'm doing now is what this guy wanted to be doing, I'm sure. Just didn't want to put in the work yet, I guess. So there are people that will be new to the community and have no idea what they're talking about. But I don't think that means we should try turning them away. I think it means we should be encouraging them to get better, you know? And thankfully, I had thick enough skin that I was able to keep going for all this time and actually get better.
You're not going to use brain power a lot in the battle, except for like strategizing and stuff. But what I do know is that for strategy and manipulating and stuff like that, Iron Man is full of himself. I believe he's cocky in his battles.
I mean, sometimes.
Although, like, when it comes to saving the world, I know he's really good with that. But this isn't really saving the world. This is just a fight.
Okay.
So I believe that not only is Lex Luthor, I believe, better with strategy, but I believe he's also better with you know,
yeah, do I know?
smartness in general.
Of smartness in general.
All these suits.
I do
a lot of
probably
suits.
think Lex is still smarter overall,
But I think just Lex Luthor,
but
he
it's
builds
not
a
like
lot
either of them
more with the
are
Man of
slouches.
Steel and still be
They're probably
doing
still at
that
least
stuff
somewhat
today.
comparable, but I would probably say
And
Lex Luthor's a little
he
smarter.
escapes all of his prisons and all that stuff.
He escapes all of his
I
prisons.
think, Lex Luthor's just
I mean,
smarter. He's
honestly, that is
smarter
kind of
than
true. He does
Iron Man's
come up with a lot of breakout
I know
plans.
a lot of people are smart.
Even me, this guy is making me talk
Look
dumber.
over, and there's like MODOK and Leader. They're all smart. I believe they're all smarter than Iron Man. If not smarter, very close. So I believe that Lex
There's been
Luthor
different
has more
lists
strength,
about
not
how,
only for-
in the lore,
sorry,
like
not
how
for
smart these
brain
characters
power,
should be.
Not only for like thinking brain power, but also for just
Mr. Fantastic is usually at the top of those lists.
manipulation. So now we've got 2, 2, and 1 tie. So
Is that right?
a lot
Okay.
of people think that this battle might just be a tie after that. They think like if there's like 4 or 5 or however many things you
Categories?
focus on, whoever wins more of that wins the entire thing. I do not believe in that. I believe that everything bounces off each other, and we just need to think about this logically.
Okay, that's actually the smartest thing I've said in this whole video. That if you're trying to break it up by categories, just because someone wins more categories, it doesn't necessarily mean they win everything. But it's more like you have to know the specifics or the sizes of those advantages in order to come to some kind of conclusion based off of that, right? It's not like, you know, well, what did he say? Like, you know, everything bounces off. I guess, yeah, everything does bounce off each other, I suppose. So he has the right idea. That's the smartest thing that he said in the video, that, you know, just because someone wins more categories, it doesn't mean they win the whole thing. And this is like the categories are tied here based on this guy. I do remember who I went with in this prediction, but I'm curious to see how I got there.
Here's how I do it. Again, speed doesn't play much of a factor into this. I don't
Because
believe
you
it
said
does.
so.
With Lex Luthor, though,
I hope you guys are having a great time.
Both of their weapons, I think, are kind of... Both of their weapons are like, Iron Man probably has superior weapons, but not by much of a landslide as you think, because of Lex Luthor's durability is probably stronger than his weapons might be able to handle.
Okay,
So
by
I
that
believe
perspective.
that both of their weapons, especially with like Lex Luthor's kryptonite stuff, both of their weapons are not going to do much damage to each other.
Okay.
So both of their weapons and both of their speed is kind of out of this. And
I mean, I'm still not really based on much, but I can see the logic.
And Lex Luthor wins durability and brain power. Now I know that I didn't say I was just going to go on this who won more. However, I do think that
like between Marvel and DC,
that Lex Luthor has the upper hand now.
Wait, how do we get to this point?
I want Iron Man to win, but I don't want to admit it. But Lex Luthor, I'm pretty sure he's more durable, and if their weapons pretty much counter each other, pretty much if you have strength, I'm pretty sure his suit could hold up longer, and I think he's a better strategist.
If you have strength, do you mean like if you're punching each other? I assume that's what you mean. Okay. So it looks like what I kind of came to is that speed doesn't matter, weapons don't matter because Lex's suck and Iron Man's wouldn't be strong enough. So it looks like I'm really saying that because I think Lex Luthor is more durable, I think he would win this. Also, I haven't mentioned anything about like Jarvis or other suits. I must have been going into this thinking that Iron Man was only going to use one suit. And honestly, there is a part of me that thinks like if, especially with all the stuff Lex Luthor has done now, like if we only give Iron Man one suit, I think there could be a decent argument being made for Lex winning. But of course, you know, with the remotely summoning of the suits and with how strong some of these suits can get, depending on what you decide to include, that's you kind of have to decide all that stuff more nowadays before you come to any conclusion like that. But yeah, I guess I'm more so thinking that if Iron Man only has one suit and and Lex Luthor is durable enough to take hits from Superman, then he's going to be durable enough to take hits from Iron Man, and Iron Man's not going to be able to do much to him. I guess that's kind of where I'm thinking there. Thank you so much, Alex, for the $20. That is amazing. I wasn't really knowledgeable about debating either 10 plus years ago, but I gained a much more substantial amount of knowledge on versus debating via watching prediction videos, reading the G1 blog, etc. Yeah, you kind of you involve yourself more with these kinds of things, with these kinds of people, and it might be a little intimidating because you'll realize there's a lot of stuff that you realize you don't know about how versus debating works, but it wasn't like I was trying to like study for it like it was a test. It was more like I just involved myself more with these people and with these things like prediction videos, blogs, and all that. And eventually it not to say it becomes second nature necessarily, but you just get a much better handle on it, right? So yeah, that's why I say we should be encouraging these people to get better, because you will get better after enough time. I think I remember, I don't know if it was this video or like another prediction where someone actually did comment like, you know, you're so young, you know, and you're only going to get better at this kind of stuff. And it took a long time, but that commenter was absolutely right. That, you know, you just keep going. You keep building yourself up. You keep trying your best. And eventually you will get to the point that you want to be at. So I agree with that. And I can sympathize with that. Thank you so much, Alex Chen, for the $20. That is incredible of you.
And their weapons pretty much, yeah. I don't want to do this, but I do believe.
You totally sound not biased.
After thinking,
I mean, I do like Iron Man more than Lex Luthor, but I also really like Lex Luthor.
Win this battle. I don't want him to. I want Death Battle to prove me wrong.
Well, they did.
Like if Iron Man's the whole package, like I said, I believe I said it earlier in the video. You can't just make a landslide victory. You have to make someone who's good go up against him.
Okay.
So
I don't know what you mean by that, but okay.
I'm sorry, Iron Man. I'm gonna keep my fingers crossed when I watch the battle. But I think you're gonna lose.
I think you're gonna die.
I think Lex Luthor is going to be.
If I did think that more suits were gonna be included,
please prove me wrong.
I feel like maybe I would have gone differently.
I guess that's all I really have to say.
But clearly I'm not thinking that here.
I'm sorry, but I'm thinking Lex Luthor is going to.
Yep, you said that.
You guys can leave your thoughts in the comments below. Tell me what you think. If you can prove me wrong of anything I said in this video, please.
I can prove you wrong about basically everything, but
most I can.
Okay, yeah, we have the rest of it's just going to be outro. We have 12 seconds left of that. Okay, that was awful. I hated every second of that, but glad you guys liked it. I don't know if we need to go that early anymore for other videos. I was just reading up like he escaped all his prison and stuff. God, yeah, there's gonna be a lot of quotes from this one. I don't really want to private this video because I just find that to be cowardly. So I think it's just, yeah, it's just gonna be up there forever. You can always go back and look at, and I'm sure my other predictions from this point and even onward, like, a lot of those probably suck too. I don't know what I would say, like, is my first prediction that I actually think, like, I did a really good job with. Because nowadays, like, I do try my best to make sure I have all the information that I can possibly get and try my best to look at it in a way that makes the most sense to me and how I think Death Battle would look at it. I try my best to have all the information that I can. And not that I'm perfect with that either, I'm definitely not, but that is more of the approach that I take rather than just turning on the camera and saying whatever I feel like saying, which is clearly what was happening there. That was worth the $20. I'm very happy for you that it was worth the $20. I missed most of this because of dinner. That's okay. You can go back and watch this part of the stream afterwards. Or, I mean, you could always just go and watch the old video. It's not privated. Anyone can watch it. I've now made people aware of this. So, yeah. I have older videos. I have way older videos, like this one. Oh yeah, your Iron Man versus Lex Luthor pick was wrong. You really thought Lex would win. Nope, Iron Man had 3 suits to kill Lex. Yeah. Well, I know it was more than just those 3 suits that they were looking at. Those are the ones they used in the animation. No, yeah, of course I was wrong. I really wanted to be wrong, as I'm sure he made it very clear. But okay, now let's go through some of the other ones that that people were saying. There was one, I think someone said least favorite or least wanted death battles. I guess we could do that one. I mean, again, if anyone has, like, let's see who's still here. If there's anyone, does anyone still have other, like, major ideas for what we could watch? What time is it? It's a little after 4 o'clock for me, which means we've been streaming for 3 hours. But yeah, if anyone wants to reiterate any ideas they had before, I think the main ones that I heard were something from Bad Battle, whether it was like Harry versus Superman or Riddler versus Super Y, and also, yeah, most least wanted death battles. I think I saw also Goku versus Superman 3, but I don't know if I want to watch another prediction, even if that other one is probably a lot better, although it does have a lot of complaining in it, from what I remember. You can do the Season 9 ranking. We did the Season 9 ranking. We did that earlier in the stream. So you can go back and watch that when you can. Yeah, I'm still with least wanted matchups. Okay, so it looks like it's between the least wanted or the first Bad Battle video. Let's do the least wanted. Let's try that. Because I feel like this one has got to be more scripted, right? Or was this one not even scripted? I'm actually not sure. Least one. Okay, now I got to search this up on my channel. Least wanted. Top 5 least wanted death battle episodes. I agree with Austin. Let's do Season 9 ranking again. That'd be fun. Okay, let me click this. How old is this video, actually? I just gotta wait for it to load a little bit. This video is also about 5 years old, so similar-ish to the Gru versus Megamind 1. Although this one, did I get my microphone at this point? Because the audio sounds a little better. I'm just, from what I was hearing already of it. But anyway, yeah, let's watch it. Let's see how it goes.
Hey, what's going on, you guys? My name is The Raptor, and welcome back to
this feels like better audio than the Gru versus Megamind one. Maybe this was after I got the microphone.
Some videos talking about the death battles that I want to see happen on the show, but as we're killing time waiting for Season 8 to start, I figured that I might as well try something a little more negative. Today we're going to be talking about the top 5 fights that I personally do not want to see on Death Battle. Now, I don't have too many strong thoughts against most Death Battle ideas. There aren't a lot where I'm thinking like, oh my god, that's such a
How long are we going to stick on this image, I wonder?
I might as well share the opinions that I do have on the fight ideas that kind of rub me the wrong way. And of course, we all have our own opinions. I don't expect too many people to strongly agree with me on my picks. But let's
even back then, I was always like, just think the way you want to think. This is just for me, for my opinions.
Perfectly fine. Just remember that I'm not going to be an asshole about your least wanted fights, so please try not to be an asshole about mine, okay? Again, it's all
I mean, I agree with that.
Good fun. So with that out of the way, let's get on with it. So the first fight that's on my least...
I have no idea what's on
Cinder
here.
From Killer Instinct versus Scorpion from Mortal Kombat. This
okay.
isn't a jab against this fight idea specifically. It's more so a jab at the trend that I see Death Battle doing a lot, where they pit two video game characters together, where their only real similarities are that they're from video games, and they share a general power or trait or something.
Okay.
But nothing really deeper than that. They've done this kind of thing many times before, like with Sub-Zero versus Glacius.
Yeah, okay, so I would not say this goes for, like, all video game fights out there. But yes, there was a time where I was really annoyed at what it felt like. A lot of the video game matchups they've done, a lot of the fighting game matchups they have done, didn't really feel like the connections were really there. They just felt like very surface level. So I think this was just an excuse to talk about stuff like that. And this, I guess, was like my placeholder for it, because I said it wasn't a jab at this matchup specifically. I mean, don't get me wrong, I wouldn't want this one. I would want Scorpion versus Wolf. But I guess that's more so what I was going with for this one.
And Ken versus Terry, where they have similarities, but nothing really too deep. And sometimes the execution can still be good, like with Goro versus Machamp and Saberwolf versus John Talbane, where the characters don't have that much in common, but the execution...
Saberwolf versus John Talbane is a little better, but it still kind of overlaps with that idea.
Good and well thought out ideas to start with, rather than having to rely on the episode to make the idea good, you know what I mean?
I do still agree with that to a decent extent. That general idea of... yeah, Death Battle could make the episode good, but it's better if the matchup is also good. Like, are we requiring Death Battle to make the matchup good? But of course, some episodes can be so good that, like, maybe the matchup isn't even that important anymore, you know? But I think, yeah, I don't think I agree to that, like, to the same extent that I used to. But I still have that idea in my mind that, like, yeah, the matchup itself should be good. They should still be trying to choose good matchups in the first place.
Examples of video game fights where they have face value connections, but also something a little bit deeper than that, and that's honestly good enough for me. I decided to use Cinder versus Scorpion as the rep for this because I think it's one of the more popular fights that follow this trend that they haven't done yet.
I mean, I haven't seen a lot of people talk about this one in a long time, but okay.
I'm really just sick of Death Battle blindly putting together video game characters that are both fire or both ice or both dinosaurs or whatever. Even if the ideas would be popular to the average viewer, I still don't really like
Was that like Yoshi versus Riptor? Was I not making a specific reference there?
Video games, especially when it comes to stuff like Killer Instinct and Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat and games like those, you know, fighting games.
I know what fighting games are.
Matchup ideas than bare bones similarities. So I hope you guys can see where I'm coming from with this. Next up on the list is Vision.
Oh, Vision versus Martian Manhunter. That does not feel very scripted to me. That feels like I maybe... And to be fair, my versus matchup review videos are also not fully scripted, in case you didn't know. A lot of those I just have, like, a lot of bullet points for what I want to say. And then, like, I'll usually, like, take a sentence back if I mess up or something, and I'll, like, just cut that together. So I still try to make it comprehensible, right? This video also feels like it wasn't fully scripted, and maybe I just had some notes. But I think I've definitely gotten better at making it maybe sound more like it's scripted. Than what I used to do before. Because this very much comes off to me like, you did not script this. Whereas for versus matchup review, I have more detailed notes, and I think I do a better job of hiding that. Or at least hiding it to the point where people don't really notice or care.
From Marvel versus Martian Manhunter from DC. This is probably going to be one of the more controversial picks on my list, because I know some people really want to see this one, but this might just be my least wanted Death Battle for simple reasons.
Wow, number one?
The idea, and they both have better opponents. Vision and Martian Manhunter can phase through
I do agree with that.
Dressed vaguely similarly. Those are all the connections that they have, and I do not understand how this became so popular.
There is technically more, but nothing that deep.
And fast and tough, yada yada yada. But that
I still don't really like this matchup that much.
Stats are just so much higher than Vision's. There are barely any connections between
I mean, that's
them.
probably
It's a
true.
Stomp of a fight, which is a terrible combination. I just do not like this idea at all. I will admit, though, that Martian Manhunter doesn't have too many amazing opponents in terms of both similarities and closeness of a fight. Personally, I'd like to see him fight Silver Surfer, but that's just me. I just think that's the...
Well, what do you know? Martian Manhunter versus Silver Surfer. Again, I think as I've said before, Martian Manhunter versus Silver Surfer is like a childhood matchup for me. I kind of just defaulted to that one because, again, like, Martian Manhunter doesn't have a ton of amazing opponents, but if I had to pick one, it would be SiweedSuper, because that's the one my brother and I would debate amongst ourselves all the time, but probably in a closer fashion to what you saw in the Iron Man versus Lex Luthor prediction, rather than like how an actual debate would realistically go, right? But that's cool that I actually brought that up so much earlier, because again, this was before season 8 even started. And for Vision, of course, the one I still want to see is Red Tornado. That's still a matchup I really, really want to see, but I don't know if it'll ever happen. I know they want to go through a lot of Marvel and DC stuff, but I don't know. It's just one that I could very easily see them not getting to before the show eventually ends, because it will end at some point, right? But it would be very nice to see that one. But yeah, very cool to get Martian Manhunter versus SiweedSuper and to actually be talking about it this early.
The best of both worlds. And also, Vision versus Red Tornado might be my most wanted death battle besides Galactus versus Unicron, so I might be a bit biased.
Wow, that is so wrong now.
But I'm telling you guys, Red Tornado works so much better.
I really wanted that matchup. I still want it, but not that much.
The popularity of Vision versus Martian Manhunter just really annoys me, and I know that if we get it, we'd be missing out on other great opportunities.
Yeah, this one I think is less liked than it was back then.
Coming up next on the list is number 5 from the Umbrella Academy.
Ooh, this one is probably the most accurate to today.
I really wanted to see an Umbrella Academy character come to Death Battle after the show became so popular.
Well, actually, okay, hang on. Let's listen.
Idea that involves one of those characters. And even though I really, really like both of these characters, I really, really don't like this fight idea. The characters barely have any connections. People really just paired them up because both of them can teleport, and the people really just wanted to see an Umbrella Academy character in Death Battle.
So the people is kind of funny to say, because it's like, yes, some people may have, but it's not like everyone is wanting to watch an Umbrella Academy episode. Like, there are some people that were trying to make Umbrella Academy matchups when the TV show started. And to me, I think this was the one where I felt very forced to me. It's like, oh yeah, some people just want an Umbrella Academy matchup. So you put the teleporting guy with the teleporting guy, and that's about all they have in common. So again, more of that like surface level stuff. But I know there's more specific stuff that gets talked about here that I should address. So let's wait for that.
So they chose such a weak link to make something passable. And they do have other similarities, like they are both great fighters, and they develop their powers through a school of some sort, even though I think that's a bit of a stretch. But the methods behind
school is a bit of a stretch,
so different that I can barely call that a similarity. Their backstories are just so incredibly different.
Yeah.
And in the original Umbrella Academy comics, number 5 can't even teleport. He more so just
that is true.
Space and time to make it look like he's speeding.
So it's only a TV connection.
So instead of 3 connections, you have more like 1.5 connections. And like I said before, they're not really that good in my opinion. And to the people who've watched this channel consistently, yes, I love Nightcrawler. I love him to death. He is one of my favorite Marvel characters, if not my absolute favorite.
Yeah.
But like some other characters in fiction, he just doesn't work in Death Battle.
Yeah, here's a big point.
What do you mean by that? Why doesn't he work in Death Battle? Well, ever since coming back from the dead, because he was dead in the comics for a little bit of time.
He was dead for a long time.
Back in any natural fashion. He can't die by any natural means, or at least not by any means that 5 would have. And his soul is actually removed from his body since he had to give it up in order to come back to the living world. It is literally harder to kill him than it is to kill Lobo, which really shouldn't be a thing, and yet it is.
So this probably doesn't hold up anymore. At the time, this was true, that Nightcrawler, he came back from the dead, but he had to give up his soul in exchange for it, and he couldn't be killed physically, and because his soul is not a part of his body anymore, there's not a way to directly attack it either. So it's like, okay, how do you kill him then? How exactly do you do that? And at the time, like, if that was still the case today, I might still be like, okay, yeah, so then we just shouldn't use Nightcrawler in Death Battle, because either you're gonna have to use something so specific to him that it's like, is it even worth doing? Like, are you just forcing it? Or his immortality is honestly so great that you can't, again, is it worth it? You can't kill him. It doesn't look like that's the case anymore. I don't think it was ever overtly removed, like that immortality, or I don't know if his soul ever, like, technically entered his body again, but he has been killed, or at least like immobilized as far as like a fight to the death, at least momentarily killed. It has happened to him before. His characters die in comics all the time. So this is no longer a reason why I would dislike this matchup. However, the Umbrella Academy finale, if we want to talk about bad finales, Umbrella Academy is awful. It is so bad. And that has actually made me like this matchup even less on top of that. In addition to the whole, like, it's not really teleporting in the original source material. It's a different power. That is also something I think is kind of important. But yeah, it's kind of made me less excited for the prospect of Umbrella Academy on Death Battle, even though I don't think it would ever happen anyway. I still want Dark Willow versus White Violin, but it has gone lower on my list since the finale, you know? So that's how bad it was. But yeah, the whole Nightcrawler immortality thing, I'm pretty sure doesn't really apply anymore.
So again, the whole fight just doesn't work on multiple levels. There are good matchups with Umbrella Academy characters that exist. Trust me, there are. But just please don't use this one. If you want a better one, go with Dark Willow from Buffy versus the White Violin, or Vanya from the Umbrella Academy.
Well,
that one works
Victor technically now in the show. That's just me shilling my own original matchup that I'm sure no one had really heard of before.
Saitama from One Punch Man.
Oh, this was the thumbnail. This one was the thumbnail.
I understand that a lot of people would be super hyped to see this fight. I really do understand it. But the way I see it, it's just a recipe for disaster. People who think that
interesting choice of words.
The other side is crazy and vice versa. People who are backing either character have completely different reasoning for their stance. Most people who side with Goku say that when looking at their feats and abilities, Goku just has more going for him. And most people that side with Saitama say that Saitama is supposed to win all of his big fights because that's the point of his character, so he should just automatically win. Of course, I can't speak for everybody, but it seems like...
I mean, that did seem like what it was for a lot of people.
Personally, as a somewhat serious versus debater...
somewhat serious.
...analyze through what the fighters have shown and done through their feats and abilities. And that most plot-related stuff like plot armor and similar things shouldn't really be considered.
Yeah, it's hard to describe. Like, it's a gag thing for Saitama, right?
Would most likely win. But removing that key trait from Saitama is going to make people upset because he's almost an exception to that rule by design. Not factoring that into a fight might make sense to a lot of serious versus debaters, myself included, but a lot of other people would call it misrepresentation right off the bat. The fact is, Saitama's whole
probably for some people,
trying, or he wins without needing to get stronger. So by definition, he doesn't work with something like Death Battle. He doesn't work with versus debating because he was literally designed to be incompatible with it. And yet for that reason, he became one of the most popular combatants in modern versus debating, and it just doesn't work a lot of the time from my experience.
I do kind of agree that the, ironically, because Saitama was written in that way, to kind of be like, you know, an FU to power scaling, just being like, yeah, like he's the One Punch Man. He was then like the new character that everyone wanted to give a matchup. I don't know if I would go so far to be like he's incompatible with it, but I do think there are some matchups that would work for him way better than others. I think you need some kind of other like absurd character. Like I think Popeye was at the end of the day a really good pick for him. I think something like Squirrel Girl is funny because it's like a character whose gag is beating everyone on screen versus a character whose gag is beating everyone off screen or off panel. You know, I think that is kind of a funny idea. So I think there are some matchups that work way better for Saitama. I don't know. Again, I don't know if I go so far to say like he's incompatible with versus debating, but his character is written in a way that kind of spits in the face of what versus debating is trying to do, and maybe that was on purpose. But you know, there are some characters that work for him way better than others, and I do kind of still think that after Saitama versus Popeye, there were probably some people being like, well, his whole thing is that he beats someone in one punch, therefore, since that didn't happen, it is misrepresentation. And that's not like a problem that Death Battle should have to concern themselves with, but it is something that can happen. So that was the whole thing, like a recipe for disaster, I guess. Like that, it's more about like the fan response and how exactly do you analyze these characters in the most faithful way to them when one of the characters is written like this, you know? And I think the way they did it in Saitama versus Popeye was just about the best they could have done it. So I was happy about that.
I would just prefer if Death Battle didn't even touch on this fight because, like I said, it's a disaster waiting to happen no matter what they do. I could see it happening later down the line, and I'm sure it would be cool. I'm sure it would be well done, at least to the best of their ability, but I personally just don't think it works very well. And last but not least, the final fight that I don't want to see on Death Battle is any fight with a Marvel symbiote in it. Now, obviously,
okay, I remember this.
In order to justify such a big claim like that, and just as a disclaimer, I love symbiotes as a concept.
This kind of ties into the Nightcrawler thing, I think, in a way.
Marvel villains and characters. And I know there are a lot of fight ideas out there with symbiotes, and if you want any of those fights, that's fine. but in my personal opinion, symbiotes were not built for a death battle-like show. If you've been
Curious
on
how
the
much I
channel
agree
before,
with
you've
this
probably heard
still.
something like this already from me, so apologies, I'm gonna go through it again.
Oh, and I talked about this
Symbiotes are very
already?
simple in that they are extremely hard to kill. They do have weaknesses like sound and fire, which can harm or kill them with varying degrees of success, depending on which symbiote you're looking at, or which powers and resistances they developed, etc., etc.
Yeah, that's all
But
true.
unless you've got some other weird workaround, or you're just stupid powerful, you're not going to be able to kill a symbiote if you don't have one of those weaknesses. They can just reform from whatever you do to them, and they can just keep on fighting.
Okay, so there was a really important part of the sentence that I said there, because again, I said, like, you know, you're not going to be able to kill a symbiote without one of the specific weaknesses. But right before that, I said, unless you're, like, stupidly strong or something like that. Which, in a sense, I do still kind of agree with. I think when it comes to a character that is, like, more or less unkillable, except for, like, very specific things, then it does take away a lot of the mystery of the debate, because at that point you're just asking, you know, does the character have this thing that they're specifically weak to? And if they don't, then it's like, okay, well then they have to be like this strong to kill this quote unquote unkillable thing. Otherwise, they have to be so much stronger to the point where, like, it'd be a no limits fallacy to say otherwise, that like that the symbiote would be able to survive it, you know? So I think that's kind of what I'm going with here. And in a sense, I do still kind of agree with it. I feel like the symbiotes, though, are not the most egregious example of that. I feel like there are way more examples of, like, people having specific weaknesses, like they're unkillable except for, like, a very specific thing. And it means, like, a lot of the matchups you put them in would just be very uninteresting. Symbiotes, I think it could still be applied to some degree, but I don't know, I feel like ruling the symbiotes out is kind of weird, because there's lots of other characters this can apply to.
Now, unfortunately, this kind of formula isn't very compatible with a fight to the death show like Death Battle.
Yeah, there's that word,
because it's
compatible,
so easy
again.
Pretty much every time. Opponents of symbiotes need to meet two criteria in order to win. They need to be able to keep up with the symbiote in physical stats, if not surpass them, and they need to be able to exploit one of the specific weaknesses. If they can meet both of those criteria, they will win 99% of the time. If they can only meet 1 or 0, the symbiote will win 99%.
Yeah, I was really fixated
Whether
on
or not
this.
you agree with Death Battle's judgment on the previous symbiote fights, it's clear that that is the standard formula. And when it's a show where the rules are that you have to die in order to lose, that's honestly how it will go most of the time, and it becomes so predictable and just so boring after a while. A good example that illustrates how this doesn't really work well is the most recent symbiote episode, Venom vs. Krona.
Okay.
The question wasn't who was going to win between Venom and Krona, it was what are they going to give Venom, because it was obvious whichever way they decided to go, because it was up to those two criteria. If they gave Venom the most recent buffs that he got in the comics, he was just going to be too strong for Krona no matter what. But if they didn't give that to Venom, then Krona would have been able to keep up with Venom physically, and they would have been able to exploit the weakness. It's as simple as that, so either way it was going to be obvious.
So, yeah, I'm kind of torn here, because while I don't necessarily think it's so cut and dry when it comes to the symbiote specifically, I think as I said in my controversial opinions video that I made last year, I do think there are some characters that aren't very compatible when it comes to Death Battle. Like, again, in a lot of cases, it's because they're from like a slice of life anime or like a sitcom based on like our own real world, and there's no like combative component to it. Like, a lot of the time it mostly just revolves around that. I do still think that there are some characters where, like, the way that they're described or the weaknesses that they have, or their unkillability factor, could very well make it to the point where it's like, okay, so then should we even be considering them for Death Battle? Because it kind of takes the fun out of it, right? Again, it's a little weird I'm focusing so hard on the symbiotes here, but I guess it was because I thought they were more likely to be used in general. They had been used a few times, and it did generally follow the rule for me. That, like, you know, if they meet that two criteria, then the opponent wins. But if they don't, then the symbiote is always going to win, you know? So I guess it was more so just I didn't like how there was no surprise to it anymore. That when you have a symbiote matchup, you know exactly what the reasoning is going to be one way or the other. Which, again, I don't know if I would agree with the whole way through this time. But I can understand that. And I think there are still some characters where you can apply that kind of reasoning to it. But it's definitely not just the symbiotes.
At this point, bringing back symbiotes or bringing in new ones is almost pointless because once you know the answers to the criteria questions, you basically know what the outcome and reasoning are unless it's an extremely rare circumstance. Like, for example, I could see something like Null versus Barbados happening, since their abilities may make the whole principle thing moot or something along the lines of that.
Yeah, I could see that.
Kind of being a workaround to the general rule.
Because, again, they might be so powerful, and their abilities might be so crazy that that just doesn't even really matter.
Nothing that we haven't exactly seen before.
And again, as I said, this doesn't account for some opponents where they're like, they're so much stupidly stronger than, like, Venom or a symbiote.
But anyway, guys, that is the video. I really hope you enjoyed it, even if you do disagree with some of my picks. These are
very nice. Okay, yeah, that was interesting. That was a fun watch. Like I said, I don't know if I agree with the whole symbiote thing as much nowadays, but I do think that general principle of some characters not being as compatible with Death Battle because of the way they're designed and whatnot, I think that still holds up. But if I was to, like, redo this video, I would try to be more specific about that probably. And I don't even know if I would really bring it up because it would be like, I want to focus more on specific matchups, you know? But okay, we saw that one. Hope you guys enjoyed that. If anyone still wants to see a bad battle, we can go to one of those. Does anyone have any other I almost said matchups. If there are any other videos people want to throw out, that's cool. Otherwise, we will probably just get to one of the bad battles. And again, which bad battle would you want to see? Because I think at this point, it's either going to be Harry versus Superman or Riddler versus Super Y. I do want Venom to come back because his first 2 episodes sucked. Well, I mean, if they are going to bring Venom back, it is probably going to be with his major buffs, I imagine, because that doesn't seem as temporary in the comics as I think maybe Death Battle expected that to be. So it would definitely be a more interesting episode. It would be very different from the other 2 we've gotten. So from that perspective, yeah, that would be nice. Okay, apparently the actual next time got revealed by now. Don't know what it is yet, but there it is. Please do not, if you know what it is, please do not tell me. I do not want to know, okay? I want to save that for my reaction. I know it's like this comic palooza thing that Death Battle is doing. I do not want to know what it is, okay? Please do not tell me. The next time it's been revealed, just don't check the Reddit. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I mean, I'm not really on Reddit, but yeah. But, okay. With the popularity of Punisher right now, do you think he will get a Death Battle episode? I mean, I was saying Punisher versus Judge Dredd in my ideas for 2026 video, so I did bring that up. I know Punisher versus Billy has been getting more popular, although again, it's hard to say whether they would want to prioritize the commemoration and do, if they were to do that one, like prioritize the commemorations and do that like right now, essentially, or if they would, if they'd want to wait to see what's up with the boys, you know, and how that scaling might change, you know, because they may need to wait to be able to analyze that stuff too, you know. The thing with modern Venom is he doesn't actually have the King in Hell powers. Eddie does. Venom is separate from Eddie right now. Okay, that's true. I didn't even really think about that. There's a part of me that thinks, though, they might still just roll with that because Eddie and Venom are like, you know, it feels weird to not have them together, and that's what people would expect. But I guess theoretically they might treat them as separate entities. Yeah, bringing Eddie back or bringing Venom back or whatever would be very weird. It would be a challenge for them to decide exactly how to do it. But okay, yeah, as far as anything else, let's go through one of the bad battles. Let's start with Riddler versus Super Y, at least. I think that one's gonna be better for me. I think I'm just gonna enjoy that one more. Because I think that is one of my better bad battles. So I'm just going to try my best to find that one. I think another one I'm going to have to search for. Riddler. Because I can search on my own channel, thankfully, and that has helped a lot. I just got to wait until, yeah. I think whenever I start the video, it drops the frame rate by a little bit. But then I just have to wait a second, and then we can get to it. So there I am. Look at me. Look at me, clean shaven. How long ago would this have been? Actually, let me Let me go back to the standby just to check that really quick. This was 4 years ago, and it has 9,000 views. It's kind of wild. 4 years ago, so I would have been like, how am I? So I would have been either 20 or 21 when I did this, completely clean shaven. You basically don't ever see me without the beard anymore, so that's got to be an interesting sight there. The shirt says I may be wrong. I know what the rest of it says. It's I may be wrong, but it's highly unlikely. I know that's what the entire shirt says, but I like it's funny that it just says I may be wrong in frame. I don't know if I did that on purpose, but that really fits with the whole bad battle thing. Thank you so much, Santiago, for the super chat. If one day they make a YouTube characters episode, I'll go for Orange versus Mario, Annoying Orange versus SMG4, annoying characters from bizarre YouTube web series that met other characters of fiction. I don't know how popular that matchup is as far as like widespread discussion for it, but I have seen a lot of people like want, YouTube characters on Death Battle, and those two I think are some of the most popular YouTube characters that people just know by name. So from that perspective, I do think that one actually could have a chance for happening. But I know it's like a lot of people want like Has Been Hotel, even though I know that's not really a YouTube thing anymore, right? And like Hell of a Boss, people want that. And also SMG4. A lot of people have been talking about SMG4. Thank you so much for the super chat. Yeah, YouTube I'm not really interested in, YouTube personalities, but like characters from actual series would be interesting to me. Not to say that YouTube personalities couldn't work. I would not have any interest in that. All right, let's see how Riddler versus Super Y went.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Bad Battle, the show where literally nothing matters and everything I say is useless. I hope you've been keeping
Again, this is more trying to lay on the thickness of the sarcasm.
Quite the quiz. Today we'll be taking a look at the Riddler, Gotham's Prince of Puzzlers and like 17th most intimidating Batman villain.
Oh damn.
Super Y, leader of the super readers and haphazard editor of pretty much every children's story out there. This fight is absolutely blown up without anybody knowing why. I've seen people talk about
Jeez.
People are making trailers for it, and because of this,
oh yeah, again, this was more of the Riddler versus Super Y craze.
So of course I decided to do it.
Actually, yeah, let's read some of that stuff. Hang on. Hopefully I didn't just kill my FPS right there. I want to read some of the comments that were there.
This fight is absolutely blown up without anybody knowing why.
I just put Super Y's face right there. Not as Chad as Riddler versus Super Y. True.
People are making trailers for it.
There's a trailer.
So many people have been.
Imagine the amount of clout you would get if you did Riddler versus Super Y. This was actually 4 Bad Battle suggestions back when that was a channel in the server. Honestly, as good of a serious matchup it could be, I think Riddler versus Super Y perfectly fits into Bad Battle. Yeah, because the point of Bad Battle was not to just reverse the outcome of what a lot of people would expect. That could be part of it, but it was also just being ridiculous, just having saying the most ridiculous stuff. That was the point of it. So that's kind of why I decided to do Riddler versus Super Y as like a Bad Battle rather than who and why, because it is still like a joke matchup at the end of the day.
Asking me to show everyone why this is.
Riddler versus Super Y must happen now. We've had a red versus red battle. Now it's time for green versus green. So this would have been commented on the Ryuko versus Atrocitus one. That's what that would have been.
Such a bad battle. So of course I decided to do it with all the demand, but I feel like we have to be honest with ourselves. This is a good battle. In fact, this is a fucking fantastic. This is the best battle I've seen floating around the community since Itachi versus Roderick. It's just.
Oh yeah, that was like a second Riddler versus Super Y.
Stomp, but a stomp nonetheless, and that's why we're here. So without further ado, I'm here to put an end to this debate once and for all and answer the one riddle that's actually worth solving.
Oh, I changed the intro. Okay.
Now, before we get to what everyone wants to get to, we gotta be fair and reasonable. If you were trying to argue that Riddler was an impressive character, then you would be wrong. Like, sure, he managed to trip a Batman on occasion and knows how to rock a bowler hat like nobody's business, but compared to Super Y, Riddler is just a joke. And not like a riddle joke, more like an oh god, please kill me now joke. In order to illustrate this, let's first take a look at Riddler's powers. Okay, now let's look at Super Y. He can fly through the air, crack the ground with his super strength, survive in the vacuum of space, and he can enter any storybook he chooses and interact with its characters.
That's so helpful.
And that's before taking a look at their major accomplishments, because that is just unfair. Super Y
is face to face
with a nearly untold number of characters over his hero career. including Aladdin, the Beast from Beauty and the Beast.
Oh, I do miss
Love
Super
Stiltskin.
Y.
And that leads to some very impressive scaling for the Super readers, considering that both the Beast and Aladdin have their own Disney movie series and scale to characters from Kingdom Hearts.
Oh my
And
god,
look,
this is what I
Stiltskin, Have you
did.
seen Shrek Forever After? Oh, don't worry, he doesn't do too much in that, except make his own fake alternate reality. And Riddler,
And this
on
was the
other
whole
hand,
point of Bad
physically
Battle, right? Just
downscales from
being
Batman, who
insane.
only achieved peak human strength, cannot fly despite his name, and can't stand up to most superpowered beings without exploiting a weakness. And Super Y's only weakness is a 6th grade reading level, so good luck with that. And this isn't even factoring in how Super Y upscales for most of his friends.
Is that
Including
so?
Alpha Pig, who can manifest the alphabet, Princess Presto, who's the strongest magic user in the show.
Like, I'm not actually
and even
scaling any of
Super Y's
this.
own brother Jack from Jack and the Beanstalk.
Oh, yeah,
Naturally,
that was
becomes
true.
Giants on a daily basis. With all of that said, though, we can't just focus on
Yeah.
stats and scaling. We also have to look at
The
intelligence.
point of this was
because
not to
Riddler
actually
is
scale
smarter than
anything,
Super
just
Y.
to
Except
say
no,
shit.
he isn't.
Sorry, what did I just say there? I
With all
completely
that
missed
said,
that.
though, we can't just focus on stats and scaling. We also have to look at intelligence. Because, of course, Riddler is smarter than Super Y. Except, no, he isn't. You'd think that Riddler coming up with riddles that stump Batman every now and then would be impressive, but I've taken a closer look at these riddles, and they just literally do not make any sense. If you know me, you'll want to share me, but if you share me, I'll be gone. What am I? I see without seeing. To me, darkness is as
Okay.
clear as daylight. What am I?
Kinda come to a grinding
Regardless,
halt
I will
just
crack,
reading
but
riddles.
You'll never stop me from staring back? These all look like extremely difficult riddles, but they're purposefully nonsensical so that there is no correct answer. That's how he's stumping people. Either that, or I'm just not figuring them out. No, they're definitely rigged.
Okay, I don't really like this joke very much. I think it was supposed to be like a self-deprecating thing. Like, again, I'm really stupid when I'm analyzing these, so it's like, oh yeah, no, Riddler's not smart because he's not creating riddles that actually make sense. It's like, or maybe I'm just not figuring them out. No, that can't be it. I think the concept is fine, but like it took way too long just to be like a self-deprecating thing. So I'm not really in love with that one in particular. Thank you, Santiago, again for the super chat. Black Bolt versus Senior Sir Pello, a more destructive version of Sindel versus Black Canary who screams higher. I mean, Black Bolt is nothing to mess with as far as super screams. I am not sure about the other character. I'm not sure if I've ever heard of them. If I have it, it's not clicking for me right now. But I assume they'd be more destructive than Black Canary or Sindel, maybe. I don't know what the decibel level is there, but I just know Black Bolt is no one to mess with.
Whereas Super Y is always able to solve the problem at hand, always learns a valuable lesson at the end, and has a super duper computer. And he was somehow active for 10 years on air. Just imagine how big brain he's become by now. And how old he'd be. Oh my god. 10 years old, my ass. But we haven't even talked about Super Y's
My ass.
powered ability that he displays every single episode. He can literally change the story of whatever book he's in, and thereby change a character's actions in that book with the power to read. Which Riddler just, he can't do anything about it. Sure, Super Y needs to enter a book in order to do that, but that's exactly it. Riddler is a comic book character. The only
I
way
remember when
Super
I
Y
thought
would
about
be
this
able to
idea, I was
fight
like,
at all
yes,
is
this
Super
is
Y
what
jumped
I have to
into,
do.
comic book. We've seen him
When I
jump into
realized, like, he
comic
just
book
goes into the
before,
comic book.
meaning he'd have full access to all of his powers. The Riddler's 1001 Clue Caper.
Oh, I remember this.
The Riddler stabs himself in the face and jumps off a cliff, because that's plot manipulation, bitch. This does beg...
That face too. That's plot manipulation, bitch. Still gets quoted to me. Oh, that's so good. Yeah. No, like I said, I remember that, like, once I put together the idea that, like, you know, because there's obviously the idea that Super Y can't use his powers like that unless he enters a book or something like that, right? Now, of course, I could just do it a normal Bad Battle thing and just ignore that and be like, well, no, he could use it whenever he wants. Of course he can, because I said so, you know? But I remember being so happy when I thought, like, wait, no, he just enters the comic book that Riddler is in, and this is the insane logic that I use for that. And the fact he's also entered a comic book too, that wouldn't have, if he hadn't entered a comic book, that wouldn't have stopped me from doing it. But the fact he had also entered a comic book and I could use that image there is great. And what is it? Hang on, let's back up a little bit.
powers.
Yeah, let's read this again.
Caper. Well, how about we change it to the Riddler?
It's your favorite Bat villain back to try. The Riddler stabs himself in the face and jumps off a cliff. Yeah, I mean, imagine Super Y changing it to that.
Riddler stabs himself in the face and jumps off a cliff, because that's plot manipulation, bitch.
It is
does
plot
beg the
manipulation,
question,
I
though,
guess.
Would Riddler be able to beat Super Y if they somehow fought outside of a comic? No. And of course,
just leave it at
Super
that.
Media is just Super
Oh,
Y.
that's good.
The show doesn't have the best ratings across the board, but we all know
That's
that Riddler
ridiculous.
lives in Batman Forever. And Jim Carrey, I love you, but you clearly couldn't save this one.
Actually, Batman Forever, again, like, you play it up for the bit, right? But we have worse Batman movies than Batman Forever. Batman and Robin is way worse than Batman Forever. And then you have stuff like Batman v Superman and whatnot, which is bad in a different way, right? Batman Forever, especially like compared to Batman and Robin, Batman Forever is not nearly as egregious. And Jim Carrey is a very fun part of that movie.
So long story short, Super Y has actual superpowers, has overcome a wide variety of foes, and can affect stories and their characters to succeed in all of his missions,
Yep.
while Riddler has quite literally none of that going for him. And that's the truth. Ladies and gentlemen, the riddle has been solved.
I think I put that there to
Super
be
Y
like,
wins
I
11
actually
times
do
out of
think
10.
this. It's not just a joke.
Looks like this matchup wasn't quite the enigma after all.
Ha ha ha.
Why? So guys, thank you all so much for watching.
Yep, thank you so much for watching. So, again, that was my most viewed Bad Battle. Yeah, I thought the idea of Bad Battle was fun at the beginning. But again, like, part of the reason why I stopped was because there were still people trying to take Versus Debating 2 seriously when the point was to make fun of those people. But the other thing with Bad Battle that I quickly realized is, like, in order to use insane logic, you also have to, like, you have to build it off of what the characters have, right? And if you come up with a matchup, even if it's like a silly matchup, but you can't really come up with any insane reasoning that like is appropriate for it, then it might not really work for Bad Battle, right? And again, that's why I was so happy to be like, oh yeah, Super Y just goes in the comic book, because that's insane logic that works for both of the characters, you know? I remember for Ryuko versus Atrocitus, one of the things I said was, you know, Atrocitus has blood magic, but Ryuko sticks her glove needle into Atrocitus, which drains the blood, and he ends up looking like a California raisin or something like that. I remember that was another thing where it's like, I can take this and I can use that as insane logic that fits for both of the characters, because you can't just always be like, oh yeah, this character scales higher because of this thing that I massively misinterpret or whatever. You can do that sometimes, but you can't do it for all of them, you know? So that was kind of, oh, that's the wrong thing. That was kind of what I was thinking there, you know. So I still enjoy that video. Again, like, maybe not the most like laugh out loud funny thing. I think maybe my humor is a little better, but I'm not gonna say I'm the funniest guy in this community. I'm absolutely not. But yeah, it was fun to do while it was a bigger craze, and I think that the commission track coming out did boost this video's it did boost its views a little bit as well. I donated you again. I think I read all your donations, right? I think so. Let me just scroll up, making sure I didn't miss anything. I better not be missing any donations. I'm pretty sure I haven't. If I have, I apologize. But I'm pretty sure I've been keeping a good eye on the pretty sure I've been keeping a good eye on everything. Pello is a YouTube animator known for screaming as well as... Okay, I see. I mean, I don't know if they would put Black Bolt against someone like that, but, okay, fair enough. I get you now. Hopefully we get a new Bad Battle for April Fools next year. That might be fun. That might be a fun thing to do. I think, actually, when I was deciding what I was going to do for this year, I had thought about doing Bakugo versus Reze as a Bad Battle, like, which would have come out like soon before the actual Death Battle had come out. That was an idea I had, but I thought it would be a little hypocritical for me to be like, well, I don't really want to talk about the jokey side of this matchup and then immediately make a video that's all about talking about the jokey side of the matchup. So I thought, you know, let's just not do it. That's a little too hypocritical of me to do. I'm sure it would have gotten some views though, but yeah, that was an idea I had. Maybe Bad Battle will come back every now and then, but I'm not promising anything. Just because, again, like stuff like Bad Battle and Who and Why, it does take a lot longer to do, and if I want to make videos at the consistent or semi-consistent rate that I'm able to do on this channel, trying to halt a lot of stuff just for the purposes of making videos like that, you know, I just don't think a lot of people would would be in love with that, right? Also, the last Who, When, and Why I ever made, I had like less than half the subscribers I do now. Like, most people would not really be here for Who, When, and Why and stuff like that, right? That's just the sad truth of it all. I think Bad Battle was great as a limited series. There's only so many unique ways you can take it. Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying, right? That there are some matchup-dependent things or some matchup-based things based on the specific matchup that if you can make it work, then that's great, but you could start running it into the ground otherwise. Little does he know Riddler versus Super Wise the next time. Yeah, fucking imagine. That would be fun. It would have been hypocritical, but it would have been a very bad battle. What matchup you don't enjoy, but you know it's bound to happen? I don't know if I'd say it's bound to happen. I have a little faith it won't, but Gohan versus Invincible is one that I kind of feel like maybe it will. As far as anything, like, I really don't like that, like, I think actually, like, I will say that, like, I think stuff like Alistair and Black Hat probably have better opponents. I think especially about Black Hat, like with the Warden from Super Jail. I think that's a lot better for Black Hat, just because I think tone-wise it's similar enough to Alistair versus Black Hat, and then it does a lot of other things really well. I know Alistair has other stuff, like I know he has Kane, but I think Kane versus Alistair has a lot of the same problems that Alistair versus Black Hat does, right? I mean, I guess Alistair versus Kane or Black Hat, I think is likely to happen at some point, and I don't know if I'd be really invested in either of them, you know? Preferred for Sinestro, I think his spread is shockingly great. I've heard, I think it's Baron Mordo, I think I've heard a little bit for Sinestro. That might be interesting. I usually think of Yuki Terumi, but I don't think that... Oh, and also Ultraman Belial could be fun. But I don't have a distinct preferred for him right now. Yeah, he does have some good options, for sure. I am now thinking, what... Should we watch something else, or should we just chat? We could just chat at this point. We've watched a good number of videos. I don't really think there's much else that, like, a lot of people were, like, shouting for. Like, we did the worst, or my least wanted. One video I did consider watching was the most wanted obscure matchups video from, like, a long time ago, because I think I bring up, like, Stitch versus Rocket in it, and, you know, like, it could be fun to, like, reminisce of, like, how unlikely I thought it was back then. But, you know, that's kind of similar, like, in structure at least, that's very similar to the least wanted death battle, so I don't know if we need to see that one. We saw Bruce, It's Been 5 Years. We saw the What Your Most Wanted death battle says about you. Was there anything else on my list that I had? Did my phone just lock me out? Yeah, it did. Stupid phone. No, I think we actually got through everything other than the most wanted obscure death battles, which again, I don't really think we need to do. Everything else on my list we got through. This stream is nearly 4 hours long now. Yeah, it is. I mean, if you guys are happy, you guys don't have to stay the whole time. I'm the one who has to be here the whole time, but I'm having a lot of fun. Except for the Iron Man versus Lex Luthor prediction. That one was actually, that was so bad. Watch your video on you playing Injustice. No, I'd rather not. And that's also not really, like, Death Battle or Versus related, you know? So that's kind of what we're trying to stick with for this. Isn't it crazy that half the episodes we got in 2025 into 2026 had a Death Battle cast episode? I mean, yeah, they do use Death Battle cast episodes to pick at least some of their matchups, seeing how popular those get. What is your I assume that means opinion. What is your opinion on Loki versus the Master? It's okay. I think I lean more towards Loki versus Kefka, but that might be more of a Final Fantasy bias. I think Loki versus the Master could be good. I think that has the potential to be a good episode. I know a lot of people put the Master against, like, other Marvel and DC villains, like I think I've seen Reverse Flash. I think I've even seen Kang the Conqueror a little bit. I've seen a few of those. So, Yeah, I think the Master versus someone could be good. If it ended up being Loki, that's fine. I probably have a different preferred for Loki, but I think that would be fine. We could just watch Stitch versus Rocket, not for any commentary, just because I want to. I mean, yeah, we could. I mean, like, unless, I don't think, well, there might be a bit of a risk with copyright. Just based on, like, any background music that they use, like, in the analyses or whatnot, that maybe, like, got copyright claimed after the fact, like, after it was made into a death battle. There is always a worry there. I know we watched, in the members-only troubleshooting stream, we did watch or go through some death battles, but, that one, it didn't matter whether or not it got demonetized. This one kind of matters a little more. So I'd be a little concerned about that. We can watch your predictions on the second half of Season 9. See if the predictions were good or bad. We could. That is kind of similar to the Cypher wheel thing. I feel like we have kind of already gone over the predictions for that. We could do that one. Trying to think of anything that's, like, the most different from everything that we've seen. It's something that's, like, not a reaction, not a stream. And, you know, that's more versus-centric, not a podcast, not a trailer. I can go and take a look at some of my videos, actually. Hang on. If I just go back to my channel. You guys can't see any of this, but I'm just going to take a look to see if there's anything that's, like, more unique, I guess. I'm going to sort it by most popular, just because that might help. I mean, I see the most unique, one unique one is I worked for Death Battle They're Frauds, but that was literally like a month or two ago, so not that one. I do have, yeah, Death Battle Season 9 predictions, the second half. I do have it right here. We can watch that one if you guys want. I got no problem with that. I think Loki and the Master are in a matchup triangle. Oh, yeah, with Beatrice. Is it just pronounced Beatrice? People really want that series on the show, huh? Yeah. I've seen that going around before as well. And yeah, any of those I'm not super attached to any specific matchup with those characters, at least like in that triangle. So I guess I'd be fine with a lot of stuff from that. Although again, with Loki, maybe I might just stick to Kefka. Do you have a preferred Batman Who Laughs matchup? Maybe the Maker from Marvel, maybe. I'd have to think about that a little more. Definitely not something like, Superior Spider-Man, you know, especially with how busted the Batman Who Laughs just inevitably gets, you know. So maybe the Maker, but there might be a better opponent out there that I'm just not thinking of. Okay, in that case, let's take a look at the Season 9, the second half of Season 9 predictions. This might be the last one we do, just because we've gone through a lot of these already, and it's not like we've gone through all the ones that I wanted to see, and it's not like there's a bunch of other suggestions. So this might be the last one that we see. And this one would have been made, you know, soon after my initial ranking for Season 9 of the first 8 episodes, which I know we didn't see, but just to give you some kind of time frame for that. So once again, you get to see my profile picture. I love how your April Fool's video this year is like your most popular by view count. Yeah, that's insane. I did not expect it to get that many views. I thought, you know, it might catch on with some people. Like, it might reach some people that don't normally watch my videos, but I did not expect it to get as many views as it has. But yeah, this might be our last one. Either way, yeah, let's have some fun with this.
Hey, what's going on, you guys? My name is The Raptor.
Hey, what's going on, you guys?
This video will get everything right. No exceptions. Now, a lot of you guys know that I've made videos before talking about fights I'd like to see on Death Battle, or fights I think could happen, and some of those videos have a better success rate than others. And of course that's the case, because there really is no way to know what's going to happen in this show. Some fights are really easy to predict sometimes.
Yeah, me trying to emphasize that like, we're really just throwing shit at the wall, you know?
Come out of nowhere. But even though this kind of stuff is destined to fail, it's still fun to do. Today, I'm going to be telling you guys some matchups that I personally think could pop up in the remaining Death Battle Season 9 lineup, just based on Death Battle trends, teases, possible commemorations, and just my own gut feelings. Because at this point, that's the best I have. Also, I believe Death Battle said they wouldn't be doing early character reveals for the first half of the season. But even if they
this ended up being wrong. Because I made this before we knew that, like, Black Adam was coming, before we knew Sauron was coming. I think there was one more. before he knew Trunks was coming in some form. Yeah, I didn't know this was happening yet. I thought I heard that they weren't going to be doing something like that, but of course that ended up being wrong. But I think I even say after this that, like, well, I would have wanted to do this beforehand anyway, because I don't just want to wait for those predictions. And then I did make a video based on those reveals afterwards. But for stuff like this, I like to just go off of what, you know, I'm thinking. Because that way I can either make multiple videos, or at the very least I can be more creative with stuff in here.
I'd still want to make this video first because it's more fun.
Yeah, exactly.
It's kind of too easy otherwise, and personally, I want to get creative, which you can.
So the most recent episode would have been Boba Fett versus Predator at this point.
Let's get started. So naturally, we'll start off with what the next episode could be, and while we didn't get a tease for it after Boba Fett versus Predator or Excalibur versus Raiden, I already know what it is, and I'm sure a bunch of you do too. It was revealed at RTX a little while ago, so I've known for some time. But ultimately, that information...
It was revealed like way before it actually happened.
And some people won't want to know until then. I mean, people are most definitely going to talk about it in the comments anyway, and since this is just a video for predictions, I won't say what the fight is in this video. I'll just leave it at the very bottom of the description box for those who want to know ahead of time. However...
Oh yeah, I think I remember... Actually, let me just check this really quickly, because I think I remember I did like a silly thing for this. Let me just check this, because you guys might be able to see this. Yeah, okay. So hang on. Is the framing good enough for this? Yeah, so this was my description. This is like the close to the bottom of the description. And like I would update like confirmed fights or whatever for like proper keywords. I kind of still do that a lot to these days. But yeah, like for the bottom of the description to say that it was James Bond versus John Wick, I did this silly thing where I went down and down and down and down. And it's like, oh, you want to know the reveal next time? Sweet, keep scrolling. And I keep like doing messages like this, like getting warmer. Just a bit more. How long was this? Man, this is getting kind of annoying, huh? Just keep swimming, just keep swimming. It's Goku versus Superman. Oh my god, I forgot that I updated this. Because at the beginning, it was just, it's Goku versus Superman 3, just kidding. That was it. But I updated it to say, wait, this actually happened. I completely forgot about that. I remembered I did this silly thing. I forgot I did that. Because at the time, I put this in because I'm like, it's not going to happen. Goku versus Superman 3 would never happen. But it's like, nope, it did. So I guess I felt I needed to update it. If you're reading this, comment Cheez It. I remember I did get a decent amount of Cheez It comments. Mom, are we there yet? Fuck, this took way too long to do. Almost there, I mean it this time. And then we get, oh, we got like AI stuff down here. Next time on Death Battle, James Bond versus John Wick. Yeah, so just wanted to remind you guys of that, or show you guys if I had ever actually done that. Because I just remembered that I did it based on, again, the whole, like, I'm just going to put it at the bottom of the description for people. Yeah, I don't know, I was clearly on something back then, because I don't usually do stuff like that.
I am unfortunately going to have to spoil an aspect of the next episode's fight in order to lead into my next point. It's nothing huge, but it narrows things down a bit for what it could be. So 3, 2, 1... The next fight could very possibly be live action. It works very well for that. And an upcoming live action fight is something Death Battle has hinted at, as Ben teased working with Ismahawk.
Oh, they actually did do it. Okay, hang on. Huh, these guys seem pretty cool. Do you think we should hire them for something? So this was May 30th of, I assume it was 2022. So it does see, and this was after Winter Soldier versus Red Hood, obviously. So it looks like either this was a tease or it was just something Ben decided to tweet out. I don't know. But this does make me think, like, were they trying to hint at the original idea to do, what was it? To do Jason versus Michael as live action? Is that what they were doing here? Or if not, were there some plans that also fell through that were different from Jason versus Michael? Or did Ben just tweet this to tweet it? I don't know. So that's interesting that I was going off of this, and that's why I was like, there's going to be a live action fight. I mean, I don't really blame myself for it.
Again this year. But this next episode being what it is throws me for a loop, because before I was thinking we were getting Jason versus Michael as the Halloween episode in live action. Everyone
I don't know why I thought Jason versus why I thought James versus John had to be live action. It definitely didn't.
Live action, we may not be getting Jason versus Michael at all. Granted, they could still do both of these fights and just have one of them animated in some way,
or both of them animated.
I still think there's a fair chance.
So this was right.
But if it doesn't happen, I think Mysterio versus Scarecrow.
Oh, so this was like my secondary Halloween prediction.
I definitely think we'll see more Marvel.
I predicted Mysterio versus Scarecrow a lot of times.
This one's a pretty popular choice for a creepier episode. Plus, both Spider-Man and Batman have had pretty big movies recently, so I wouldn't be surprised if that plays.
And always trying to roll with the
still holding out
commemorations.
hope that Jason versus Michael happens, but if that's not what's happening, this would be my next guess.
Okay, so yeah, the primary one was Jason versus Michael, so I got that right.
This is where things start to get a lot more up in the air. And while we don't really have a 100% guaranteed indication for what other fights could show up, I have a feeling we could be getting Groot.
Oh my god, I was one of these people?
So far, we've had multiple references to both the Despicable Me and Megamind franchises, including the Megamind presentation reference in Scarlet Witch vs. Zatanna, and the
Jesus
track literally being called Diabolical Invincible Me.
So obviously, looking back at stuff like this, it seems kind of ridiculous that this was supposed to be a really overt hint for us to, it seemed like a really overt hint, like trying to tell us that something was coming. But the fact that you have a Megamind sort of reference and a pretty overt Despicable Me reference in the titling there, yeah, I guess I just really thought, like, if I have to go off of something, like, it's gonna be this. So it does seem kind of really stupid in hindsight, but at the time, again, with, you know, me trying to use any sort of logical thinking, any sort of thing to narrow things down further, I would use it. Which I think I'd be a little more skeptical about something like this these days. But I still do kind of understand the idea that you have to come up with something, so you might as well use what you have. Say something that, you know, say something that means something, right? Anything.
Not to mention that The Rise of Gru literally came out earlier this month, meaning that there's really no better time for a commemoration for this fight. They also haven't done
they might still need time to analyze that stuff, but yeah.
Except for Omni-Man versus Homelander, kinda, so that could point to it happening as well. And yes, while none of these indicators confirm anything, there's still more pointing to it collectively than any other individual.
Yeah, okay.
So for the sake of going for what's most likely...
Exactly, it's about finding some reasoning for the picks. That was kind of more the idea.
If it did. There's also the question of what the season finale...
Ooh, I think we know that music. Actually, I don't know if the music's loud enough for you guys to hear.
Because a lot of the season finales Death Battle has done have been very unpredictable for me. And at this
so
point,
this should have been Gogeta versus Vegeta, which no chance in hell was I gonna predict.
This is actually the first season in a while where I'm pretty positive the finale won't be Galactus versus Unicron. I think they're probably gonna save that fight either for the season 10 finale or for episode 2.
So I got that right.
Could be wrong, but that's my guess.
And I really thought it was gonna be season 8, and when it wasn't, it's like, ah, crap.
I guess I would go with Simoun the Digger versus Kyle Rayner. Even with the massive backlash that Ben 10 versus Green Lantern got, I am convinced that Death Battle is going to do this episode at some point.
Okay, I was right.
Way too popular in the community,
but there was no reason then to think that it was going to happen this year specifically.
That it could actually happen sooner rather than later. I mean, Omni-Man versus Homelander came out like less than a year after Invincible became popular, meaning they would have had to start working on it pretty quickly. And I wouldn't be surprised.
That's true. I think they could have done it if they really wanted to. I think they had time, but
finale or even just a regular season 9 episode if they wanted to do that instead. I am in no way sure that this will happen, but I think it has a chance at very least. So at this point in the video, I feel like
so far how many did I get right? 2 of them?
Does season by season to even get in the right ballpark. So fair warning, things are going to get a lot less specific from here on out, and I'll be throwing matchups around like crazy.
Okay, so this is
Mysterio versus Scarecrow
more of like just other stuff being said.
Probably still gonna get
a bunch of stuff.
Versus DC fight. It's not a guarantee, especially considering how much Marvel and DC was put in the first half. It's just because they've never gone through half a season without doing at least one. So it makes sense to me to look at some other options for that.
Yeah, the first time I think they went through like half a season without doing Marvel versus DC was like the second half of season 10. But even then, they did like 3 in the first half. So that makes a little more sense. But then they still haven't done Marvel versus DC in a long time. So this doesn't hold up at all. anymore.
In terms of what they could choose from, a big one is Ant-Man vs. Atom, which has been long awaited and I could see happening, but they might want to save that for next year to commemorate Ant-Man 3, so...
I was right about
There are
that.
also other commemoration options.
That's
they could
interesting.
do, like She-Hulk vs. Supergirl, Black Manta vs. Killmonger, or hell, even Man-Bat vs. Morbius, which I guess
So these were based on commemorations, okay. None of these have happened.
And yes, I know Death Battle doesn't always rely on commemorations, but when trying to pick what's most likely, it's not the worst thing to look at. There are just too many comic book fight ideas to consider otherwise, let's be honest.
Okay.
If I really had to pick one Marvel versus DC fight I think could happen these next few months...
So did I get this?
would go with
Yeah, I did get it right.
Yes, I know Death Battle did this as a
Okay,
DX,
that's
last year,
something.
but I'm not convinced that takes it out of the running. We know Death Battle.
This was
did it at
before
start
the
of
Black
fight
Adam
now, which
tease.
would give them more than enough time to decide when the right time to actually do this episode would be. And with the Black Adam movie coming out later this year, I think.
And yeah, that makes a lot more sense for a commemoration, because this isn't going to have the stuff they need to like make the judgment, right? Because it's just a movie. So this worked a lot better for the commemoration.
Only time will tell if it's right or not.
Okay, that's cool. That was like my main Marvel versus DC pick.
Video game characters in this season. We've literally only gotten one so far, not including the bonus episode.
Oh yeah, we didn't get a lot. Even by the end of season 9, there wasn't a lot of them.
Death Battle often likes to do fighting game themed fights, and I definitely recognize that as a real possibility. But there are a few other video game fights I want to go over that I think have a particularly decent chance of happening. First up is Ash Ketchum versus Yugi Muto. Yes, I do.
Yugi Muto. What does it say? Okay, so they originated from the anime series, but their franchises started with the card game video games. Is that even true for Yu-Gi-Oh? I don't know. I don't think that's true for Yu-Gi-Oh entirely. Yeah, this doesn't really fit as a video game matchup. I guess I just decided to throw it in. It was wrong either way. So so there you go. Thank you so much, LittleZbot, for the $5. Thank you. In the members Goku Soup's post show, Ben said the Galactic vs. Unicron was planned for season 8, but Rooster T diverted the animators to Ruby X Justice League 2 instead. Holy, okay. I had no idea about that. That honestly does make some sense, because you would think Galactus vs. Unicron fit the best for season 8, right? As like the legacy season. You know, you'd think they would do the one that was most popular. But yeah, I thought that if anything, they would just, yeah, they after it wasn't season 8 finale, they could do episode 200. They could do season 10 finale. I was not thinking season 9 finale for that. That's really good to know. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. And thank you so much for the super chat. But yeah, no, this doesn't really make a lot of sense. This is not like a video game matchup. And even if it was, or even if that didn't matter, this didn't happen anyway. Not for a long time.
Think it's more likely to happen than Ash versus Lucy, especially now as
I agree with that the whole time.
Show, which Death Battle said would be happening quite a bit. It's also been some.
Wait, sorry, what was that last part?
Yes, I do think it's more likely to happen than Ash versus Lucy, especially now as it would introduce a new franchise to the show, which Death Battle said would be happening quite a bit.
Oh, okay, for the season. Yeah, a lot of new series.
Character, and most importantly, games from both Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! Release or have been released this year. More Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime even released.
Okay, so there was a lot of stuff coming out. I don't know if that's more often than usual, though, but okay.
Sometimes they're all you've got to work off of. And on that
That's
subject,
true.
The new God of War game is coming out during the second half of this season, so I wouldn't be surprised if we were awaiting Dante versus Kratos or Kratos versus
okay.
or something like that.
This is another thing where, again, the commemoration doesn't really make a lot of sense, because they would need time to analyze it, you know? Because it could change things.
Maybe Bowser versus Eggman? We haven't had a Mario character in quite a while. We have Mario and Sonic themed games releasing this year. And
okay, that is a decent amount of material, actually.
It feels like a contender to me. It almost feels like they could have been thinking about doing this fight for a long time and wanted to wait for the right time to do it. And it's definitely become more popular as of late.
I mean, that's all correct, even for the time, yeah.
And you know what?
But that was just a miss.
Alex Mercer versus Cole McGrath, only because of Death Battle saying they'd be using new franchises and it's been long awaited. But other than that, I really have no reasoning for it. Just wanted to bring it up.
You just wanted to bring it up. Okay, fine.
Certainly on the table, but I don't have any.
That was season 10. Yeah.
Still holding out hope for Liu Kang versus Jago, but we'll just have to see. I also think we're in for at least.
Yeah, Liu Kang. Well, things have changed with Liu Kang, so that's different. Also, look at all that anime.
This is where I think Death Battle has the best opportunity to introduce new franchises. franchises, like how they brought in Demon Slayer with Tanjiro and Akira with Tetsuo.
Well, a lot of their anime, they were just using Dragon Ball, actually.
Anime, or at least go with matchups that they know people are interested in, and one of the
also Black
franchises
Clover
I can think of that has that potential is Hunter x Hunter. I think now would be an appropriate time to finally bring it into the show.
Not quite, buddy. Almost.
Killua happening, maybe even Gon versus Deku
And wrong Killua matchup.
Like
and wrong Deku matchup. But Deku was in Season 9.
Pegasus Seiya versus Sailor Moon if they wanted to go down that route. And this one's
still waiting on Saint Seiya.
I'm also thinking maybe Asta versus Meliodas could happen.
Oh, back on the Asta versus Meliodas train. So that means I said both Deku and Asta in this video, but it was against each other. Okay. Does that count? Half point, maybe?
There are a lot of good anime matchups out there that would or would not.
The only one, like, I got 3 on the dot right.
So those are
well, except for the live action thing for Jason versus Michael, and one of them I already knew, James versus John.
I wanted to throw out a couple more one-off predictions that I think have a chance for one reason or another.
Okay.
This is definitely a bit of a risk, but I'm thinking it's possible Death Battle might do another Rooster Teeth content fight this season. They've been doing one every year since season 6, and while I might be getting into that a little,
I don't think that happened in season 9. No.
Use the opportunity to
that was just a
when it can.
That was just
if I
incorrect.
had to pick a front runner for this kind of fight, I would go with Sarge versus Soldier. I think it's a little too early for them to want to do Ruby versus Maka, and we just had a Ruby character.
That was a good,
season, so this just seems
a good
like
point.
The next logical Rooster Teeth character fight, but that's just me. Or you know what? If not this, maybe Bakugo versus Yang.
Bakugo? Oh, dude, come on.
And the last one,
and that obviously never happened.
Because is Spider-Man versus Ladybug. Like Simon versus Kyle, I am almost convinced that Death Battle is going to get to this fight at least at some point down the line.
I'm not as convinced, but they could. They could do it. I think they still could.
Death Battle would waste an opportunity to use Spider-Man again in a fight that works really well on a thematic level.
Well, I mean, they haven't.
So it could very well
they've used Miles.
What can I say?
You know?
It's just another hunch.
But Peter still, still haven't seen
those
Peter.
Are my predictions for what could happen in the second half of season 9. I know I mentioned way more fights than what could fit into the 7 unconfirmed slots.
Yeah.
But hey, if any of them make it in, I'll be pleased as hell. Once again,
some of them do. So
not many of these matchups.
Overall, the best prediction here was, the best prediction here was Black Adam versus Apocalypse, because I got James versus John right, but that's because they told us. And I got Jason versus Michael right, but not really for the right reasoning. And I was kind of pushed in that direction because of the whole, like, again, because of Ben's tweet, which maybe, again, if that did refer to the original plans for Jason versus Michael, that obviously never, that didn't really end up happening. So I got Black Adam versus Apocalypse and Jason versus Michael right. That's about it. That's about everything else I got right. I never would have anticipated Sauron versus Lich King. Certainly not SpongeBob versus Aquaman. That's one where if I said it before, even if I ended up getting it right, I would have been laughed off the stage, right? That's kind of what I'm trying to say when it comes to predictions, where it's like you have to predict what's predictable. Otherwise, like, you're just saying stuff that you want, or you're saying stuff that you have a hunch for, right? So, and sometimes I do have to do that, but I try to go, and that's why I also went with Gru versus Megamind, I assume, because I needed to go off of something that worked. So, yeah, that's kind of it. You know, didn't do very well in this prediction. I tend to do better when they announce combatants and I predict who the opponent is going to be. When it comes to, like, just throwing stuff out, obviously I'm worse at that, because everyone's worse at that. They have no way of knowing exactly what's going to happen. I got an idea. What about Bruce Banner? It's been 5 years. Well, we did Bruce. It's been 5 years. I guess that's another one that's really quick. Actually, we could go through all of them, I guess, because there's only like 2 more. We saw the original Bruce. It's been 5 years. But if we want to do Bruce Banner, it's been 5 years. We go to Banner. There should only be like one video titled Banner. Alrighty, here we go. Again, this is another one that's only like 11 seconds. And for the record, my other Bruce It's Been 5 Years video have not done nearly as well as the original, but I don't care because it's tradition. Whenever we have like Hulk or Batman or whatever, anyone named Bruce, we have to do it. We did it for Hulk versus Godzilla too.
Bruce, it's been 5 years. You still owe me $16.
They actually put Ikari in there.
Fuck off.
Yep, just and we have some other other recommendations. Yeah, I love he just gets up in his face, the music ends.
Bruce,
and it just
it
does the fuck off.
You still owe me $16. Fuck off.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I like the timing on that one. And then if we want to go through the other one, give me a second. We can go through the Hulk versus Godzilla one as well. This one I should probably actually just be able to scroll down from my normal videos because it's recent enough that shouldn't take too long. Yeah, here it is. Should not take too long to find. There we go. Let's go back here. And now we have the Hulk versus Godzilla one.
Bruce, it's been 5 years.
It's all the same.
You still owe me $16. Fuck off.
Yeah, I didn't really have a great idea for how to end this one. It was just like, yeah, we just throw in the ending of the battle,
5 years,
saying "fuck off" when he
$16.
reaches, you know, the higher space.
Fuck off.
The singular point. So yeah, that's about it. I think that's gonna be all the videos we watch today, because as fun as this has been for most of it, you know, I think we've kind of gone through enough of them. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be streaming because we have been streaming for over 4 hours and I probably have to have dinner somewhat soon, but maybe for like 10 more minutes we can hang out. But I think otherwise we're probably going to wrap this up pretty quickly. This has been a lot of fun. I imagine, again, this probably isn't going to be the most popular stream out of all my streams, despite how long it's been going on, because it is the most self-referential out of what I have done. But I wanted to try something else. Right? Wanted to try some new formats for what we could do for the streaming. For next stream, obviously, that's going to be a ballot banter, which is for specifically channel members, tier 2 and up. So if you do want to become a channel member and if you want to submit for the next ballot banter, you can click the join button down below and you can choose whatever tier you want. You don't have to, but that is how you submit for the ballot banters that we do every other month. And then for the month after that one, where it's a non-ballot banter stream, we'll see about that. I'll have to think about that. We might do something simple like doing more tier lists, or it might be something like this where it's a little more out of the box. We'll have to take a look at that. But yeah, that's basically everything. This was great. Best stream so far. I'm happy you enjoyed it. I'm happy you liked it. I think this has been the longest stream yet. I think technically that's right. I think I've gotten close to 4 hours before. But I think, yes, we haven't done one this long over 4 hours. So technically, yes, I would say it's gonna end by about like 4.5 hours. Because I'm just saying it's gonna be about 5:30 for me, so about 4.5 hours. That I think has been the longest stream, yeah. What are your thoughts on how they handled Homelander on The Boys of the finale? Again, I don't want to spoil anything because there might be some people who haven't seen it yet. I don't have a problem with it though, and I feel like that's an unpopular opinion, but I'm really not loving how a lot of people are using, and I don't know how do I say this without spoiling anything? I don't know how a lot of people are using the switch up of his personality as a way to criticize the show, because to me, I thought that was the whole point, that once blah, 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 then blah, 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 blah. Like, again, I can't say anything too specifically, but like, I kind of thought what they did with Homelander's character by that point was the point. I thought that was the whole idea of what they were going for, and some people seem to be upset that that's the way they did it. I know there are some people saying they wish Homelander did more, right? There were some specific things they wanted him to do that he didn't do, and that I can more so understand that people weren't very happy about that. I still don't really think it's that big of a problem, though. I think, again, this series has always been a parody of superhero shows, like a parody of, like, you know, building up to something huge, and then, you know, you have the craziest finales in the world or whatever. And ironically, I think some people expected a traditional superhero show finale, when it's like, that's kind of not what I expected them to do. So to me, I thought the ending was very satisfying from a character perspective. Maybe there's some things they could have done to up the ante a little bit more, but as far as like character resolutions, I found it very satisfying. Fun fact, I'm one of the only people who submitted an official ballot banter that the crew just skipped right over. Liam was arguing about Mario Kart. That sucks, man. Oh my god. Thank you so much for the super chat. That is crazy. One of the only people, like, I assume it doesn't happen very often then. It shouldn't happen because people are paying for this stuff. Thankfully, I get enough I get few enough ballot banters submissions, and it's only basically just me talking that I make sure not to skip over anything. It's kind of impossible to skip over something. That is insane. I am so sorry. If you want to make sure your ballot banter is not skipped over, again, submit for mine. We'll be doing it next month. You just join the Discord server and you submit in the in the corresponding chat or the corresponding text channel, more so. So if you want to do that, you can do that. You don't have to, but it's a great way to support the show. I would really appreciate it. But you guys have been amazing with the super chats anyway, so have no reason to complain for anything of that sort. Raptor roasting himself 10 years ago was my favorite part of the stream. Yeah, that's my least favorite part of the experience, but I'm happy that you guys, I'm happy you guys enjoyed that. Happy you enjoyed that. Went to watch it in 4DX. It was pretty fun. I assume you mean the boys finale, unless you're talking about someone else's message. Do you think Sailor Moon versus Saint Seiya will ever happen? I hope so, but Sailor Moon is getting some other opponents now, like Sora and Madoka Magica. They might end up just putting her against one of those characters. I want it to be Pegasus Seiya, but I don't know if it will be necessarily. Same with Eren versus Ken. My hope for that matchup is kind of going down a little bit just based on what I've heard them say about what they want to do with these kinds of characters. Like, if they do end up putting Eren against, like, another kind of like a mech character or another, like, kaiju sort of character, then, you know, I know Ken does have his other forms, but I feel like that's gonna make Ken kind of out of the running for that. I still want it to be Eren versus Ken, but I'm not as confident that they will do that as I was before. And the same goes with Sailor Moon versus Pegasus Seiya. You think Ben 10 will be back someday? Yeah, I think so. Maybe not for a while. The series, I absolutely think it will be. The character himself, still probably, but I don't think for a while. The second to last episode of The Boys was the worst, especially that one part. I think I know what you're saying, but I won't speak on that. Character resolution is the most important thing in any story to me. If a finale does that, I'm happy. I think it did that, personally. I also, this might throw some credibility for me out the window, but I also didn't think the Stranger Things finale was as bad as people were saying, but I understand those criticisms of the Stranger Things finale a lot more than the criticisms I've been hearing for the Boys finale. A lot of the criticisms I'm seeing, I think, were either on purpose or they prioritized more important things, you know, on top of that. Not to say it was an amazing finale. Like, I don't even think it's like the best episode the Boys has ever had. I think season-wise, it's better than season 4. I might say it's better than season 2, but I'm not sure about that. Seasons 3 and 1 are definitely my favorites. But yeah, no, I found the finale satisfying. I had no problem with it. I mean, Kaneki is technically a kaiju as well. I don't see why it would be a problem. Yeah, I mean, in a way, yes. Like, in a certain form he is, or certain forms. I hope that they would still go with it. I know they know it's popular. But there's just part of me that's thinking, oh, they might just do their own thing, right? Because not a lot of people were excited for Deku versus Asta. Not a lot of people thought that was what was going to happen. And then it happened. And then people thought were questioning why. And even though I do think it plays off of a pretty interesting angle, I was also kind of questioning, really, this is the one you go with? They could do that for Eren. They could do that for any character, where they just decide to put them against a character that no one is expecting, right? Thank you so much for the super chat, Santiago. You think a Spy Kids versus Cats and Dogs matchup would be fun? Ooh, Spy Kids is a name I haven't heard in a long time. Versus Cats and Dogs. Is this like the Cats versus... Or was it called Cats and Dogs? Because was it like the whole, like, cats were the villains, dogs were the good guys kind of thing? Is that what I'm thinking of? Either way, yeah, some, like, those kinds of, like, you know, cheesy movies or whatever, and then making matchups with that, yeah, that could be fun. I'm a little bit worried for Death Battle's budgets for the episode. I mean, yeah, I'm a little concerned that, you know, we did we did do the Kickstarter. You know, the Kickstarter went really, really well. I am hoping they're able to consistently make enough money to still have enough money for each individual episode. I don't think we've gotten to the point where, like, you know, it's very clear they can't do the episodes as well as they did in 2025. But yeah, that is a bit of a concern for me too. I hope that they can still do it, you know, to the best of their ability. And still have it generally around the same as 2025, because 2025 was overall incredible for Death Battle, you know? I'm just hoping they're still able to get enough, like, sponsorships and donations and all that to be able to keep producing episodes at that level. Deku versus Asta was just because they really wanted a Deku episode, as other opponents weren't great at the time. Miles had just been used. Yeah, well, Miles had been used, I think, 2 seasons earlier, right? Almost 3 years earlier, because it would have been the beginning of 2020 versus the end of 2022. They have brought characters back in less time than that, like Deku, for when he did fight Miles. That wouldn't have been a year thing. That would have been more of like an episode spacing thing. So it was more, I guess, time, like, based on, like, the dates. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. Like, I think I remember hearing that, like, originally Tanjiro's matchup was going to be Deku or something. I think one of the researchers confirmed this, that, like, Tanjiro was going to fight Deku, but then they found other opponents for them that they liked better. I'm really happy we got those other episodes, yes. Even if Deku versus Asta and even, like, Tanjiro versus Jonathan are not my favorite episodes ever, I think Tanjiro versus Jonathan's better. But even if they're not my favorite episodes ever, you know, I'm still happy that we got them. I think that would have been better than Tanjiro versus Deku. You could probably pull off the Billy Butcher cosplay. Oh, if I, like, dyed my beard, maybe, and did my hair a little better. That would be interesting. I'll take that as a compliment. Carl Urban is a very good-looking man. I really hope Demon Slayer comes back, because they got 1 episode and it was a stomp. Yeah, it'd be nice to see Demon Slayer come back. I mean, the big one I'm hearing is Sukuna versus Muzan. But, you know, we'll see how often they want to use Jujutsu Kaisen and all that. I think we're probably going to wrap this up here. This has been a lot of fun. I'm really happy you guys have tuned in for this, but I think this is probably the proper space, or the proper time to wrap this up. Thank you guys so much for watching. I appreciate it. If you enjoyed it, please give this stream a like. I would really appreciate a like. Comment your comments down below. If you're not subscribed, which means you're not even able to chat in the chat right now, but if you are not subscribed, feel free to subscribe. I would appreciate that. And again, you can click the join button down below for memberships if you want your name to pop up over here. This is where it is. I'm pointing the right way. If you want your name to pop up in the channel members section, you can click the join button and see what the perks are like. And of course, next stream we will be doing another Battle Banters, which is also exclusively for channel members. So that's for you if you want it. One last shout out to Kinjorix for gifting the 5 memberships, because that was amazing of you. Thank you so much for that. But yeah, I think this is basically where we're going to wrap it up. Thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next one. Peace out.